Well, that's not very, it's no explanatory power at all.
It's not meant to
It
be.
is
It's
this
not
way
meant to have
because it is
explanatory
this
power.
way.
Like I don't.
It's just a
What you're
circular-
asking is a stupid question. This is called a stupid question because you don't understand the topic. There are many ways that there could be
I
an
understand
explanation.
perfectly.
Wait, no, stop. So there are many ways that could be an explanation. Like it could be a necessary way that it must be, or it could be a brute contingency, or it could be a brute necessity, or it could be all kinds of things, and all of those are perfectly fine. It doesn't matter.
Well, that's what I was trying to get to, but we can't because you just want to say it's just circular reasoning of everything exists and functions the way it does because it does.
That's necessarily the case. It is necessarily the case that reality is the way reality is because that's the way reality is.
I'm not arguing that it isn't the way it is.
That's literally what you're asking. You're asking why is reality reality?
We're trying to ask meta questions, right?
You're asking why is reality reality? Because it is. That's the only answer.
Okay, I mean, if you can stop there, like that's why your system.
No. All systems, that's the only option. If your system does something else, you're called making shit up.
No.
Yes.
Because you don't understand it doesn't mean I'm making shit up.
Ask him, T-John.
The metaphysics, metalogic don't exist according to T-John. Okay.
No. Metalogic is a language made up by humans. So it does exist,
So you
made
can
up by
only reason
humans.
backwards to things exist because they exist. What a wonderful worldview paradigm.
Again, what you're saying is that you don't understand basic logic. So you're ignorant of basic logic.
No, you don't. You don't even.
No.
You didn't
I'm going to mute you.
You don't understand.
I'm going to mute you.
Try to.
I'm going to mute you. So your ignorance of basic logic is just palpable here. If God has a nature, if anything fundamental to reality has a nature, the reason it is the way it is either one, because it's necessary, it's a brute contingency, a brute fact, whatever. And all of those things are just the fact that reality exists, the way reality exists, because it does. That's it. Necessarily, there's no way to go around that. That's going to be the way it ends in all possible ways. I know he left. I was just talking about my audience, my YouTube audience.
T-Jump, that guy is he's kind of like a diorite, but he's like a level D, a very low level.
That's fine. Like, I'm fine.
So I have a question for you.
That's right.
T-Jump.
I don't mind talking to trolls.
I have a question for you.
Go for it.
But first I have to preface the question. Well, it's kind of a question before the question. Would you agree that information arranged in a certain way created this program that we're talking about, Discord? Information organized in a certain way created this program that we're talking about, Discord. Okay. Help me understand then, what's the difference between information when you're talking about DNA and information as it is associated with organization and creating a program like Discord?
Because physical information has nothing to do with the designer. It's just the nature of the objects. And that's being conflated with information in the colloquial sense of things that we write down, which is not the same as physical information. So if you just Google physics, physical information, you can have a more detailed explanation of that, but it has nothing to do with the mind.
So are you saying that nature can control information placed in the pattern of DNA?
Sort of. I mean, yes, nature controls all of the physical information. It's physics. Like gravity controls the physical information of gravity.
Isn't gravity the word we assign to the acceleration either downward or the acceleration of two masses orbiting each other or passing by each other?
Well, no, gravity is the fact that objects with larger mass attract because that's a part of the nature of space-time. So it's describing the physical information of space-time and how it operates, and the physical information of the matter in space-time, and the physical information of how they interact. So all of that is just physical information. There's no mind there. Just describing the nature of reality. We call that physical.
Gravity is a word they could have called that anything they wanted. They just placed the word gravity there.
Yeah, but it's literally a physical field.
So or whatever else.
It's a literal physical field called space-time, and the literal physical field has properties, and we call that's physical information.
Well, I don't disagree that space. By the way, I don't disagree with the fact that space-time is a physical thing.
Okay.
I was just trying to understand if you could explain the difference between information organized into a fashion to create a program like Discord and the information.
So physical information has nothing to do with a mind. It is just a description of the nature of the system. So it has nothing to do with a mind. Our colloquial definition of information that has to do with minds imparting things to a book or whatever is completely separate from physical information because it's not simply a physical description of the system, the nature of the system.
So the physical description someone gives to code to create Discord is not physical.
It is physical, but the definition of information we use colloquially, like written in a book, has literally nothing to do with the physics definition. If you want to know about the physics definition, Google Claude Shannon information theory in his 1958 paper.
I don't want to sound like I'm arguing with you. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, okay?
Physical information has nothing to do with information made by a mind. That's a colloquial definition made up by people that has nothing to correspond to reality. It's just gibberish. And theists conflate the two with what's called an ambiguity fallacy in order to try and make an argument that isn't there. Physical information has nothing to do with a mind. In physics, the word information has nothing to do with book information.
Ambiguous. Interesting.
Thank you for the super chat. Genius. Appreciate it. Can you get a loaf of bread for this? Can you even get a loaf of bread for this?
That's funny.
What are we talking about?
God and philosophy and stuff.
Yeah, T-Jump, why are you trying to adopt objective morality without an objective moral lawgiver?
Because you don't need one?
Yeah, and how is it that all things came to be?
What? I don't understand your question. So you asked, why do I adopt
How
objective?
did all things come to be?
Well, reality has always existed. It's never not existed.
Oh, so we're eternal. We're in an eternal situation.
Yes. No one believes there was literally nothing at some point. That's not a belief.
Yeah, how do you show that we're in an eternal universe?
Because something can't come from nothing. There was never nothing.
I think
so through declaration, you've decided that we're an eternal universe. Is that the full extent of your rigorous examination?
So even if God exists, he's a something. God is a something. So God or something must have always existed. There could never have been literally nothing, because if there was literally nothing, there could still literally be nothing.
So again, through fiat, you've decided that we're an eternal universe.
No, that's logical necessity. Logical necessity.
Logical necessity that includes a God?
No.
So there is no God in your logically necessary existence.
No, there's no God required to do logic, and we can understand in logic something cannot come from nothing. Therefore, there must have always been something.
Again,
hey, T-Jump, before we go any further, could you define eternal? Because I think you two are talking the same word, but different definitions of the word.
Always existing, eternal, always existing.
That's fine.
I'm asking
T-Jump. I'll go with whatever definition he wants to go with. That's fine.
You already said that.
Is that, did he say it to help you, or is that what he actually thinks?
Well, he can use whatever definition. He can use whatever definition he wants. I don't care. I don't care. He can use whatever definition he wants.
How are we going to know what he actually thinks? How are we going to know what he actually thinks?
Concentrate.
That's why I asked the question.
Let's get back to the argument, because I don't care about the definition. So you
Anyway.
Yeah, so there always has to have been something. I agree. Something always must have existed, including...
No, that's your claim.
Yeah. So are you saying that literally nothing existed at some point?
That doesn't follow. That's not necessary to follow.
Okay, so are you claiming it's possible that there was literally nothing?
God. I believe in an eternal God.
So you agree there has to have been something always there?
Yes. God.
Okay. We agree.
We agree that God has always been here?
No, we agree that there's something that is eternal that has always been there.
Yeah, but your something is not my something. We agree?
Yes.
So why are you saying that we agree if your something is not my something?
Because there can be different eternal things. You doesn't need to be a God. There could be something else that's eternal.
Yeah, of course. But yet you have yet to show that. Just been claiming that.
Right. So you just, the only argument you made is that it's you need something eternally. And I'm like, yes, you need something eternally. And you're like, no, you don't. And then I was like,
no, I never said anything about you need something eternal.
What?
I just said that you claim that the universe is eternal. That's your claim.
No, I claim that there could never have been nothing.
You said you could have an eternal universe without a God.
Yes.
And I'm saying, how do you do that?
I want to ask him a question about what he actually did say. When you say,
and then you went back to just claiming it.
Can you jump when you say there was never a time when there was nothing? How does that fit into the traditional Big Bang cosmology?
Well, even in physics, they never said there was nothing. So even there was things before the Big Bang for sure.
Yeah, so either it's your pronouncements or someone else's pronouncements. I don't care. They're just pronouncements, right?
Right.
That could be later found to be wrong, correct?
Sure, but they have evidence and yours doesn't.
All right, cool. Oh, well, what does evidence mean to you?
Things that can differentiate imagination from reality?
No, that's not evidence.
Well, what do you think evidence is?
Evidence, as we understand it, is things that increase the probability of a proposition being true.
Right. So something that corresponds to reality and isn't just in your imagination. So, right.
Increasing the probability of something being true doesn't mean that it's still that it is within reality.
If its truth is that which corresponds to reality. So if you're saying God exists, that means that corresponds to reality. So God exists in reality, right? That would be the claim.
Do you understand? Hello?
Can you hear me?
No,
can
look,
you hear me?
I have evidence. Yeah, I was in a little dead zone. I can hear you now.
Okay.
Now look, your definition doesn't work because I can have evidence for pink unicorns. Doesn't mean that pink unicorns are in reality.
Okay, how can you how can you have evidence of pink unicorns? That
easy. I can say that because the concept exists and it has been around for a long time, and there's been people that have reported to have seen unicorns, and pink is a color that exists within nature, i.e., pink flamingos. Then it's logically possible that pink unicorns existed.
So you're saying they exist independent of imagination somewhere in reality?
They could, and there's evidence for the case.
So it's evidence that they exist independent of imagination.
Yeah.
So my definition was correct.
Real?
So
does
remember,
that mean they're real? Wait, does that mean they're real?
No, evidence is just things that increase the probability. That doesn't mean it's proof.
That's what I said. You didn't say that.
That's what I said. Things that show can tell the difference.
That.
No, yes, I did. So
telling the difference between imagination and reality is binary, right? It's one or the other. Imagination or reality.
No. So evidence which can indicate something is slightly more likely to be real than imaginary is something that can tell the difference between real and imaginary.
You're just pivoting to my definition, and that's fine.
No. This is the definition I've been using for years. You're just ignorant of it.
You never said
I'm gonna mute you. I've corrected you on this point. You've been corrected.
You're gonna correct me when you didn't say that?
I've already corrected you. So if you want to present evidence of a God, go ahead.
You corrected me when we shared the same definition?
No. So I've already corrected you on this point. If you want to present evidence, go ahead.
On which point?
On pretty much everything you've said so far. So do you have any evidence?
Wow. What? First, if you offer the correction, I would like to know what you corrected.
Evidence. I've corrected you on everything you've said. You've been wrong. So do you have any evidence?
That's not true.
Stop. If you're just going to waste my time, I'm just going to mute you. So if you want to present evidence, go ahead.
Lie,
if you keep wasting, last chance. Present evidence. You're getting muted. Present evidence. Present evidence.
We're done.
No evidence. All right. You're muted.
be straightforward with you, T-Jump. I believe there's a God, but I don't think any evidence that I could provide you with would convert you to believing in a God. And that's my straightforward answer to you.
Yo, is T-Jump just like some YouTube wannabe?
All right, server muted. Bye-bye. 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 All right, yeah, I mean, if you don't say that you have evidence, then it's perfectly fine. Like, if you say, I don't, like, it's totally rational to believe in things just because you like them or that they make you happy, as long as you don't claim you have evidence. Like, it's irrational to claim you have evidence and to not actually have evidence. That's like a contradiction. So, but if you just believe because you want to believe or because it makes you feel good, that's fine. So if you don't have any evidence, that's fine as long as you don't claim you have evidence.
All right, so let me ask you this question. If tomorrow you had an experience where God appeared to you, and I'm not saying he's appeared to me, but this is a hypothetical situation, and he appeared to you, so he appears to you and you know that it's God. He somehow imputes that to you and you have a perfect knowledge that he exists. And you were put in front of a bunch of your atheist friends and they ask you for evidence that God exists. How would you provide that evidence to them?
Novel testable predictions. So I'd say that if you want to meet God, like for a good example would be is if I pray to a God, say, God, give me a gold brick, and a gold brick appears in front of me every time, I'd say that's good evidence of a God. So any kind of novel testable predictions.
Well, I'm just saying randomly he appears to you tomorrow.
Well, that wouldn't be evidence. I wouldn't believe that.
How would you provide evidence to your atheist friends that he exists?
That wouldn't be evidence for me. So that wouldn't be a reason for me to believe in God. That would just be a delusion, most likely.
How would it be a delusion if you could feel and touch him and know that he exists?
Because that happens all the time in bereavement delusions. So bereavement delusions are the fact that like 30% or 30 to 60% of people see and hear dead loved ones or imaginary friends all the time. It's just a thing that we know happens. That's not evidence that he's real. It's evidence of a certain psychological phenomenon we already know about. So in order to provide evidence that God is real, you would need novel testable predictions.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that if he did appear to you and he imputed to you with a perfect knowledge that it was him, you would still reject that.
Well, there's no such thing. You can't impute to you perfect knowledge. That's just a feeling you have. You feel like he's given you knowledge, but there is no such thing. You would need to provide evidence. Like an evidence would be novel testable predictions, and all evidence is possibly wrong. So there's no way for him to imbue perfect knowledge to you. All he can do is provide evidence. And so the evidence he provided would have to be novel testable predictions for it to count as a reason to believe he's not imaginary. And if he did that, then I would use the same novel testable predictions to indicate him to my other atheist friends.
And what if it, I mean, I don't understand, because if you didn't do anything but he appeared, how would you give a testable thing for an atheist to have it appear to him?
Well, if he just appeared to me, I wouldn't believe it. I'd believe it's a delusion. So the first thing is, if God appeared to me, I'm like, all right, give me evidence. And the evidence I would ask for is novel testable predictions. So then he would have to give me novel testable predictions. And if he could do that, then I would believe in him. And I would, in order to convince my atheist friends, he would have to give them novel testable predictions.
And what would you accept as testable predictions?
It could be anything that can predict the future of things we don't know about yet. So if I pray and gives me a gold brick, that's fine. Heal amputees, that's fine. Tell me the lottery numbers for the next 10 lottery things, that's fine. Tell me certain facts about the universe we don't know yet, that's fine. Like, I think the best evidence for God that I've ever seen is in Hinduism. The Hindu Bhagavad Gita predicted the age of the earth to be 4.3 billion years old. It's 4.5, but that's really close. So the fact that it accurately predicted the age of the earth 6,000 years ago is a good prediction that counts as evidence for their God. So if you just predict things in the universe, just like science does, and tells us things in the future we don't know yet, that is good evidence.
Wait, it predicted that the earth is 4.3 billion years old?
Yep, in the Hindu Bhagavad Gita, it literally says the earth is 4.3 billion years old.
It's a good dice throw.
How do we
so
know
it's
that
highly
wasn't added in later?
Because it's literally in the oldest manuscripts that we have that we can literally carbon date and show that they're really old. But it's most likely, I think it's just they got lucky. But So if they had a lot of those, that would be really good evidence. Like if they could predict a lot of facts about the universe, that would be really good evidence. The fact that it's just one means it's probably just lucky, but it's still better than anything in Christianity. Any other questions?
Can you explain the reality is reality in terms of not needing to explain everything? I know you've been challenged on that before, and you say,
I don't know what
well,
that
I don't
means.
have to explain that. I only have to. Well, I think ontology versus epistemology, I'm not sure. They start to. So you say, you've been challenged on it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll go back and find it and ask it again another time. But
yeah, I have no idea. Like,
yeah.
reality is reality, and reality is just all existing things. I don't know what the question is. What part of that is not making sense?
Well, it's not a common challenge you get, obviously. But you were challenged on it one time, and I thought it was an interesting answer, and I wanted to hear it again.
Well, Dark Dawkins said he doesn't like that answer, but no one's ever like brought up a challenge to it. They're like, what's the problem with saying reality is all existing things? It's just a definition. Like, there's not a problem here. Just when we use the word reality, we mean all existing things.
Right.
As a non-atheistic person, I can accept that. Reality is everything that exists.
Yeah.
As a theist, I don't have any problem with that definition.
Right, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem for anybody. I don't know what the challenge would be, other than Dark Dawkins doesn't like the answer. I don't know what it's a challenge. What could possibly challenge that?
Well, it was interesting because they said what was it? You didn't have a reason for it. Like, how do you know that it's nature or reality is reality? You say, I don't have to go to nature. It's just reality is enough, you said.
Yes, like it doesn't say anything about nature. There could be a supernatural, there could be an ubernatural, there could be a god, there could be multiple gods. Doesn't matter what exists. Anything could exist, and reality is still going to be reality. Like, the only way for reality to not be reality is if, like, there's a logical contradiction in reality or something, or things are actually non-existing, which doesn't make any sense. So there's not really a way to challenge that.
Would you agree, Jump, that reality is reality, but people's perception of reality is different than each other because we're not all the same person?
Sure, like we could all of our perceptions could essentially be wrong, like cogito ergo sum. Like all of our things could be wrong except the belief that you exist. That can't be wrong. But yeah, like what we think of as reality may not be, but this is just a question of ontology. It has nothing to do with what we know or what we believe. It's just literally just saying whatever exists exists.
Right. Yeah. That was it. That was the objection, that you couldn't ground it in anything. You said it didn't have to ground it. Reality is enough, I think, was the answer.
Yes.
It's that just, it exists is all that it needs.
Yeah, you don't need to ground existence. Like the fact that you exist shows that something exists, and you can just give a category for all equally existing things. We're going to call it reality. So you don't need to ground that with anything.
Yeah. And the only value of it is, I think you could call that A, and like a supernatural or a soul would be like outside of A, not A.
Wait, well, no, those would still be in reality. If a soul exists or the supernatural exists, those would also be existing things. They would exist.
If, but what if it doesn't? Like Harry Potter's wand.
Then they would be imaginary things, not real things.
Then it's outside. Right, so that's the value of that model for me. Just to say religion's outside of it. You know, as an atheist, you can use that as an internal critique to say, I'm not taking this. But that's another question. Atheism is obviously a colloquial term, but I find that its real meaning is inside an internal critique of some deistic religion or whatever. Outside that, it just vanishes to actually have a real meaning. You have to find some other meaning.
I don't think so. Like in philosophy, atheism means the belief God does not exist. That's typically the definition in philosophy.
There's
sure, but that's within a critique of a worldview, though. As soon as you leave that domain, and
no, it's literally just the position. I believe God does not exist.
What's
There's no
T-jump, lightning bolt? What is this?
Okay, well, Well, all I'm saying is if that religion did not exist, it wouldn't be a question.
Well, we may not have come up with the question, but it would still be a question ontologically, like whether or not a God exists, even if we never realized it, even if we never thought up the concept of a God. There's whether or not it exists is still a question.
Okay, it exists like two does. Two exists as well. Same as that question. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Well, I think God doesn't exist, so I think it's like a unicorn. Many philosophers think abstract objects exist, so I probably wouldn't go with two, but I understand your point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm giving them that.
I like to go with the idea of a person who believes in a single deity or multiple deities as a person who is a theist, and a non-theist would be a person who believes there are no deities. That is more easy to define than someone saying
well, I'm not sure if that works. So like you can be a deist and believe there is a non-personal entity that exists.
But that's still a God. That's a deity, right?
Yeah, that's...
You don't have to put him in a physical or limit him to a physical form,
so like
right?
theism is a personal God. Deism is an impersonal God. Doesn't care about you. Doesn't interact with you.
I don't disagree with that, but it is a deity, right?
Sure.
So a deist would be someone who believes in a deity or multiple deities. A non-deist would be someone who believes in no deities, period.
Sort of. But I mean, like there's other categories. Like you can believe the universe is divine. You can believe there's an essence of the divine. You can believe consciousness itself is fundamental and everything is divine. Like there's lots of different variations. Pantheism, panentheism.
But all those things would be associating whatever it is. Like, for example, the universe being divine would be the universe is God, or you would believe in a type of deity, not
because there's no consciousness there. So like naturalistic pantheism or different versions of pantheism is just that nature itself is divine. It doesn't have a mind of any kind. So there's no like personal or conscious agent there. So like many Native American religions believe nature is divine, or that Buddhism believes that the Dharma field is divine. It's not a mind. Anybody else got any questions? Interesting comments?
Do you accept the definition of pantheism that Wikipedia, the source of all truth, gives?
No, I prefer the one on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
I was just being sarcastic there. I hope you know.
Oh, could have been a legit question. So on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, they have a section on pantheism specifically, and my preferred version is naturalistic pantheism. It's the 6th section on that website page, and it says naturalistic pantheism is the view that there are no greater ontological commitments than that described by science, and so it's just essentially a naturalistic universe kind of a pantheism. But there's lots of different versions of pantheism, like Spinoza's and Einstein's pantheism.
Oh, sure.
I didn't know that it was different than that.
What? I couldn't hear you.
I say I didn't know it was different than that. The Spinoza is the natural pantheism.
Yeah, Spinoza, I don't think was the same as a naturalistic pantheist. He had his own strange version. He was a pantheist, but not a naturalistic pantheist.
I saw a little thing on the Pythagoreans the other day. And they're pretty extreme. Seems. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
What's an example of
weird,
what they
weird
did?
rituals. Oh, I don't know. They just had weird. They had a club and they had weird rituals. Like they couldn't touch the father beans or something, and that's how he died. He was running away or something, and he came to a field of father beans and he couldn't run through them, so they killed him. Stupid stuff. You'd have to see.
Weren't they
It
vegetarian?
was recent. See if I can find it. I'll look it up. It's not far back in my history. I can search. Maybe.
Yo, T-Jump, how you doing?
Hey, God, how's it going? Recognize that voice.
Still alive.
Hi, you just admitted God existed.
Yep, and it is that guy in the Discord server. That is the true God.
Thank you. I see you got yourself a nice shiny new room over here on the PNR server.
Yep.
Let's see, Black.
Oh, I can make. Where is God? I can make you a mod here. I think. I don't know how to do it.
Oh, that's up to Blackout. He's got that button.
You should make Concrete Plus a mod.
Sounds
no,
like
he's already muted Concrete.
That sounds like a great idea.
Thank you.
You gotta remember, T-Jump is really good at sarcasm.
Well, I was more sarcastic too, but I do.
I want to know what T-Jump's definition of sarcasm is.
Potatoes.
Did you just say potatoes?
Yes, that
Well,
is my
that's in the
definition.
Stanford Encyclopedia.
Correct. Is the Stanford Encyclopedia definition of sarcasm. Potatoes.
Awesome.
That's perfect.
Yo, T-Jump, I still need like an affiliate link to those bathtubs, dude. I'm trying to buy some.
Wait, you have an affiliate link to bathtubs?
Yes, I only sell bathtubs to my YouTube subscribers, so you have to either join my Patreon or join my YouTube, and then you get a secret link to buy bathtubs on my OnlyFans.
Is that another form of sarcasm in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy?
No, it's a potato.
I didn't even know OnlyFans was involved, bro.
Because I created the OnlyFans account. Like, Belle Delphine decided to sell like water, like bathtub water. I was like, no, I'm selling the bathtubs. Like, screw the water.
Should have had water and bathtubs. Then you got something to put in it.
I mean, water's valuable, and we're gonna need that when the zombie apocalypse comes.
When will that come? Does the Bhagavad Gita tell you anything about that?
I'm not too worried about it since I'm a blacksmith, so I'm pretty valuable.
Well, we'll be on to World War IV by the time 2024 comes around.
Philosophers will have no use in the zombie apocalypse.
Philosophers have no use in today's society, so.
Well, good point.
Of course, are you alive?
I found it. It was called
I could make
Step
spears
Inside
like
the
no one
Weirdest
else.
Cult in History. Sorry about that. I was looking for that documentary on Pythagorean, and it's called the Step Inside the Weirdest Cult in History.
Oh, for sure.
In the chat.
What's it on YouTube?
Yeah. It's on Pythagoreans.
I mean, I think he meant like what platform is the documentary on? Is it YouTube, Twitch?
Oh, it's YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah.
Live on Twitch 24 hours a day.
Okay.
Dude,
Does
you're
T-Jump
on
have a room?
Twitch
Look at that.
24 hours, dude.
Here we
What
go.
the hell is your problem, dude?
There we go.
Yo, T-Jump, are you dead
Enjoy.
ass on Twitch 24 hours a day, dude?
What? I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know. Somebody is slandering you, my guy. They said you're on Twitch 24 hours a day.
No, I said the documentary is on Twitch 24 hours a day. You weren't listening.
Oh,
Well, also T-Jump holds a reality
I don't listen
TV
to
show on
Mormons
Twitch.
usually.
I do. I hold a reality TV show. It's the life of T-Jump.
Don't you record yourself while you're sleeping too?
Of course. Like I need the dollar
How
bills,
is this
yo.
channel on the top, dude? If the channels are going by activity, this channel was just made.
Have you looked at the name of the channel?
They move, dude. They move, like based on like activity. That's what they said. That's what like Banshee said or something.
Yes, but this is a public figure, and it's T-Jump. Of course, it's gonna make it drop really quick. Instant.
So T-Jump, can you put a sub-channel for text in here, or do you not have that ability?
I don't know how to use Discord. The mods
There
here
is a
did it.
text channel.
Oh yeah, somebody said they did that, so there should be one. I don't know. I didn't do it.
Yeah, I just posted it. I put that YouTube video in there.
Awesome.
You want to be a president
called
in the United
T-Jump.
States?
Yes.
Is that just a meme, or do you actually want to be like a
Complete
you actually
legit.
want to be a president?
Complete legit. Yes.
Oh my gosh, you want to join the Freemasons?
Oh, another Iron Raw.
What a Freemason puppet we got right here, guys.
Freemason.
T-Jump, you're all watching, right? He wants to become literally a part of the pyramid, dude. But you're not
He'd
even
be better at it
top.
than Trump was.
You're not even gonna be on the top.
The pyramid dude? What's the pyramid dude?
Yeah,
The
Trump
pyramid?
did great
Okay,
at
so
being
basically
part
all
of
of us
the
Goyim are on the bottom of the pyramid, and basically they all look at us as like drones and slaves and useless, like trash holes. And
Alright, I want to bring evidence to T-Jump. T-Jump, if you look at your channel, I have evidence there that I am subscribed. I want your free tub subscription thingy.
dude, okay, I'm just saying, dude, like
Wait, they're not free. The tubs aren't free. Like I sell them. You have to buy them.
Don't
Free
have any
tubs.
power,
Yeah,
dude.
I never
They're
said the tubs are free, guys. I'm willing to pay big money for T-Jump tub.
It's okay. You gotta send me a message on my Patreon. That's how it works.
You just said if I was subscribed to your YouTube, are you changing it because I have it evidence?
It's like
come on, Leo,
join. You have
follow
to,
the rules.
You know, there's a difference between the join and subscribe on YouTube and Patreon. So you have to like join.
You did say join and subscribe, so I chose the subscribe part, and I've been subscribed for a little
I said
while.
join to YouTube or subscribe
Why
to
would I
Patreon.
subscribe to an atheist? That's like the worst investment.
I don't know.
I don't know. I think
Sounds like jump in the tub would be a good campaign.
I did it
Leo,
because what? Jump in the
If you pay a little extra, if you pay a little extra, you might get T-Jump's bathwater with the tub.
I would like to point out that Damon's in here. I would like to point out that Damon's in here, and he is the idiot.
Hey, T-Jump,
That's
can I give you a
the-
suggestion for a slogan for your bathtubs?
Go for it.
Rub-a-dub-dub, T-Jump's tubs.
Sounds good to me.
That's ass. Okay, anyways, dude.
Holy shit, my
Me
mind
and
is
Mole, you know, dude,
Thank
we're
you,
known
guys.
on the server for being bath babies, dude. We're in the bath all the time.
Is there a bathtub emoji? Can we make that the server emoji instead of the lightning
You
bolt?
can probably get your own like sticker or whatever. There's a lot of people on the server that have their own stickers, like
It doesn't allow
like
custom
Mom
stickers.
T.
You just have to pick one of the ones that are already there.
And like people have their own emojis. Just look at the emojis. There's a bunch of people.
I think those are the ones that are allowed by
My own
Discord. I don't
emoji,
think those
dude.
are.
I'm a legend, dude.
Don't think those are custom.
So do you support Ukraine?
Yes.
All right, good, dude.
Down with Russia.
Yeah, down with garbage Russia, dude. They don't support gays, and we should support homosexuality all across
I'm with
across
Russia.
the world because it's actually regenerate, not degenerate. Did you know this?
Yeah, homosexuality is definitely degenerate.
No, it's regenerate, dude.
God,
It makes you feel so good. It helps out
Okay,
society.
next
It's so
topic. Next
pure.
topic. Get muted. Don't care.
No sex talk. No sex talk, please.
You gotta save that for the
What do you think
speakeasy.
What do you think about the popes? Okay, there's like a pope, and did you see like the dance, like the dancing, like naked guys dancing by the pope? TJ.
I'm gonna mute you, dude.
Well, sorry, bro. It's not gay or anything.
Jeez. Don't everybody talk at once.
It ain't gay or anything. It's just a dance
Oh,
party.
for Christ's sakes, dude. Shut up.
Hey, T-Jump, don't feel too scared of the mute button because it only affects this channel.
Yeah,
So if you
Yeah,
mute
dude.
them in
I
here,
have
they can
to.
still talk in the other
Yeah,
part of
dude.
the server.
That
Thanks for
means
warning me. I appreciate you.
what's
Dude.
his
You're
name?
Good. You're a good guy.
The
So
1D
it's not
guy.
You
as
guys wanted
potent
a
as it is
definition
on the
of
other
sarcasm,
servers.
right?
That's safe to use. Yep.
How do I make God a mod here? I want you to do all of the work, so I don't have to do any of
You
the
can
work.
mute any member at any time for any reason.
Yes, but how do I make you like a mod or give you the role of mod?
Darth Vader. Ask
Say
him.
Jack's in the room. Jack has it.
If it's not Angstrom, it's not. Yeah.
Jack is deafened. He can't hear any of us.
Yep, I know.
Badly.
Jack! Jack! See, he can't hear it.
Anybody else got any arguments for God or philosophy or something? Something interesting?
Yeah, I mean, Steve McRae taught me all I know.
That is concerning. I think you may want to get a better teacher.
It was a joke.
Don't lie. You just, it's legit. You learned everything from Steve McRae. So all you know how to do is be like, atheism is not agnosticism. Haha.
What?
How not to make a business deal.
That was pretty.
Like for like 5 years, all Steve talked about was how atheism is not agnosticism because the philosophical definition is the philosophical definition. So there.
Yeah. Wow. He's still talking about it, by the way.
Yeah, I bet. But most of his content now is just drama.
Yeah, I know.
And it's all naturally occurring.
What a waste of time.
If I wasn't hypnotized by it, I would have turned it off. But I was kind of doing this thing, just relaxing, and it just went on. And I thought, okay, they're going to end this soon. No.
I don't know why he sucked
I
so
don't know
much.
if you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Anyway, it's not worth discussing, but you know what I'm talking about.
Well, there could be a God.
There could also be a magical leprechaun Sky Daddy too.
Yeah, but I don't think there's one of them either.
But it could be.
But there could be. I mean, how much like non-evidence can you have before like it means something? You know what I mean? Like, this is something I think about a lot. It's pretty stupid, but like, why is non-evidence not evidence for the non-existence of something?
Isn't
Like, if you never find any evidence, then how long should I search around?
Absence,
my whole life?
Absence of evidence is evidence of absence.
Can I say theism is true because there's no evidence for atheism?
Well,
according to them.
What does that mean, though? No evidence of non-God. That means there's evidence for God. Where is it?
Well, where's the evidence for no God?
Well, the evidence for no God is the fact that most ideas humans have are purely things they've made up in their imagination. They're false. They don't correspond to reality. So until evidence is provided that it's not just an imaginary thing, it's rational to conclude it's just an imaginary thing.
I'm not convinced.
I mean, I could see how that could be convincing.
Yeah, I mean, I like that T-Jump, but I kind of, that's why I listen to you sometimes. I do like that phrase that you come up with there. At the same time, like, some imaginary things end up being real.
Yep, but it's not reasonable to believe that they're real until independent evidence is found. All hypotheses start off as imaginary. Everything in science starts off as imaginary.
But wouldn't it be safe to say, Tom, that like until it's proven like for 100% that there is no God, that it's always going to be on trial up till then?
Well, nothing's ever proven with 100% certainty.
Yeah, I feel.
So like we can believe that the world is round and not flat, even though it hasn't been proven with 100% certainty.
Hasn't it? No, I guess not.
We could be we could be in the Matrix, and if we're in the Matrix, the world could actually be flat. So there's a 0.00 something.
No, the world that's in the Matrix, right, isn't flat though.
Right, but when they say that, they mean literally the actual existing planet, not necessarily just a representation of the planet.
Well,
so
what makes you think there's an actual planet? If
exactly, there may not actually be a planet at all. But if there was, and it was flat, then the flat earthers would be correct, and that would be a strange world.
But this is just the problem of solipsism all over
Yes,
again.
exactly.
Is there really, like, there's no, in philosophical papers and stuff, I mean, people that doing the work in philosophy these days, have they really, I mean, since really you can't get rid of the problem of induction, I mean, what's the fucking point? I mean, we're just spinning your wheels there talking about this stuff all the time.
Well, the fact that there are problems doesn't mean that you can't do things at all. So, like,
no, I mean, the thing of the sort of fundamental existence, like what is reality? Like, nobody's ever going to know because, well, we're just sort of stuck with our senses.
It doesn't follow. Like, we might actually discover some kind of new metaphysical evidence that we haven't discovered yet that can tell us about the fundamental nature of reality.
But then once we find the fundamental nature of reality, wouldn't it just sort of be turtles all the way down? What's the fundamental nature of that?
Well,
it's
once
kind of like,
metaphysical evidence would be evidence that can tell us this is the final fundamental thingy. So it'd be like a new kind of evidence that can answer that question and be like, there's nothing below this, and like prove it.
Yeah. I just don't know what that would be. So yeah, it's
Me
very
neither.
disconcerting in that sense. But it seems like it just seems futile is what it does. It just really does.
I don't think so. Like, we can definitely make progress towards things. Like, science works. We definitely make progress all the time. The fact that we don't have the ultimate answer doesn't mean it's futile to make progress.
Yeah, but science, right? Like, yeah, that's worth it. But like, philosophy is just sort of talking about ideas. Without the science, right? Philosophy is nothing.
Sort of, yeah. I'd say that science is philosophy plus a way to differentiate imagination from reality, where it's just pure philosophy is just thinking about thinking.
Yeah.
Somebody else had a question?
All right, I'm done. I got it all figured out now. Thanks.
Yep.
So you're saying science is part philosophy?
Sure.
I guess.
Yeah.
Hypothesis.
Yes. Well, science is built on philosophy. So philosophy is just any kind of thinking and producing methodologies, epistemologies, anything like that. Science is just that plus a very specific methodology that we have confirmed works. So all, like, religion is a philosophy. Voodoo is a philosophy. Science is just a philosophy plus a reliable method that's been demonstrated.
Isn't science just an epistemology?
Right, but there's...
Epistemology is philosophy, so that's a philosophy.
Yeah. There's different kinds of philosophical domains, though, and so I think the science one would be the math logic domain of philosophy, logic. And maybe, I don't know, science doesn't do morality, right?
Yeah.
I suppose it can, if it was doing soft sciences. It could, yeah. I'm just thinking, what would be a metaphysical discovery that wouldn't become physical once you discovered it?
Christianity is not a philosophy. They try to turn it into a philosophy.
Well, it is a philosophy, but so
hello,
metaphysics.
God haters. How's the God haters?
One sec. So metaphysics. Stop. I'm going to mute you. Stop. So metaphysics. You're about to get muted.
Shut up, grog pill.
All right. So, metaphysics is just the study of the fundamental nature of reality. It doesn't mean
that's a claim, sir. Can you justify that claim, sir?
I hate having to do all the muting myself. It's such a pain.
I wish that. Well.
So metaphysics is the study of the fundamental nature of reality. It doesn't need to be beyond physics. It can still be physical. Like, the fundamental nature of reality could be quantum fields or something. And then once we understand that and understand those relations, that would be metaphysics. So metaphysics doesn't necessarily mean beyond physics. That was just like the original usage of the word back in Plato's time.
Yeah, gotcha.
I hear you said that you wanted God 420 to be a room mod.
Yes, because he's a mod in my Discord, so he's relatively trustworthy.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and make a mod. If Blackout wants to change that, then he can do that later.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yep.
Anybody else got questions, comments, evidence of God? Why Darth is dumb?
I think science science is mainly used to enslave humanity. And so, I don't know, it's pretty gay.
Say that again?
We live in a scientific dictatorship, and I hate science. Like they use science to enslave us, so science sucks.
How does science enslave you?
Aldous Huxley wrote a book about it called Brave New World. Bertrand Russell wrote The Impact of Science on Society, or The Scientific Outlook, talk about these things.
Yeah, but I'm looking for like the argument. What argument did they provide that science enslaves us?
I don't know about an argument. Aldous Huxley, he just thought that the trend was towards scientific. He thought that the future would be scientific dictatorships, right? That's what he wrote. Brave New World.
What is it? What is a scientific dictatorship? Is this like a technocracy kind of a thing?
Yeah, like a technocracy. Yeah.
Well, we've already been in that. So like the societies that take over are the ones that get the new technology. Like once people got guns and cannons and things, they took over all the places that didn't have guns and cannons. So as soon as you get the correct technological advantage, you take over for sure.
Yeah, science sucks. We should have abandoned science.
Well, it's not a bad thing. Like having new technology saves lives, which is good.
But it's overall bad.
How is it overall bad? Because it seems overall good.
Well, because it's mainly technology is being used to enslave us.
Well, mainly it's being used to save our lives. So like the life expectancy is triple what it used to be. Our freedoms are significantly greater than what they used to be. People don't have to work. People can make YouTube videos, play video games. You're not being controlled by science. Really? You're given freedom. Yes.
You should read Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era by Zbigniew Brzezinski.
I've read lots of books. They don't change anything. What's the argument that you think will change
what you said is horseshit and wrong.
Okay, but how is it wrong? Like, do you have an argument?
Because like people like Zbigniew Brzezinski, like he said, and Aldous Huxley, they said like technology was the biggest threat to our liberty. And you're saying technology is giving us liberty. That's the total opposite.
Yes, so they're wrong. Reality. I'm right.
So what you're saying? No, they're not wrong. You're an idiot.
Okay, prove that they're not wrong.
You're telling me you read those books.
They're fucking intellectuals, and you're a jackass.
Pathetic.
Well, yes, I am a jackass, but I'm still right.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a jackass, but I am right.
You're not right.
Okay, how am I not right?
Because people who are better than you disagree with you.
Well, no one's better than me, so that's not true.
You don't understand the books is the problem.
No. Well, I mean, it's clearly this guy doesn't understand much, but that's obvious.
Yeah.
Brzezinski, they're better than you in every like criteria and metric that there is.
J.R.R. Tolkien is better than you,
should
and
probably, like,
he said that elves talk, therefore you're wrong.
And not you.
Well, Jesus is better than you, and he wrote to sell all your possessions and pick up your cross and follow him, so you should sell all your possessions and take up your cross and follow him. Anybody else got anything?
What are you talking about, Tom?
Mostly just trolling. That it seems to be the pattern we're going with here. Trolls trolling. What about you? How are you doing, Brenda?
I'm okay, but I'm hunting for you.
Oh yeah?
I'm hunting. I'm gonna find a point where I disagree with you, and then I'm gonna crush you. Gonna crush you.
Is this thing named after Donald Trump?
What thing?
No, T-Jump, not T-Rump.
So Tom, I agree with you on virtually 99% of your stuff. However, there are things I might disagree with you, and I might in the future come after you. I might come after you. But if I do, it's nothing personal. It's simply business.
I am totally okay with that. I get all of my money from people disagreeing with me and me yelling at them on the internet, so I'm totally happy with that.
So can any of these people prove disembodied minds are what created the universe? Do we have any theists? Do we have any theists?
We had like 2, but I had to mute them because they were saying gibberish.
I am a theist.
One
Can
of
you hear
them
me?
is called 1D. One of them is called 1D, so you might understand.
How can we have disembodied minds?
Hello?
Because there's a past. Like the universe won't be able to have a past without a disembodied mind to contain it.
Cool. What's the argument for that?
We do have mindless bodies.
The past doesn't exist in the natural world.
What? The past?
The past doesn't exist in the natural world. It only exists in the mind.
No, have you heard of B theory of time? It's literally a physical thing.
Yeah.
It's past and the
If
present.
you believe in B theory of time, then pedophiles don't exist.
Oh, prompt to Nephilim Free is here, Mr. Jump.
Hey,
If you're going to argue B theory of time, then pedophiles don't exist, and like we can all just have sex with children.
What?
God, can you mute?
What?
Can you mute the trolls?
Are you okay, buddy?
Can you do your fucking job, please?
Oh, just another troll.
Just another troll.
Tom Jump, Nephilim Free is in here. Nephilim Free, go ahead and inform us how the universe, the world, is only 6,000 years old.
Sure, the Earth is covered with 1,800 meters from the average of sedimentary strata, which have fine, distinct boundaries.
Fell right into his trap.
And which are have particle size
Bent
fluctuation,
rocks.
and that can't be produced by long-term deposition.
Oh, yeah, it cannot. Yeah, you're right. God made it.
No, it was the magical leprechauns. The magical leprechauns.
Oh,
did
yeah,
it.
that too.
Mountain ranges, which are
Have you seen the picture?
Mountain ranges which are inverted and curved prove the sedimentary strata were produced
Inverted and curved?
No.
Sedimentary strata, yeah.
You hold any degrees in geology, Nephilim?
I have a degree in
No,
geology from every
geologists go learn with him.
Yeah.
Actually, he's the
can you post a
dispenser of
picture?
Geology.
Sure, be happy to.
Yeah. Can you post a picture of the bent rocks?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of information.
Actually,
just put it in the chat.
There's
put a
a
little
few
blurb
other
below
words
it or
you can
whatever.
use instead of bent. They use the word bent because it has a certain implication to it. But if you put anything like that under enough heat and pressure, you will get a malleability out of it.
But it has to be 10 to 20 kilometers down inside the Earth for that to happen.
So, wouldn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It
What's
does
the big
matter
deal?
because many mountains weren't formed from deep inside the Earth. They were the surface of the Earth that was uplifted.
And guess what? If you're down a kilometer, you're plenty far enough down.
But they can't have started from a mile down.
More than far enough down.
Why not?
But the mountains I'm speaking of weren't a mile.
Did they form in a global flood, Neff? Is that how the mountains formed?
They were formed by pressure in the continent as the continents were moving.
They must have moved pretty fast.
They did.
Wow.
He's showing them, aka folding rock formations that are formed when continents collide,
I'll
literally.
show you a picture that proves my point. Something that cannot be produced by long deposition.
If they move so fast, wouldn't the Earth be molten for a very long time?
Millimeters a year don't count as high speed there, Nephilim Free.
The Earth is covered with water, which is a coolant. Why would there be so much heat?
It was
The mountains you're
kilometers a
looking at
day.
right now is
You're underestimating how hot it would be.
No, you're overestimating a ridiculous amount of heat that just wouldn't be generated
No.
by sediments.
And Nephilim, if I send 3,000 horsepower into our dyno unit, it gets hot very quickly.
So these,
if I send 50 horsepower into it, I could run it all day.
The mountain ranges in my photograph that I'm showing you here were the surface of the Earth that was uplifted.
It is moving slowly. Very, very, very
And
slowly.
all the strata
Millimeters a year at max.
When you stop talking over other people
That's a fact.
Are you done? Okay. So you can see the sedimentary strata going deep into the Earth from the surface of the Earth, which is now a mountain. Now, Rock doesn't bend at surface temperature. It has to be 10 to 20 kilometers down for that to happen by heat and pressure. It won't deform. It's called ductile deformity, right? So this mountain range was the surface of the Earth, which was pushed up on both sides of the valley. Now, rock doesn't bend, so the curvature of these mountains, which is solid rock now, had to be moist in sediments all the way through when they were uplifted. And if all of those geologic strata were once soft and moist, you could reach down and make a mud cloud out of them all the way through.
Soft and moist.
That means all
Actually,
years of time
most minerals, when heated, can turn plastic, aka move or flow.
That means
Almost all minerals.
Years that made them are imaginary.
So that's how those rocks are in the shape. Heat,
yeah,
pressure.
but then they would be
No,
igneous.
they weren't
Wouldn't be sedimentary.
They're not sedimentary though. The rocks that
they
he's
are.
pointing
Those
at,
are
they're not
sedimentary.
actually sedimentary rocks. Some of them.
Those
They
are
are.
sedimentary mountains.
Those
You
would
see the
those would be
sedimentary
more like old ocean floors.
So
Possibly.
because this mountain was curved and it's solid rock today, it concreted after it had formed. It was soft, malleable material when it formed.
Well, Neff, if you manage to publish an academic paper and convince the consensus of geologists, then I will take that seriously.
I don't need to. I've just proved it to you.
No,
Yeah.
you proved your
The
opinion, but
Academy
you
of
would need
Science
hold
needs to
up.
go to Nephilim and learn.
Hold up. So, if you would like to prove that, you would need to give it to a field of experts who understand the field, who can evaluate it and know that you're not making stuff up.
I
So,
don't need to appeal to people who think like you to prove it.
Yeah.
well, no, you need to
Then
appeal
why
to
are you talking
experts.
to us?
Experts who actually know what they're talking about.
Think the way you do to prove it.
Well, it's not. They don't think the way I do. They just understand the field.
I just proved it with one photograph.
Well, no, you could
He
be
changed the course of
misunderstanding
science,
something.
yeah.
You could be
If I
misunderstanding
did
the
prove it,
field.
Then tell me how this mountain becomes curved when solid rock won't bend its surface.
Well, that's why you
Think
need to.
unicorns.
Well, that's why you need to present it to the experts
Just
because they
me
can
if
tell
I'm
you.
wrong. How is it possible
No,
for
no,
solid
that's
rock
why you need to
bend?
ask the experts who actually know what they're talking about.
Well, the experts have spoken. Rock becomes deformed at 10 to 20 kilometers down.
Well,
But
the
these
experts say
mountains were
that
formed
everything
from
in young Earth creationists say is wrong. That's what the experts say.
These mountains were formed from the surface of the Earth, T-John.
Okay,
not
well,
from 10 to
then you need to bring that up with the experts because they say everything you're saying is wrong.
Can you explain to me how?
So you just follow what other people tell you. That makes you a mindless slave and a zombie.
Can you tell me how it's
No,
possible?
I trust the experts in fields where you're bringing up scientific expertise is required to understand it.
Just tell us. If I'm wrong, you can't tell me how I'm wrong.
Appeal to authority fallacy.
No, appeal to authority is only fallacious. Appeal to authority is only fallacious if they're not actual authorities. Geologists talking about geology are actual authorities, so it's not a fallacy.
It is when it's actually a controversy.
T-John,
No,
you
that's
saying
not how it works.
Not a controversy.
T-John, you saying I'm wrong
Yeah,
without
it is.
being able to explain how I'm wrong is a
Well, no. I said that if you think you're right, you need to publish your data in a science. Wait, hold up. One sec. Let me finish. One sec. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. So, if you think you're right, you need to present your information to the field of experts who can evaluate your data and tell you why you're wrong. I don't need to. So if you think you're right. Wait, hold up. You're interrupting again. Neff, you're interrupting. So if you think your data is correct, you need to present it to the experts and they can evaluate it and tell you why you're wrong. I don't care because I know you're wrong and it's a waste of my time.
Right. So
Yeah, you're set in your ways, you're biased, and you're ignorant.
He can't tell me how I'm wrong, and that's his
Well,
evidence.
no, I just don't need to. It's just a waste of time. Like if
so
you
I don't
think you're
need to.
right, you need to present your data to.
Get your notepad and take notes, and I'll teach you.
No, you can't teach me
Accurate,
anything.
explain why you're right.
You need
don't
to
know. You're not an expert.
present.
You
I
have no
already have
degree.
explained how.
No, Neffy, you need to present your
Sharing it
data
on
to
the
the
screen right now.
experts.
See, this is folds, faults, and rock formation from the University of Houston. They say rock under low confining pressures at near the surface of Earth's surface, therefore generally deformed through fracturing and faulting. Rocks deep within the crust under high confining pressure deformed by folding.
Neff, all of the science you say is wrong. If you want to convince
Here's
anybody,
another.
you have to publish a scientific paper in a
Here's another
scientific journal.
source. This is from Columbia
It doesn't matter. Anything you say scientifically, you're a young Earth creationist. It's wrong. You need to present it to the scientific consensus and they can evaluate it.
Deeper than 10 to 20 kilometers, the enormous lithostatic
You repeating
stress.
yourself is not going to make you any less wrong, Neff.
They say they're talking about rock undergoing deformity. This occurs at the lower continental crust and in the mantle.
I don't know why you keep saying things that are wrong and then expect them to stop being wrong. So
That's
You can
10 to
watch
20
rocks being
kilometers
formed on the surface of the Earth. You can go to Hawaii and watch
down.
it
So that's
happen in real
10 to
time.
20
Yeah, I've
kilometers
seen it
down, right?
formed. I've
So
watched that. That's
That's
beautiful.
what your experts say, 10 to 20 kilometers down. And
No, you're wrong, T-Jump.
Are we
Sorry.
we still talking about the bendy
Nephilim.
rocks?
The bendy rocks.
He's,
Oh my.
he's being all erratical here because it's obvious this stuff is happening as shallow as half a kilometer.
And yet, this material was the surface of the Earth when it was uplifted and deformed.
Can you hear me?
all right, well, if you can convince the scientists in the field, good, then that'll be evidence. Until then, it's just you making stuff up.
Well, give it a shot, T-Jump. Try finding a way to explain how I'm wrong.
I don't need to. I don't need to prove you wrong, Neff. You need to prove yourself right. You have the burden of proof.
To refute T-Jump. See, that's the way it is every time you debate him. I don't need to tell you any evidence or arguments. I just have to say you
No, Neff, you need to provide evidence for your claims, and for your claims to be evidence, you need to give them to the expert.
The lamest debater there is in the atheist world. Because he doesn't actually give an argument for a damn thing.
Then why did you show up if you knew that ahead of time?
To make him do this.
Nephilim, why are you being so blasphemous?
You got
why
it.
are you being so blasphemous as to
Nailed it.
swear,
Bye.
Nephilim? He doesn't like being called blasphemous.
Where did he say his degree was from again?
He lied.
I
He,
didn't
just
catch
said
it.
he has all degrees in all things.
Yeah, he says he has all degrees in all
okay.
things.
Bendy. I love the bendy rocks.
He doesn't respect people who have degrees, apparently.
Did you guys break the chew toy? Come on.
That's what they're there for.
Yeah. Just go a little easy on them, then it lasts a little longer.
You guys are all jerks. I was going to point out, like, the blaringly obvious problem in his logic, and it's called erosion. Like, no joke, he's talking about these rocks and saying they're surface rocks. No, they're not surface rocks. They're from underground. Erosion just, like, wore away layers, and there you go. Sorry. Like, literally 1 point, and it shuts down his entire argument. And I just got free right when he left. Fuck.
That would not have shut down his argument. He would just continue debating. The correct way to debate Nephilim is say, okay, present that in a scientific journal, and if you can convince them, that's fine. Then all right, I'll accept it as evidence. I'll wait for you to do that.
I don't know how you get a Jupiter in 6,000 years.
Magic.
God farted it out. That's how.
Oh, okay. Got it. Oh, it's gaseous. So there's credibility.
It is true. That's how I did it. I had a horrible case of gas one day after beans, and I
unicorn farts.
I don't even think you get a Uranus with that amount of time. Oh my! There's another one. Okay, I'll be quiet.
The Earth is not flat.
Welcome, Lemon. How are you doing? Is he here?
It's just a soundbite.
Oh. Darn, I got excited.
Angels, goddamn it!
I asked him about the 15 degree per hour drift.
Angels, you know he trolls around here. That could have been him.
Bit?
I had to actually look.
Did you pee yourself again a little bit, Milk?
With excitement.
Oh, he's so much fun. Oh, he's fun. It's my favorite clip.
Where the hell is morality coming from?
He's worse than
Explain all social science and biology to me in 5 minutes, or you're wrong.
If it's complicated, how could it be true?
The really fun thing with Lemonbird, that's how I know him, is Lemonbird or Aubrey de Grave or some other. He goes by Fifth.
You pronounced it right. Yeah, it's Fifth.
One thing you can get him, ask him if you get a chance, ask him if when you go higher in the atmosphere, if the moon gets bigger or smaller, and then be prepared. Put your helmet on because you might desk crash your head too hard. Because he has a really interesting idea about how things like perspective works. It's like nothing you've ever heard in your life.
Did you hear about the corridor?
Oh, fuck me with that fucking...
Where it goes down?
Yes.
I believe I debated him once.
That's got to be a physical sort of maybe congenital thing, right? Because if you look at a corridor and you can't figure it out, there's something really wrong with your wiring, right?
I think he's just artistically using it for a jumping off point as a frame because it gets really strange because the floor comes and meets the ground and then it kind of twists around and the point and comes back and then you come around the other side of the earth. I don't know. It's complicated.
Okay, so either he's just being trolling or he's like got some sort of visual dyslexia of some kind. Because I could almost feel sorry for people if they have something wrong with how their visual cortex actually works, and they can't see things in a way that is fundamentally different from everybody else. I could be sympathetic towards that. No. But if they're just
no, I
assholes.
think even a blind no, a blind person would understand a corridor better than that.
Okay.
The way to think is everybody has some kind of issue that's preventing them from accepting the truth.
Look, I posted a picture in T-Jump's text chat. Next time you talk to physicists, just ask them, what the fuck's lighting the bottom of those clouds?
What?
What the hell's lighting the bottom of those
truth
clouds?
Of what?
Look in the T-Jump text channel, T-Jump.
I'm playing a
video
game.
Talk to physicists about flat Earth. You just got to ask
Do
them.
we have another flat earther besides physicists in here right now?
Is flat earther in here?
No.
This flat earth is garbage.
Where the hell
new
is
T-Jump room? This is a new development.
Right?
Hey, Blackout. May I ask you to do me a tiny favor?
He may not be here.
Yeah, might be AFK. That happens.
T-Jump here right now? T-Jump, congrats on getting your own room.
Thank you. I had to bribe like many different people.
We won't ask what the contents of the bribes were. We'll keep that on the down low.
I'm not gay, but $50 is $50.
I still say it has something to do with
Patreon.
You're getting 50?
Hey, you told me you were a gay, but
Andrew,
you guys are getting paid?
What was going on? I tried to, like.
Yeah, you missed it. He just ran Nephilim out of the room. And Concrete's been muted
Wait,
twice.
Concrete.
Wait, am I in the wrong room?
I think you got back in the wrong room, Concrete, yeah.
This is T-Jump's room, Concrete. Welcome.
Yeah.
Concrete, whatever room you're in is the right room.
He's gone. He ran away.
No, he didn't run away. He's just getting torn apart down in the Truth Seeker. So I guess he wanted to go back there and keep getting ripped in here.
Oh, I see him down there now.
I got Christians that can do this for me. Oh no.
He got really mad at me, Jack, when he brought up the whole because he does this all the time. He flips around on his use of popularity as like some kind of justification, validation of things.
Yeah, it's like the evidence is that because of its popularity, it's added to the well-being of humanity. So there's therefore truth behind it. I don't know.
He was lambasting Calvinism because he says, well, a smaller amount of people believe Calvinism. I'm like, wait a minute, dude. In Christianity, it talks about the gate being narrow, that the actual number of people that are going to make it to heaven get through.
So back when Jesus was around, if there's only 9 disciples or whatever, does that mean Christianity's false because only 9 people believe it?
Exactly. I mean, and you can't know relative to the total population of humanity. You can't know how big or small the number of people, if there are a number of people that are going to be saved, quote unquote. You couldn't know what the ratio of those two numbers would be. So using any argument, using any argument about the size of the number of people that believe a certain thing as pointing to it being valid or invalid or beneficial or not beneficial, it's just going to be a meaningless argument.
Well, it just seems easy to point out that most people aren't Christians, and even within Christianity, there's the Catholics who don't get included by the Protestants, and
Yep.
Mormons and JWs.
Oh, we listen to them condemn each other to hell all day long here. It's just always a giant shit show.
You could almost argue that every Christian has a different view of God.
Each one a pope unto themselves.
In the YouTube chat, people are requesting that Tom dye his hair pink.
Yep. Someone paid me to do that when I get to 10,000.
Nice.
Subscribers?
Yep.
Okay.
There's lots of shades of pink. You could make it quite, you could make it quite if you want.
I know what's even worse though.
Shall I advertise your channel on T-Jump? See if we can get you up there on PewDiePie.
Sure.
Tom is not going to object to free advertisements. So what would be even worse would be blonde tips, like an 80s raver. Blonde tips, yes.
Oof.
What about the Justin Bieber hairdo button pink?
There you go. Well, Tom is not a lesbian, so no, that wouldn't be appropriate.
Hey,
you talking about frosted tips?
Yeah, frosted
tips just screams midlife crisis. I mean, that's just.
Yeah, that hurts Ellen. That hurts Ellen.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I will do anything for money.
Ellen, I saw the latest video with you and J. Robin.
No,
I have a suggestion. Since clearly making fun of the username is on the table, call him Gay Throbbin from now on.
There you go.
Gay Throbbin.
That's very clever.
I'm saying he puts the option on the table. It'd be a shame to waste it.
Gay Throbbin.
Love that. I'm gonna remember that.
Shit.
Maybe we didn't come up with that sooner.
Yeah, that's a 3-pointer. Right there.
Nice.
Is he up here or is he ran away like a coward?
Who?
Concrete, what's up, man? Why you mad?
Is T-Jump here or did he run away like a coward?
This is his room.
I crushed you, dude.
Is he here or is he?
He's right
T-Jump,
there.
Are you here?
He's right
Are
there.
you
run away from his own
you
room?
here to have a combo or are you gonna run away again, T-Jump?
Hey, Concrete, how thick are you?
Concrete's a little
Look
butter.
down below.
Don't ask personal questions about my penis.
Look down below.
Don't ask personal questions about my penis.
Just a couple members of Blackout. You'll see T-Jump.
Yeah, I'm asking if he's at his computer, weirdo. I know he's in the room.
Oh yeah,
electronically.
Clearly, I'm at my computer.
Yeah, so T-Jump, are you gonna run away, or are we gonna resume our conversation?
Well, can you present an argument this time?
I could have done it. I could have presented an argument now.
Well, I muted you because you didn't do it. Like that was the point.
No, you muted me because you wanted to chastise
I'm gonna
me.
mute you again unless you can present an argument.
I know, because you're a coward.
I'm literally asking you to present an argument, and you're not doing it. So,
are you pretending that you don't know the arguments for the existence of God? Is that now what we're doing?
I know them all, and I know why they're all wrong. So tell me one, so I can tell you why it's wrong.
So you know there's evidence for the existence of God.
No,
you don't
I know.
like it.
Well,
now what? Where do we go from here?
So I can prove all of them wrong. So there is no evidence. So I know them all. I know they're all wrong. Yes.
Prove the Kalam wrong, as presented by William Lane Craig. Go ahead.
Oh, geez.
Okay. Kalam by William Lane Craig is that anything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe has a cause. The universe has the the universe began to exist. The universe has a cause. That's fine. It's not a god. Then William Lane Craig adds 3 other premises, which are whatever created the universe is spaceless, timeless, and immaterial. The only things that are spaceless, timeless, and immaterial are minds and abstract objects. That premise is false. Minds are not spaceless or timeless or immaterial, and the only things that are quantum fields. Therefore, by the Kalam, the only thing that can qualify as a creation of the universe is a quantum field.
Okay, great. So, is the quantum field a fact of life, or is it a theoretical position?
It's fact of life. We have proven quantum fields are real.
Oh, okay. So basically, you're saying that you can't be wrong about quantum field.
No.
Oh, which one is it? This is crazy. Which one is it?
It has been empirically, scientifically demonstrated to exist.
Okay.
So it's a fact, but it doesn't need to be 100% certain to be a fact.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Let me look up the definition for fact. Let's see if that's the case.
You might want to skip to the definition of fallibilism. Fallibilism would be a good place to start.
I found that theists really love
a thing that is known a thing that is known or proved to be true.
Yes.
So when you say so if you prove something to be true,
no, wait, known. Wait, go back. Whoa, go back.
Later
Hold up,
proven.
bro.
Why are you over talking, bro?
Because you skipped.
You're gonna
part.
mute me because you're mad.
Hold up.
I can arrange for that.
Read the definition again. Read the definition again.
His minion?
Read the definition again.
Are you his minion?
Bro, definition. Read the definition of fact again.
Why?
Because you skipped over the first 3 words.
Wait, how do you know which definition I'm reading? What are you talking about?
Because you read it. You literally read it, and then you ignored the first part of what you read.
How do you know that?
Because you literally just read it 5 minutes ago.
How do you know what I'm referencing right now?
Stop running, Concrete. Stop
How do you know I'm not?
Why are you running, bro? Why are you running? Are you scared? Are you scared, bro?
How do you know I am not offering it from recollection?
That's fine.
Why do you
That's fine.
Round and round the bush.
Offer it from recollection.
Round the bush. Round the bush.
I'm gonna go find the definition. Yeah, I read the definition.
Go for
and
it.
then I committed it to memory. And then I
Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Give it the definition again. You don't have to read it. Just give it again.
Why? Just tell me why.
Because the first part of your definition was to know something or to have proved something. The to know something, we know quantum fields exist because knowledge does not require certainty. Knowledge does not require certainty.
Look, bro. So when we're talking about facts, we separate that from opinion.
Sure.
Opinions are things that are subjective. We take facts to be objective.
Yes, I agree.
So if these are mind independent realities,
yes, quantum fields are mind independent objective facts.
Then that means that 100% agreement.
No,
with the existence of
no. Remember, hold up. I'm trying to explain.
Independent. Hold on, bro.
Hold up.
It can't be in. All right. So you're gonna overtalk. You're not gonna let me ever get any of my points out, and then you're gonna claim victory because I've never actually gotten one single point out.
I can't claim victory yet because I haven't explained to you what you're saying is wrong yet. So as you said in your definition, hold up. You said to know something, like a fact is something we know. Knowledge is a justified true belief. Do we have a justified true belief that quantum fields exist? Yes, so we know it.
Okay, so whatever philosophical definition you use for knowledge, and whichever one philosophical definition you want to use for fact, I'm just going to appeal to the colloquial understanding of a fact, and you're going to be in contention with that. So what you've done is you've hijacked.
So you said to know a fact is something to know something, bro. Right? That's the colloquial definition.
Bro. Come on, man! I'm starting to see a pattern here, bro.
Well, I already see a pattern in what you're doing, and it's dumb shit. So we know quantum fields exist. That we have a justified true belief.
Are you going to allow me to get a point out?
Only if you can actually make it coherent.
I don't care. Look, when you take your philosophical understanding or your definition for knowledge, and then you superimpose it on our colloquial understanding of facts, that is you, like I would say, commingling and conflating two different concepts for your benefit.
You guys aren't even talking about the argument anymore. You guys are talking
about.
This is what he does. He's just a troll, but yeah.
Why are you over talking me, bro?
This is what they do.
We're not talking about the philosophical consideration for knowledge. We're talking about the way we understand it in an everyday parlance. So when we talk about a fact, something that is known, that is just saying that it is apprehended to you, that is cognizant to you about something that is in reality with 100% certainty.
No one agrees with that definition.
Yes.
No,
that's not true at all. What the thing you do is
hold up, bro.
It's the same
is
thing we
is
say,
the world round a
bro,
fact?
Come on.
Come on, bro. I'm gonna mute you, bro. Is the world round? Is that a fact?
He's gone. He's gone, Tidro.
Oh no, I'm so sad.
Yeah, Concrete's a gish galloper. Concrete's a gish galloper. He can't engage in dialogue.
I like how half that was just him complaining about being persecuted.
He was doing the same thing in the other threads. Like he just waits until he's muted and then he just dips.
Luca, you have a new currency you're in competition with.
Not for long.
Do you have some maniacal economic strategy in play about to be put in play?
Nah. Just a market prediction.
Sounded beautiful, T-Jump.
What sounded beautiful?
They have to run from everything.
Yeah. Not a lot of serious conversations on the Discord debates, unfortunately.
Yeah. Luca always runs from me with the mute button.
I mute you because you're like a deeply retarded person and your voice is hideously annoying. That's why I mute you. I'm surprised I don't have you on local mute right now. Let me fix that.
So you're gonna start muting people.
That's better.
Breaking the rules. Well, Blackout is in the server room with you.
So
hey, Luca, do we have a graphic representation of what a Stanford coin would look like?
Yes. Well, Stanford what?
Yeah, it's the logo for the channel.
Oh, gotcha.
It's pretty expensive printing colored coins, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Coin.
Coins of color, please. Come on.
Coins
of
color.
Sorry, my racist bad.
Enricus is a racist.
We are the colored coin delegation.
T-Jump, if you could help me out. When I first saw your name just now, with the channel, I was like, oh, that kind of sounds familiar. I was trying to think of the theist because a long time ago I watched one of your videos. I think it was just one of them. You may have debated a couple times, but it's the father and son. You and the other guy. What's his name?
Stuart and Cliff Knuckle.
Stuart, that's right. Cliff, yeah, Stuart and Cliff, that's right. Yeah, I was just having a hard time remembering what their name was. Oh, okay, that's right. How many times did you debate them?
So there's two brothers and the father, and I've debated each of them a total of like 4 times, I think.
Yeah, I would need to check out the other ones. I saw one with you and Aaron. Is that his name? One guy.
RN, like the letter RN, like prescription RN.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I would need to watch.
They are Knuckles heads.
They are what?
Knuckleheads. They are knuckleheads.
Knuckleheads. Yeah, good one.
The video to really watch is his debate with Nomad. Curtis Page. For a real shot of insanity.
Yeah, I would need to look at him again. It's been a while.
Also, he debated a Thomist who claimed that electrons were conscious, or something like that.
Sounds like a David Chalmers disciple.
Not that good.
Yeah, but for future reference, if you ever get into it, like any of these atheists will tell you in here, concrete probably isn't the most ideal person to attempt to have a real conversation with. I mean, I like him in a way, but at the same time,
that's true. He doesn't really come in the debate. He just likes to play the dozens. So
Yeah. No, he's just like a cheese.
So if you're not into talking shit, it's not going to last very long.
No, he's just a vocal cheese grater, man. He's got like one of those voices that after a while your ears just start to bleed. I don't know why.
Hey, T-Jump, you want to have your conversation with him?
Her body.
It's more ear person than that.
This is
her body, something like that.
T-Jump, you're not familiar with the lore of a lot of the old community that's represented here, are you? Probably a lot of it's going to be new.
No, I don't do that kind of stuff. I have no interest in lore.
Well, you're going to run into it. If you're in here for any amount of time, you're going to run into it.
So what's the moral thing for Moses to kill
it just
that
happens.
Egyptian?
What was
that? In fact, it's already happening.
I was just asking any Christian in the room, was it a moral thing for Moses to kill that Egyptian?
Which Egyptian?
In the Bible, the book of Exodus.
I don't remember Moses killing anybody.
The one that was like beating a slave, and that's why he like left the palace, I guess.
Yeah.
Was that moral? I mean, I think that in my view, I think that like all killing is immoral, but it could be tolerated or justified according to the situation. We live in a fallen world, so we sometimes are forced to have fallen actions.
God morality is situationalist? Is that it?
It's not what I said.
Well, you said all killing is immoral, right?
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
So it was a moral thing for Moses to do at the time. Like he violated Egyptian society by killing the Egyptian.
It was a righteous. Yeah, it was a righteous smiting. I love that word.
I guess.
Yeah.
The Egyptian was smiting a Hebrew, so Moses smote the Egyptian.
What I'm trying to say is because I look at this context as broader, even being in self defense and stuff. Because I take like a pacifist route, or I try to for the most part, and I think that all killing isn't good. Like I can't ever point to any killing and say yes, this was good. Like if I even say defended, let's go into a quick scenario. Defended my family. A guy comes to my house. He's gonna kill or rape somebody, whatever. And if I knock him out and his head bounces off the linoleum floor and he dies, I wouldn't want like a pat on the back, like, oh, that's a good thing. It was good.
You should get a pat on the back for that, for defending your family.
No. So I agree. I agree that
the only difference
hold on one sec. So I agree that killing is immoral. Any death that is non-consensual is immoral, but that would include like if a god drowned millions of babies or sent bears to kill children. Those are also immoral. So anytime God kills anybody, that's also immoral. Would you agree to that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that throughout history, obviously, there's going to be things like you're saying, and things about what Moses would be. That example, as humans, we live in a fallen world and are forced at times to make fallen actions. And I'll never say that it's good. Like it's a good thing.
Well, I'm asking like if God kills someone, God is immoral. That's bad for God to kill anyone.
No, because even again, we look at the Canaanites, a lot of different examples. You can look at the flood or whatever.
I like the one where he sent bears to kill 40 children for making fun of a bald guy. That one's funny.
Oh, and you're taking it out of context, dude. Nice.
Yeah, they're always going to say, T-Jump, that there is a dualistic morality principle.
Well, the kids were pagan boys, and they were going to go
attack
him.
Please shut up.
No.
They're gonna say that God has a different moral sense for his actions that he adheres to, rather than what he prescribes for humans to do.
Well,
to go back to the original example, right? The thing with Moses, like slavery was legal back in like Egypt, so he violated that by killing the Egyptian and then running off to avoid the death penalty.
Yeah, but Wolf, Moses was a mythical character. Can mythical characters commit immoral acts?
Yeah, well, hold on. We're talking about the morality of it, not the historicity.
He's a real person.
Basically, it breaks down to there's no principle of killing is immoral. The principle is humans killing each other, at least in this context, because we wouldn't be able to include whatever creatures possibly could exist in the universe. But we're just going to say that humans killing humans is wrong, and God killing humans isn't. That's the way their morality is going to work. There's no single principle of killing.
Well, that's why I asked, because he said any killing is wrong, and so I agree. I think any killing of anyone without consent is always immoral. But if he says if he believes God is okay with that, God can do it, then he doesn't believe all killing is wrong. So there's got to be some exception. What is the exception?
Okay, so if God is commanding something to happen, now I believe, just to kind of throw a lot of things in, to quickly understand like where I'm coming from. I wouldn't say I'm full blown out Calvinist, but I take a lot of Calvinist, ideologies, whatever. So in order for us to understand good, we have to be able to differentiate from good and evil. I believe God has created evil in some sense. I know it might sound in a certain type of way, but Isaiah 45:7 says, "I form light and create darkness." I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. I believe God does everything for a purpose. And at times throughout his revelation, there's been times where evil has got to a point where he wanted to cut it down. He needed to break it off in order to build up. That's what, the Ecclesiastes we see, a time for this, time for that, time to break, a time to build up. So at times God is, and he's completely just in doing so. It's his own creation. So whatever he does is just. That makes sense.
Wouldn't it have been a better idea just to not allow it to get that evil?
Well, not necessarily. Well, obviously, then I would say I think that everything God does is perfect, and then his creation itself is exactly as he wants it in order for his people to see his goodness.
Is there really a distinction between good and evil then?
Well, it's necessary for us to
That's not what I asked.
What do you ask?
Is there a distinction between good and evil if both of them are required?
Well, of course, there's a distinction. We see this distinction in our everyday lives. I mean, we have love. We have families that we feel this love that we can't compare to anything else, and we've experienced hate and we've experienced wrath. So there's a clear distinction between the two, and God wants us to draw close to what's true and what's loving.
Well, the way I see it is that if there was a perfectly moral God, the world he would have created would be a world where it's impossible for any being to force any other being to do anything they don't consent to doing, including God. God would never be able to force anyone else in doing something they don't consent to doing. That would be a moral world. And so since God did not create that, he's not moral.
No, yeah, that's where I kind of would go back and say, like, I would say everything is necessary. Everything creationists know is necessary for us to come to understand his goodness, and therefore we have to endure certain persecutions and sufferings, because these sufferings is ultimately what builds us up. Again, it's what builds us up.
Is the Holocaust necessary for God's plan?
I mean, I look at everything as being necessary, even if it's hard for us to understand. Just like in Job, they talk about the same things. They wrestle with these things. Why is this happening? Why is these things happening? God comes down, lays down the law, and says, "My ways are higher than your ways. You can't even set up dominions on earth, and you're asking me what I'm." So basically, we're little pea-bearing humans. We all know that there's a thin line between arrogance and stupidity, and I think we all are on that borderline to some extent or another, and we're not going to understand God, the creator of all things, and his sovereignty and his plan and purpose entirely, but we can understand it to some extent through what he's given us.
So in the world I described, where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing, all of our realizations we can have today in this world are the same. There's nothing we lose. We get everything we have now with one different law of physics. So how is that not more moral?
So, like, what is the U.S. basically like? Sorry, maybe I'm like mishearing you. Like, why didn't he make it a different way?
No, I'm saying here's a different way he could have made it that is more moral. He didn't do it, therefore God is immoral. And you said, well, because we need to experience some things to come to some realization of God. Well, no, we don't. We can come to a realization of God without the suffering. Suffering's unnecessary. I mean, I can prove
Well,
that.
how would you know that, though, necessarily?
Because we can come to a realization of God in the world I described that's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent. Because in that world, everything in this world is possible. So in the world where I described that it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing, they could consent to live in this exact world. So they can choose to come live in this exact world. And so everything in this world is possible in the world I'm describing. The only difference is that it's optional.
I just don't I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding. Like, this world is some imaginary world or something that you're thinking that could have been this way, but it isn't. So we can't even understand what that quote unquote, this hypothetical world would be.
Yes, we can. It's pretty easy. So it's everything is consensual. You would have to consent to coming to this world. Like, God couldn't force you to come to this world if you didn't want to. You'd have to consent. And if you consented, you could still get all of the benefits, all of the things, the coming to know God, whatever. The only difference is that you couldn't be forced to be here without consenting.
I'm sorry. I'm just not really sure how to respond to like the hypothetical world that you're talking about. I'm having a hard time understanding.
Well, so it's an obviously more moral way the world could have been that God didn't make it, proving that if there was a God, he wouldn't be moral.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just having a hard time understanding. Like, this is reality. What we live in, what we have is reality. This is the world. And once again, to say
Okay,
that,
so
oh,
let me try to explain it in a different way. So, like, if we have a doctor, like let me try to explain it in a different way. So, let's say we have a doctor today, modern medicine, and he decides to cut your leg off. Obviously, that would be immoral. Like, he could have just given you antibiotics. He's not like a doctor in the 1800s that has to cut your leg off. Him cutting your leg off is immoral. And you saying that, well, that's just the way reality is, that doesn't make it not immoral, because there's clearly a logically possible way that he could have done it differently that caused less pain. So if there's a logically possible way God could have done it differently to cause less pain, but didn't, that would be like a doctor today cutting your leg off instead of giving you an antibacterial, which would be obviously immoral.
Sure. Yeah, I feel like I answered that to begin with. One of the passages I like a lot, well, just two of them at least. Sorrow is better than laughter, for by the sadness of the countenance the heart is made better. That's Ecclesiastes 7:3. And then you got Romans 3. Then for we glory in our tribulations. Tribulations produces experience, and experience produces patience, and patience produces hope, and it goes on. But point is I would say that, like, obviously, like, your position to say, oh, why doesn't God just like drill this knowledge into us so we just have an understanding of it? Can't God do that if he's so? Isn't there another way?
I did not say that. No. So I said everything in this world, everything that is a benefit of this world can be gained in a better world. And we can prove that because in a better world, you could choose to live in this world, but you can choose not to. So that means in this better world where it's just an option to be here, you could learn everything in the exact same way you learn things here. Everything about this world is exactly the same, except you could choose to not be here if you didn't want to. So everything about the world, every benefit, everything you learn, everything that you said about suffering being greater, blah, 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 getting to know God, all of that is the same. But there's one difference, is that you can choose to be here or you could choose not to be here.
So you have an option. So I'll try to entertain. So you're saying that it'd be better to have an option to live in this world. So what would be the other option?
To go to your own world of your own design, go to a different world, just to not be here. Lots of different things.
I mean, the first thing that I could think of is just that it sounds like, kind of wanting to be your own God and do things your own way.
I never said you get to control other people. I never said you get to control the universe. The only difference is that you don't have to be in the world God designed without consent.
So you're saying just we should be able to have a choice to either live in God's this reality, or we should be able to, if there is a God, then we should be able to have that God let us be able to choose to live in a different reality. So what would this different reality be that you want to live in?
Well, he could create lots of different ones, but I would say that you should be able to design your own, but it wouldn't make a difference. Like, it could be any of the different possibilities.
Well, see, then that's when the designing your own thing, like I said, well, that's kind of like being your own God.
Well, no, it's not like being your own God. Like, if I give you a video game and you can program whatever you want in the video game, you're not God. I gave you the video game. So you're not being your own God. You don't get control of other people. So it's not being your own God. You just get your own, like, little universe. If you consent to being in this kind of a universe, you can be in that kind of universe.
In a way, though, that's kind of...
being your own God means you get to control everything and everyone. There's no part of that I said.
Not necessarily. You could just say, like, hey, I want this creation, and I'm like, if you want to say you want to be completely by yourself in the world, you could then say, oh, I'm the God of this world. This is the reality.
No, because God is an all-powerful being who controls all of the universe and everyone else. So you're not being your own God. You getting your own house is not being your own God.
I don't know. It's kind of I don't really like It just seems kind of silly to me.
Like you don't get all. You're not omnipotent. You're not omniscient. You're not eternal. You're not omnibenevolent. You don't have any of the properties of God here. You having your own universe that you can do whatever you want with is none of you having none of the properties of God. You are not your own God.
I think here's the issue. I think at least, man, you probably won't accept it, but whatever. I think that God wants to have a relationship with us. You
That's
know,
fine.
He wants us to.
That's fine. You can have that. I already agreed to that. So I agreed to that.
And in this alter, state that you're talking about, you can't come to know him that way.
Wrong. So I can prove that. I can prove that wrong. So in this world I'm describing, one of the options is to be a part of this earth that God designed. So it is literally possible to have all of those things you just listed in the world I described.
So it's possible to have this reality in your reality.
Yes, you could literally choose to come to this exact planet as God designed it, or you could be like, nah.
Well, then that's where God's just not. Well, the thing is okay. So creation, this world, as Christians, we believe, as far as I believe, is what I would say. Everything is planned accordingly to His purpose, for His glory, for us to come to understand His love. So it's not about what we want necessarily. It's about His glory and understanding His truth, and that truth that is in love, that He is love. So it's
right,
not
but that's,
about
again, we can have all of that in a more moral world. So we can make the world more moral and still have all of that.
Moral by your standards, though, which I don't understand where you ground morality, and I don't really care to get into all that, I guess, right now. But I'm sure you got a whole bunch of answers for that. But
yeah. So God not forcing people to be slaves in His planet and giving them the option to not be here would be more moral. That's objectively, obviously the case. Like you saying God making people slaves and forcing them to be here is more moral just proves your God's immoral.
No, He's making
objectively, obviously the case.
He makes creation. He's made creation once again, like I said, for His purpose.
So we're slaves, which is obviously immoral. So you're proving He's immoral.
What do you mean slaves? What do you mean,
well,
like slaves to
God? If we are forced to be in His world with His rules without consent, that's the definition of slavery for His purposes.
Well, I think that in our lives, and obviously there's much people that are much more unfortunate circumstances than we are. But I think that we should be thankful to have life the way that we do. And
slaves,
God does give
being thankful to be slaves. You're just proving your God's immoral. You're just proving, God made us slaves, and we should be thankful for Him making us slaves.
That's how you view it.
Well, it's objective. So objectively, the criterion of slavery is being forced to do what some other being wants for their purposes in their way, and you don't have an option to leave. That's literally just the definition of slavery. So literally by the definition of slavery...
I don't completely disagree, because I believe that I am a slave to God. Yes, and
right.
I have no problem saying that.
That's fine, but the problem is if He forces other people who are not okay with that, that's by definition immoral.
By your standards.
By the objective standard. The objective morality, if you force someone into slavery against their consent, that's objectively immoral.
No, once again, that you can't. I don't see how you could say that anything's objective in your worldview. I don't get how you could say that.
Most philosophers are moral realists, and they don't believe in a God. So you can have objective morality without a God, but that's a different topic. The point is, if your God endorses slavery and says it's okay, your God is objectively immoral. Like, it's just that simple. I don't even need to give a meta ethics. If your God says slavery is immoral,
here's the thing is because you say slavery, right? Like,
yes,
it's not that I would say I'm a slave to God, but I enjoy that being His slave.
That's fine. That's fine. So if someone, hold on, one sec, I just want to clarify. So if someone chooses to be a slave, if I voluntarily agree to be your slave, that's not immoral. That's perfectly fine. But if you force me into slavery, that is immoral. So if you choose to be a slave to God, there's nothing wrong with that. But God forcing everyone who does not choose to be a slave, that is objectively immoral.
Quick question. So for believers, especially the guy who's just speaking there, if you did, hypothetically, I know you love God, you would never leave God, but hypothetically, if you said, I don't want a relationship with God, I want to leave, would this God afford for you any punishment?
Sorry, say it one more time.
I'm asking it hypothetically. I know you love God, you wouldn't want to leave Him, but suppose you decided, I don't want to have a relationship with God. and you wanted to leave God, would God say good on you, or would there be punishment for you in the future?
I mean, in this hypothetical, I mean, of course there would be punishment. Yeah. I mean, if I'm going to reject God, if I'm going to reject my creator who created me and who gave me life, yeah, if I'm going to reject that, then I would deserve to be punished.
I have a question for T-Jump. T-Jump, real quick. Do you think owning a dog is immoral?
Sort of. So like if dogs had the same level of intellectual ability to be like humans did and could consent, then, and they didn't want to be owned, then it would be immoral to own them. But right now dogs have like the intellectual ability of like a 4-year-old, so they don't have the ability to consent and they have to be taken care of in a lot of ways. So not as much.
I mean, according to you, very quickly, according to you, I mean, someone having intellect is no more than just someone having a brain with neurons in it that allows them to have higher cognition.
No, I never said any of that. That's not in any way a representation of my position. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, you believe in evolution, correct? That's what evolution states.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that having a brain is the same
states
as
that your brain is no more than a 3-pound compound of chemicals that allow for that had expanded through evolution that gives us our high cognition.
No, that's not at all what it says. So that's wrong. So it says that your
tell me what evolution
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. So evolution says that your brain is a 3-pound matter, but the process in it, the consciousness, has moral significance. So it doesn't matter if what you're made of. If it's 3 pounds of matter or 3 pounds of soul stuff, it's equally as morally significant either way. Evolution doesn't make a significant statement either way on what the morality is. It doesn't tell you. It makes no statement at all.
All right, so to respond to that, so do you believe, I have a question, where do you think consciousness comes from? So I'm just curious, because
The brain.
everything is governed by, yeah, I'm just curious, where do you think consciousness comes from?
The brain.
The brain. All right. So, and where in the brain does it allow us to have consciousness? Like what chemicals or hormones in neurology would
If I
allow
knew
for
that,
this?
I'd win a Nobel Prize. What difference does that make?
No, I'm just asking you a question.
Right. So if I knew that, I'd win a Nobel Prize, but all the evidence indicates that's the case, and making other stuff up is just you making stuff up. So that's the best explanation of everything.
No, I'm asking you a question in neurology. Like, as for me, I would say, like, for example, my soul, right? And we can get to that, but I'm just asking you
Right.
where in neurology or what chemicals or hormones would allow for this, because as you admitted, your
Right,
brain
right.
is
So,
just
so,
no
so
more
let me
than
let me
three
answer that. So, there's evidence of neurology creating consciousness. There's no evidence of the soul. The only rational thing to say is that yes, your soul or your consciousness is a result of your brain, and only irrational people would say that there is a soul thing because there's no evidence of it.
All right, so the thing is, though, is that what evidence they give for this, right? Because, scientific evidence, they either say that we can test it, we can observe it, or we can see
Yes.
the effects of it, right? And
Yep.
we can make this claim, right? So the thing is that they base this on the effects. They look at neurology and they see that, oh, this part of the brain is active during this, dopamine is released. Oh,
Yeah, that's how evidence works.
No, this is how neurology works. This is what
Yes,
this is how
that's what
neurology
evidence
works.
is.
And they say
It's
that, and they
evidence.
say, one second, I'm not finished. And they say that the neurology and what we see active in the brain is the effects of consciousness, and that's what evidence we have for consciousness.
Yes. So the physical brain causes consciousness, and when we mess with the physical brain, we mess with consciousness, and that's exactly what we see in all the experiments.
All right, great. So it's based on brain activity, right? So I'm saying how does that tell you if someone has consciousness or not? My question still stands.
We use induction. We say I have consciousness, and my consciousness has these properties, and I see these properties in other people. Therefore, they have consciousness.
Okay, so it's just a more complicated form of I think, therefore I am.
No.
No, I mean that's essentially what you said, because according to you,
No.
thinking, one second, the process of thinking is no more than just an activity occurring in the brain, which goes into neurology. Which
No.
we
So
can
again,
observe. That's your
even
evidence
if
for
it was
that.
a soul, that would still be the same. So what you're saying is gibberish right now. Like all neurologists, cognitive scientists,
soul is not
stop interrupting. So everyone in the sciences related to the brain say, yeah, it's just physical. There's no evidence of the soul. Soul people are just making shit up. That's the only rational conclusion, and it makes no difference what you think consciousness is. Even if you think it's like a soul thing, all of the value, all of the meaning and purpose and stuff is the same, regardless of whether consciousness is made of soul stuff or matter stuff. It still has exactly the same significance and abilities, and so it makes no difference whether or not you think it's made of a soul stuff.
Well, it does make a difference because you cannot take the principles that pertain to your brain and neurology and apply it to the soul. Because do you know what transcendency is? Can you just define transcendency for everyone?
I have no
real
idea
quick?
what you mean. Transcendent just means above something or outside of something. So it
No,
means
transcendency refers to the mode in which you exist, and obviously your soul being
no, it doesn't.
immature, your
Transcendence
body-
just means it's above or outside of something. There's lots of different versions of transcendence. It does not mean what you just said.
Yeah, there's what are you talking about? One of the definitions of transcendency is the mode in which you exist. This is something that is agreed upon. Even scholastics who I detest, right? I'm against scholasticism, but even scholastics have defined transcendency in this way. So I don't know what
Transcendent is beyond or above the range of normal or physical human experience. That's it. It says nothing else.
Yeah, I know that's the allegory to refer to.
No, that's the definition. That's when you go to the definition. That's the definition.
Okay, sure. You can
surpassing the ordinary, exceptional definition.
You can go Google it and say, "Oh,
I literally just did. So I'm looking at Google. Google says transcendent definition, surpassing the ordinary, exceptional. Period.
Okay, great. And I have a question.
That's how I understand it too.
One second. So if you want to argue about definitions, that's fine. You admitted yourself.
You said, do you know what the definition of transcendence is? I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you. Stop. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you. So you said, do you know what the definition of transcendent is? I just gave you the definition of transcendent. This is not arguing over definitions. This is me telling you you're a dumbass because you asked what the definition is. I gave you the definition.
Right, you gave me the definition, and
Yes.
I gave you my definition, and you're like, no, that's not the definition.
No,
That's
you-
why we got in this argument. So don't be
Right.
deceptive.
Yeah. So when I
first
go
of
to the
all-
dictionary definition, this is the definition.
No,
You asked what the
Google-
wait. Stop.
Google-
I'm going to mute you.
Google
Sorry, I'm going to serve mute you for a bit. So you asked for the definition. I gave you the dictionary definition, and you wanted me to give the definition to people, and then you are then complaining that you've made up this whole new definition which is not in the dictionary. There's no whatever you just said anywhere in the dictionary definition. So you would need to explain why anyone.
I'm going with T-Jump here. He's using standard English. Yeah.
So if you're making up a new term that has a new definition, then don't call it transcendent and assume we all know what it means, because we know what the dictionary definition is, not what your personal subjective made up definition is.
All right, so first of all, trust me, the person who's writing all of these definitions on Google, that's not objective at all. That might be objective for you, but not objective for the person who put that. Number two,
definitions aren't objective. Definitions are by definition not objective. They're definitions. They're just words, how we use the word.
Yes, I'm very aware. Yes.
Then why did you say that the people writing the definitions is objective? Obviously, definitions are not objective. This is not an argument.
No, I said they're objective to you because
they're not. All words are not objective. They're definitions. Definitions are not objective. They're words. They're usages, not objective to anybody.
Okay, great. That's my point exactly. Then why are you complaining about me? Let's say I am making up this definition.
Because you said, do you know the definition of a word?
Definition is not the definition for everything. So why are you complaining about me?
Okay, I'm going to mute you again. So if you ask, do you know the definition of a word? And then I go to the thing that we use where we give these definitions and it says this and not what you said, then I know the definition, you don't. That's like the whole point of what you said. Do you know the definition of transcendent? Yes, I do. So instead of gish galloping and making up gibberish, why don't you present an argument? What is your argument?
I just love that I was in the room.
I wanted to get
objective for you, but it's not objective for me. That's a hilarious line.
It is.
No, one second. What I was trying to say here, very quickly, what I was trying to say
Others here, like myself, are corroborating what Tom is saying. You know, we're all finding it defined the same way. You're the one who's using it in an unusual way.
All right,
this is a dog pile. This is what's known as a classic dog pile.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I keep getting muted because it interrupts T-Jump's interruptions. Can I get
No,
my
this
chance?
is corroboration.
You guys are too
This is not
afraid
about-
to face Monkey 101.
Wait,
so
are
have to
you? So you're not okay with being muted while you're talking, but you're okay when Christians do it?
All right, let's go back to the argument. Give me an argument.
I just came in DC. I don't know what you're talking about. Forget other people.
Monkey. Give me an argument. Stop gibberishing. Give me an argument.
I was giving you my argument, but you keep
Okay, stop explaining yourself. Give me the argument. Premise, conclusion. Go.
Oh, I'm not going to give you a syllogistic argument. I'm not bound by
premise, conclusion.
All right, great. I'm not bound by
get close. Just get as close as you can. Just give me the argument.
All right, great. I have a question for you. Okay.
That's not Just start with the argument, then ask a question. Give me an argument.
I have a question. It's a Socratic method.
That's great. That's great. Give me an argument. No, I like philosophy. So I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you. Argument. Give me an argument. Go.
I'm going to ask you a question.
No, you're not going to ask me a question. You're going to give an argument, or you're going to get muted. Give me an argument.
My argument is going to follow from how you.
This is suicide by mod, the typical Christian response.
Yes, it is. So Argument. Give me an argument. Just give me what. There's no argument that follows from how you answer a question. You have to give an argument. Give me an argument.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. There's no evidence for evolution. I was going to ask you what your evidence is, but there's no
Okay,
evidence
that's not.
for evolution.
What is your argument for a God? What is your argument for a God?
Is this what the event is here today?
Sure, it's my server. I can just pick whatever I want. It is now. What is your argument for a God?
You told me to make an argument, and then you went, okay, make an argument on this subject. I came here to debate on something else.
Oh,
so
okay. My apologies. That was my mistake. What did you come here to debate on? What was the topic you came here to debate on?
I came here that I wanted to get to evolution, right? And that's why I brought up that point and how in your epistem.
Well, thank you. That's what I was asking for. I was just trying to understand what the point of your conversation was. So thank you. That is what I was looking for. So you're debating evolution. Okay.
All right. So what evidence do you have for evolution? That's why I wanted to ask you that question.
All of the scientific novel testable predictions that have confirmed the allele frequencies, the retroviruses, the patterns in DNA over time, all of the different genetic testing we can do, the corroboration of archaeology, geology, biology,
Let's go one by one.
Reaffirming these things, pretty much the entire field of all of those scientific fields, all of that. Go.
All right, great. Let's go to the most important one, DNA, right? So you think there's evidence for evolution because you set up a family tree, right? You set up a family tree and you set up these branches, and you see that as you go further on, you see that these species relate further and further to each other, right? Now you would agree that within this tree of life, as you would call it, that the further you go, the more similar these species, like for example, within the same clade, these species begin to start resembling each other in terms of their characteristics, right?
Why is DNA the most important?
That it's one of the most important.
No, that's a fair statement. So like DNA is the mechanism by which evolution happens. So that's fair. So argument, why is this a problem?
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say here is that, okay, so if you were to go off a clade, right, and you were to go based on the organisms in that clade who have, almost identical DNA, like one of your arguments for this, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, one of your arguments is that, we share a common ancestor allegedly with a chimpanzee. That's why our DNA is
Do you have
close.
an argument against evolution? What is the argument against evolution?
Yeah, my argument is against that quote evidence. Yeah, I wanted to go by each one of your evidence one by one, and first I'll start with DNA. So here's the thing: you would agree.
Okay, so what is the argument against DNA?
Not against DNA, against how DNA resemblance would mean we share a common ancestor.
DNA resemblance. Okay, so you're saying DNA being similar with small differences is not something that should indicate that we came from a common ancestor. That's your argument or your premise?
No, that's not my argument.
Yeah, that's the conclusion. So what is your argument?
My argument is that you take like for example the chimpanzee, right? You would say that's our closest relative. Now you would agree that of all organisms, the chimpanzees resemble us the most, right? Now within DNA, there's a genetic coding that gives us our characteristics.
Wait, you're gibberish. Can you give me like what is your argument that this is wrong? Why is this wrong?
Because all this it doesn't show that we have a common ancestor. All it shows is that we have genetic coding that allows us to have the same characteristics. So what you're giving is a non sequitur. Doesn't follow.
So you're saying that because there are alternative explanations, the fact that there are alternative explanations means it's not evidence of this explanation? Is that your argument?
No, I mean it doesn't prove. You said that's your evidence for it.
Yes,
so yeah, I'm refuting your evidence.
Well, no. So it seems like your argument is that because there are other things, that it's not a deductive proof, therefore it isn't evidence. That seems to be your argument.
Well, no, I can actually show my evidence, right? We can actually test my evidence, whereas you just make an assumption.
No. I'm trying to understand what your argument is. So it seemed like your argument is that the fact that there is similarities in genetic patterns doesn't prove that there is a common ancestor, because there could be other things that could explain that without it being a common ancestor. That seems to be your argument, right? Something like that?
Yes, that my alternative actually works because we can test, observe it, and see the effects of it.
Okay, what is your evidence for this alternative thing?
What is my evidence? Oh, it's very simple. They actually did this test. I'll give it for you. They actually did this test where they took, like, for example, the genetic coding of a human and how our thumbs are produced, right, when we're an embryo, and they applied it to multiple other organisms that have thumbs. They saw it active in the thumbs. Therefore, it's showing that all this shows is that the DNA is similar insofar as much as the genetic coding allows for similar attributes. Doesn't mean we share a common ancestor. That's your presupposition.
So we know that genes produce your body, and so the things in your genes actually do shape your body. So obviously, if you have thumbs and other things have thumbs, they probably have the same thumb DNA. What does that have to do with? So the genetic ancestry thing is like, if we look at endogenous retroviruses, we can see their location in a DNA, and we can see that they're in the exact same location for some species and not for other species. And we can do this for like hundreds of different endogenous retroviruses, and we can show that the closer they are in relation to their genetic pattern, the more of these they have in common.
Yeah, the more characteristics they have in common.
Endogenous retroviruses.
One second. So, one second before we get to that, and those characteristics pertain to the genetic coding. But how does that mean? And I'm focusing on this point, right? Because we went down this route with, like, for example, human and chimpanzee. How does that prove that a human and chimpanzee share a common ancestor? All it proves is that they have similar characteristics. Therefore,
an endogenous retrovirus is when a virus injects its DNA into a sperm or an egg cell, and that change is then passed on to all of its kids that have accepted this, because an endogenous retrovirus is a virus that has inserted itself into your DNA that isn't there normally. Okay, so if there's the same endogenous retrovirus in chimps and gorillas and humans, either that they all came from a common ancestor that was infected with the same endogenous retrovirus, or the same endogenous retrovirus infected all of the different species at the exact same place in the DNA spectrum, because where the retrovirus inserts its DNA is different. So if it's in the exact same place, which is like a 50 long string of ATCG in a 3 billion long series, for all of these different species is exactly the same by pure chance, or there was one endogenous retrovirus that infected a common ancestor of all of these species, which is the more plausible explanation.
Why is it the more plausible explanation?
Okay, so let me go through the math here. So there's 4 species. Each of them has a DNA string that's like 3 billion base pairs long. And in this string, there is an endogenous, the DNA of an endogenous retrovirus, which is a virus that injects its DNA into a series of something else. Now, what is the probability that the random injection will happen in the exact same place in 4 different species of 3 billion base pairs long?
I mean, it's definitely a lesser chance than abiogenesis, which you believe in. So
that's a different topic. So we're talking about evidence here. So the evidence that these endogenous retroviruses are in the exact same place in all of these different species, and it's not just one. I'm just giving one as an example. There are dozens and dozens of these in the exact same place across all these different species and in billions of base pairs. The more plausible explanation is that the reason that these are in the exact same place in all of these different species is because they come from a common ancestor, and this endogenous retrovirus infected us at some point before they split off to these different species. And that explains why these endogenous retroviruses are in the exact same place in all these different species, and we can find these patterns across all the different combinations of life on the planet.
All right, so one thing I would say in response to that, I have 2 things to say about that. First, taking humans, right? Taking what you would say Homo sapiens, taking humans, right? These three other species, right? What are these 3 other species, and are they of the same genus? I'm just curious.
You can pick them of the same genus. What difference does that make?
It does. I mean, I'm willing to admit that there can be variation within a genus, so that so these 3 species. One second, not humans, but the 3 other species.
Well, just to clarify, I can pick any species. Endogenous retroviruses are patterns that we find in all spectrums, from like plants to animals. You can pick whatever scale you want. We're going to find these things. They've existed throughout pretty much all of life.
I understand, but you're talking about in the same place, right? And you're talking about how these 4 species,
no.
us,
endogenous retroviruses, we can find these patterns over billions of years from any group of species you want. There's different endogenous retroviruses that are shared between humans and apes, between humans and chinchillas, between humans and fish. They all have endogenous retroviruses that have injected their DNA. We can find this at any level you want.
And they're all in the same place.
Yes, the endogenous retrovirus has injected itself at the same place in the DNA spectrum across these species.
Okay, so that's interesting. So one second. So now that we're talking on this, right? I wanted to ask if they're of the same genus, because I'm willing to admit that if there's 3 species of apes, right?
Yes
they can
and
share
no,
a common
both.
ancestor.
Both.
I'm not finished yet. They can share a common ancestor within the genus, right? Now you're just saying that all these species have it in the exact same place. First of all, you're willing to grant that my position, there's still a chance for it. But now it's based on, okay, who has the greater chance. So when
that's how evidence works. Evidence is based on probabilities.
When was this retrovirus? retrovirus. One was this retrovirus. Can you just tell me in which species this retrovirus, affected?
There are millions of them. There are millions of retroviruses, and there's the DNA they have left in all of the different species, and we can find when they left them in the species because they've been injecting themselves into DNA since the beginning of life. So there are different ones, and they've applied to all of the different species at all the different times. There's lots and lots of these. Pick your time period, and you can pick an endogenous
How does
retrovirus.
it have anything to do with common ancestry? The existence of retroviruses and their
Because
patterns.
okay, I'll explain it again. So
Wait, hold
either you just asked the question, right?
You've already told us about the phenomenon, right? We'll say yes, this phenomenon exists.
Right.
What does that have to do with common ancestry?
Okay, so I'll explain it again. So if we have four different species,
Are you going to tell us about the phenomenon again?
No,
You
I'm
already
going
heard
to
me
wait.
explain
Stop. I'm going to mute you. So the evidence. Stop. So the evidence is that there are these four different species, and you can pick whatever species you want. Fish and plants and chinchillas, doesn't matter. Apes and gorillas, doesn't matter. Just pick any four species anywhere on the planet, and they have a endogenous retrovirus that is in the same place in their DNA, the same place that's injected, the same pattern, in a 3 billion base pair long series. There is this one 50 long thing of base pairs that is specifically from one endogenous retrovirus, and it's in the exact same place in the DNA of all of these different species. Now, there's two ways that could happen. One is that they all had a common ancestor, and the endogenous retrovirus had injected itself into the common ancestor before it had split off and evolved into these different species. Or the same endogenous retrovirus injected all of these different species in the exact same location, even though it's completely random where it's going to inject its DNA. And it just happened to be the case that it did this.
Wow, so your presumption is this retrovirus acts in random ways all across all species, right?
Yes, so the retrovirus injects itself into DNA randomly.
Yeah, why do you presume that?
Because we can see it. We can see how endogenous retroviruses work. They don't inject themselves into the exact same location in DNA ever. It's not a thing.
Except when they do.
They don't. That's the thing. It's like, doesn't happen.
So you said that you found them in the same exact position.
Yes.
And all across different species.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so there you have an instance of them behaving in this same exact manner.
No.
Why are you now saying, I'm sorry?
Oh my God. We don't find the virus itself into the DNA. The virus injects a part of its DNA into your DNA. Okay? So if it injects itself into your sperm, then your sperm, you won't have it, but your kids will have this, and their kids will have this, and their kids will have this, because when their cells reproduce, they will reproduce the DNA in the same order, and that part that the endogenous retrovirus injected into your DNA will be the same in all of your kids, but you won't have it. Now, it's possible that somebody else's kids, somebody else's sperm cell was injected with the endogenous retrovirus, but the probability that their DNA hits the exact same part of the DNA is 1 in 300 billion or something. It's very big. It's a very small chance. Not going to happen. And it has to be in the sperm cell, in the egg cell, and in that one that is reproduced. So the probability of this happening is it doesn't happen. So we can conclude that it's more likely, significantly more likely, you have to be an idiot to think it's not the most likely explanation, that they share a common ancestor.
That's a great argument.
That's a great argument. It is a phenomenal argument. Yes.
If you think otherwise, you're an idiot.
That's how good the evidence is. Yes.
It makes no difference. Basically what you're doing, is that Darth or is that a recording? Anyway, what you're doing is you're hitching your wagon to a phenomenon which I can rest assured that you don't fully understand. And your understanding of it is...
which phenomenon do we fully understand? Which ones?
Oh, so you agree? Oh, great,
yes,
great.
I agree.
So you're hitching your wagon.
Wait, hold up, bro. Which phenomenons, bro? Which phenomenons do you fully understand? Answer the question. We're going back. I'm going to mute you. Which phenomenon do you fully understand? Give me one.
I'll unmute him now.
Yeah. So again,
which phenomenon do you? Which phenomenon do you fully understand?
Yeah, so you're hitching your
No,
wagon.
you got to answer the question or you're going to get muted. So answer the question, which phenomenon do you fully understand? Because if you don't, if you can't name which phenomenon you fully understand, then you're a hypocrite because you're hitching your wagon to phenomenon you don't fully understand. So we're going to need to know which phenomenon you fully understand.
Oh, okay, great. So, yeah, we all hitch our wagons to phenomenon we don't fully understand. So since it's the case that we're all in agreement, we can easily...
You're cutting out. You're cutting out. I can't hear you. Your mic is cutting out. Literally just can't hear you. And I haven't muted you. You're just literally not, mic not working.
Well, when I get a chance, can I continue with my argument? Because Concrete kind of interrupted me.
That's true. That's true. We'll let you go ahead. You can continue.
Nothing. So, nothing. So, can you explain to everyone? Just explain to everybody what was the original function of this of what the retrovirus left in DNA. What was the original function of that?
It doesn't have a function. It's just present there. It doesn't do anything.
Okay, so it does absolutely nothing.
Right. It's in the junk DNA. It doesn't have an effect.
I believe I read one second. I believe I read something on this because I actually had a discussion with someone who holds your position on this, and he said that the original purpose of it was to actually help fight against retroviruses, but then over time it became, quote, vestigial, right? Would you agree with that?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, is he talking about a specific one? Like, no. But endogenous retroviruses don't have a purpose in the DNA of another organism. They spread like as a virus. They inject a cell with DNA and cause it to reproduce. So the reason an endogenous retrovirus injects its DNA is to reproduce, and sometimes it gets stuck in the DNA of an organism.
Okay, and where can you trace? And I just have a question. Where can you trace the origin of the retrovirus?
Why?
Because I personally don't see how this would contradict my worldview. All I need to say is that after the fall of Adam and Eve, right, there could have been this virus that affected these organisms, these different kinds of animals that are the common ancestor for, the variation that occurs within their kinds, right? And
well, that's the part that it contradicts your worldview, because these exist in between fish and mammals and humans. Same ones. So if these are true, then that shows that fish and mammals and humans all came from a common ancestor.
No, it necessarily wouldn't. It just
That's literally what it shows. So the endogenous one sec. The endogenous retrovirus is the same. I'm going to mute you. The endogenous retrovirus is the same in fish and in mammals and in humans. So if this is true, then that shows they all have a common ancestor. Proves...
This is under the assumption of common ancestry in the tree of life.
No, this is evidence of common ancestry.
Very quickly, it is 100% possible. It is 100% possible, right? You even admitted that there's a chance to this, just a lesser chance of this, that all of these organisms could have been infected by this in the same manner. Right?
Yes.
In the same manner, but to take this and say, okay, they all have this, therefore they all share a common ancestor. That's your presupposition.
No, that's how evidence works. If there is something that's more probable, then that's the more reasonable thing to believe. It's not a presupposition. It's literally the more reasonable thing to believe. It's possible that the gold brick on my table was created by a magical leprechaun. Now, it's not impossible, but the probability is much lower than me having bought a gold brick. So the rational thing to say is I probably bought a gold brick, and anybody who believes a magic leprechaun created it, even though it's not impossible, is an idiot.
Okay, how about this? It's more possible. I'm not saying we can observe this, but if you want to just go on, okay, what's more possible, right? It's more possible that someone could have just gotten a time machine and then infect a bunch of organisms with this, and likewise, their offspring had this. I'm just saying, it's your worldview. You can just give any hypothetical and say this is more possible. That's your
travel. Come on, damn it.
How is like? Do you think time travel is more possible? That's interesting. Why do you think time travel is more possible?
I'm not saying it's. I'm just saying someone can argue for that. You can argue that any hypothetical.
So more possible is something that has an empirical evidence. So if it has empirical evidence, then it's more possible. So we have empirical evidence of endogenous retroviruses. So that's more possible. Time travel, we have no evidence for, so that's more like a leprechaun. God, we have no evidence for, that's like a leprechaun. Creationism, no evidence, that's like a leprechaun. Those are all not most possible. So empirical evidence of endogenous retroviruses is very possible. Time travel and leprechauns and invisible sky daddy God, not more possible, because there's no evidence of those things.
All right. So one thing I would say in response to that is very simple. That maybe right now there's no evidence for that. But how about this? This is under the presupposition of time travel, because you're arguing from the presupposition.
No, I have no presuppositions. There are zero presuppositions in my worldview.
1 second. Allow me to finish. Just give me 30 seconds.
So if you strawman my position, hold up.
Of common ancestry, right?
So I'm gonna have to mute you. So you can't strawman my position. If you strawman my position, I'm gonna have to mute you. I have no presuppositions. There are no presuppositions I've presented. I've presented empirical evidence, which is not a presupposition. Presuppositions are things you assume are true before the argument begins. If it's the conclusion of an argument, then it's the opposite of a presupposition. It literally cannot be a presupposition. So if I have a conclusion that common ancestry is true because of this data, that is the opposite of a presupposition. So don't call it a presupposition.
Okay, so I have a question. So concerning this argument, are you saying that people would come to the same? Okay, so let's say someone's never heard of evolution, right? They don't know anything about evolution, and they study retrovirus and they see that it is present in all organisms in the same place. Would they come to the conclusion that they all have a common ancestor?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
For the reasons I explained before, if endogenous retroviruses inject their DNA randomly, essentially, and if it happens to be the case that this endogenous retrovirus is in the exact same location in a broad spectrum of species, it's more likely that it happened that it injected itself into a common ancestor of all of the different species. And this is not just for one. We have, again, thousands and thousands of endogenous retroviruses, so we can find a big tree pattern of these endogenous retroviruses that coincidentally maps exactly onto the evolutionary tree for some reason.
Very quickly, I just want to say something very quickly. And the people who posited that were biologists, right? Most of which are evolutionists. So to some degree, they had that presupposition, and you're just
there's no presupposition. Again, the way we confirm this theory is through the evidence. It's not a presupposition. Again, most people didn't start.
You can't read the mind of the biologist. You can't read
evolution. Evolution. It was not a theory for always. You can't presuppose evolution because it was a theory created by people at some point. So it can't be a presupposition.
So it can't be a presupposition. So someone can't presuppose evolution and abiogenesis and then make arguments based on that.
No, so evolution was a thing that people came to by evidence. That's like Darwin's theory of evolution. It was he looked at evidence and came to a hypothesis. It can't be a presupposition if it's something you come to through evidence. Those are opposites.
Okay, great. You can argue that's what Darwin did, right? And by the way, Darwin thought that
that's what all biologists do. They study the evidence and then come to the conclusion.
1 second. So I'm trying to explain something. So Darwin, on the one hand, like compared to biologists nowadays, Darwin had a very, you could say, primitive knowledge of this because he thought a cell was just merely a glob of goo. That's how he describes it, right? Now, whereas biologists now, they have a more detailed anatomy of the cell, right? So they study this.
Yeah. So let's go to the point. The point is that no biologists presuppose evolution. They do it because of the evidence. They became biologists because of the evidence. They believe evolution because of the evidence. It's never a presupposition.
Okay, so when the biologists are running all of these tests, right? And by the way, I can give you many examples where biologists
there's lots of tests.
1 second. Yeah, they do all these tests, right? And you're saying you're reading their mind. They have no presupposition of evolution whatsoever.
No. We can go through their education history and say, oh, look, they learned about the evidence and then came to the conclusion. So it's not a presupposition. So your argument is false.
All right. Great. They came to the conclusion, they adopted that worldview, and then they started doing their own experiments under that worldview. Exactly.
That's not a presupposition. So
that is a presupposition.
No, if they said, here is the evidence, and based on the evidence, I come to a conclusion, that's the opposite of a presupposition. They didn't start with that before they made an argument. That was the evidence.
Can argue. Very quickly, anyone can argue that.
All right, I'm bored. Next topic.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what started you guys off on this, and what's like the argument here. I mean, is the argument that, I don't know, T-Jump, maybe you can catch me up to speed.
Oh yeah, you're saying evolution is false. He's a creationist.
Well, yeah, sure, right.
Yeah,
but
blatantly false, dude.
I'm hearing, I heard comments about junk DNA, among other things. So, were you defending monkeys? Were you defending yourself against monkeys pressing? Like, what was going on?
What he was saying that evolution is false and creationism is true, and I was giving evidence of evolution.
Okay, so And was junk DNA one of the evidences in your mind for evolution?
No, he was asking what was the purpose of the endogenous retrovirus DNA, and I said no, it's just part of the junk DNA. It doesn't actually do anything.
So, okay, I'm curious why Monkey would even ask that, but about junk DNA, do you see a corollary between just in a conceptual mode here of junk DNA and like vestigial organs?
No.
No.
No idea
Well,
what you mean.
Well, okay, so you're certainly familiar with like an argument from personal incredulity, right?
I can't understand something, therefore it's not true. Yes, I'm familiar with an argument from incredulity.
Right. Okay. And so even with that taken into account, you don't see any resemblance between the theory of, or the idea, I should say, of junk DNA and vestigial organs?
I have no idea what you're asking. So none of that is an argument from ignorance, and I don't. If I don't understand what you're asking, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Slow down. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm not trying to trap you.
I'm not saying. I'm saying I don't understand the connection between any of the three things you said: argument from ignorance, vestigial limbs, and junk DNA. I don't see a connection that you're trying to make between any of those three things.
Well, so personal incredulity is not a 1-1 match to an argument from ignorance. But what I'm getting at is this.
Yeah,
the idea.
Ignorance is saying, like, I don't know, therefore it's wrong. Incredulity is saying, I don't understand it, therefore it's wrong.
Or I find it hard to believe, or I don't see the reason for X, therefore negative X, or something of that nature.
I'm still not understanding your connection between that and vestigial limbs and junk DNA. I don't see a connection between any of the things you've said.
So what's the why do people use the phrase junk DNA? What do they mean when they say that?
That there's I forget the specific biological definition, but it doesn't have I don't remember, but it's some specific function that they don't do, non-coding or something like that.
Well, in other words, it's DNA that allegedly has no function or seems to be.
No one means that.
Say again.
So no one means by junk DNA that it has no function. They mean it has a non-coding function. So it doesn't do the coding process, but it doesn't mean it has no function.
Okay, so when you use the term, then what do you mean?
That it's non-coding.
And so I guess then let me back up. Do you feel that junk DNA is somehow like a piece of evidence against a creator of some sort, or?
And I never brought up junk DNA, so no.
Okay, well then that might be my mistake, because I'm trying to catch up to speed to where you guys were talking. I hear, I popped in, you're talking about junk DNA, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, T-Jump's probably trying to invoke junk DNA as a
so the only reference to junk DNA was he asked what was the purpose of the retrovirus DNA, and I said it doesn't have a purpose. It doesn't have a purpose in the organism that it exists in. It is a part of junk DNA. That was it. There was no argument there about junk DNA. It was just a description of the purpose of the endogenous retrovirus DNA in another organism.
We're talking about evolution?
Yep.
Well, so that's the point of that's the corollary right there. There's no purpose, like you just said yourself, no purpose,
and so the DNA of the endogenous retrovirus.
Right. Exactly. My only point, and it's a minor point that obviously doesn't have any bearing on the larger issue of what you guys were discussing, but anytime you have an argument of the variant, well, there's no purpose for this. It's just not strong ground to stand on, right? Because that was the whole reasoning behind vestigial organs, the list of which has shrinking considerably in the last century. As we discover through new discoveries and further scientific inquiry, hey, wait a minute, the appendix actually has a purpose and a function. It actually does something. It's not just this remnant that's unuseful.
Right. So junk DNA isn't like an argument against God in that way.
Okay. Fair enough. Clarified. So, all right.
Because God could just be an idiot or something, and he put it in there because he wanted to be stupid. Like the fact that there's junk DNA isn't an argument against a God.
Yeah, I would agree with you. So here's a question then. Would you say, because I hear you and I hear atheists all the time make statements to the effect of there's no evidence for God or whatever, right? So let me ask you, You know, when you look back at the work of somebody like Jules Plucker and his associates or whatever, would you say that there was ever any evidence for cathode rays?
I have no idea. Like, I don't know enough about the topic, but I know there isn't any evidence of a god. Except, well, I guess the best evidence of a god is the evidence of the Bhagavad Gita, which predicted the age of the Earth is 4.3 billion years old. That's probably the only, the best evidence that has ever been presented to me of the existence of a god.
Excuse me, T-Jump. I can actually go right onto this cathode rays and fully explain it to you if you want. Because that's something I can do, is explain that one to you. See, I'm actually using said piece of gear.
No, it's
so as long
I'm running
as,
a CRT.
Oh my gosh, man, this guy's railroading. So as long as, like, if you're going to say something like, okay, it's my opinion that there's no evidence for God or something like that, I wouldn't have much of an issue with that. But when it's stated strongly, as in the, you know, under the pretense of some like objective truth, I think that's a little bit maybe disingenuous, you know,
I don't know
because
what that means. Like, so my position is that there is no evidence of a God because there's nothing that's been presented that can indicate God is a real thing rather than an imaginary thing. Of course, that there is some, like one example, like the Hindu thing.
Right.
Right. So it has to be presented to me for me to know about it.
Right. Yeah. No, I get it. I get it.
So like the default is that things are imaginary until demonstrated otherwise, because most things people come up with are just figments of their imagination. Therefore, until evidence is presented, it's rational to conclude it's just in people's imagination.
Okay, maybe. I mean, the flip side of that coin is that there are plenty of things that people accept and that are actually true, completely devoid of what you might call empirical evidence or anything like that.
Wait, what?
So, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Wait, like what? People accept as true, devoid of empirical evidence. Yeah, like unicorns, homeopathy, astrology.
Well, no, so for example, that the T jump of today is the T jump of yesterday and is also the T jump of a year ago.
Well, that isn't the same in any way, because that's like the same is just relative to how you define it. It's not like an empirical claim.
No, there's no empirical evidence for that claim, right? But we all accept the fact, we all intuitively accept the principle of the law of identity over time. But there's no empirical evidence. There's no empirical evidence for it, right?
Sure, there is.
You can
like,
say
the T jump of yesterday likes chocolate ice cream, and the T jump of today likes ice cream. Therefore, we can inductively conclude the T jump of today is the same as the T jump of yesterday.
Yeah, that's not empirical evidence.
That's literally empirical evidence. So that's your sense experience of T jump likes ice cream was seen previously and seen today. That's empirical evidence. That's just induction. So there is empirical evidence of that.
Well, it could just as easily be the case that you're misled, or that the T jump of yesterday that liked the chocolate ice cream was some kind of phantom, like by empirical evidence. So I don't.
That doesn't matter. The fact that hold up. Stop. I'm going to mute you. The fact that there are other explanations does not mean it's not evidence. So that what you just said is irrelevant. Even if it could be a delusion, it's still evidence that the T jump of yesterday is the same as the T jump of today. So there is empirical evidence that statement is true, which is not analogous to a God.
Okay, by empirical evidence, I'm referring to scientifically testable hypotheses. Let's get more precise then.
That is a scientifically testable hypothesis.
There's no scientifically testable evidence for the law of identity, right? Or lots of things.
Those are languages that we make up to describe things, so they don't exist anywhere.
Wait, what?
Logic is a language made up by humans to describe the way reality is. That's it.
Well, so did the law of non-contradiction obtain before human existence?
The law of non-contradiction described reality, or presumably, unless a non-standard logic is true, described reality before we made up the law.
Well, that's a contradiction. I mean, no pun intended.
The word tree refers to an existing object before we invented the word tree. The words of logic described reality before we invented the words of logic.
You said we made up the law of non-contradiction.
Yes, it is a human principle to describe reality, just like we made up the E equals MC squared. It's a human principle that didn't exist anywhere. It just describes existing things.
Right. So before human existence, could the Earth both exist and not exist?
No. So I assume standard logic is true, so no.
Say again?
I'm granting because if there's a non-standard logic, then it could, like quantum logic or something. So I think that standard logic is probably correct. So no.
Well, but we made up standard logic.
Yes, it's to describe reality. So like if I say, do I believe that the tree is outside, and the sentence "the tree is outside" is a made-up sentence by English, it can still correspond to reality. Logic is a language, so it has sentences that can correspond to reality, sentences that don't correspond, and sentences that are self-contradictory.
Okay, let's hone this down. Was the law of non-contradiction true before human existence?
Yes, it
yes or
described
no?
reality before human existence, presumably.
Well, wait. There couldn't be anything to describe reality before human existence because humans are the only ones that describe. I'm saying before there were any agents that were even possible of description, right? So T minus.
What you're saying is gibberish here. So the word tree described trees before the word tree was invented. So the word tree, would it accurately describe the things that exist that they correspond to today? Yes, they would still exist.
If I could finish, I was just, I was in the middle of the sentence. But okay, so what I'm asking you, I'm just trying to get clarity here. You're telling me that we made up the law of non-contradiction.
Yes,
you
so
said
we
that.
make up all the laws of science and physics. They're made up sentences made up by humans.
Before the existence of human beings who are the only beings with descriptive powers, before that time.
Yes, it still described reality. Yes, even before. Yes.
Please.
I'm literally answering your question. The answer is yes. Before any humans. Okay. You're muted. Next. Anybody else got any questions?
I think what the gibberish generators is failing to realize is you're just pointing out the concept itself was created by humans, but what the concept is describing definitely pre-existed humans.
Yes.
That's what he's not understanding.
Yes, and he's just repeating the same question over and over again. So like the word tree was invented by humans, but did the word tree describe something before any humans existed? Yes, like there were trees that existed before humans did, or presumably trees existed before humans did. So the word tree corresponds to something that exists before humans, and it accurately corresponds to something before humans.
I think the bigger takeaway is like there's really no empirical evidence for logical truths. They just exist as like
they're descriptions. Well, I agree. They're descriptions of things we experience. They're languages. So I mean,
T-Joe, it seems like whenever you get cornered, you get like over talky and muties. Are you?
I don't do that. What? Who would do that? So yeah.
I also didn't feel like you were fair to Warfare because he was trying to finish his point.
Well, so the point about logic is logic doesn't exist. It's like most people in philosophy don't believe logic is like an actually existing abstract object. It's a language created by humans. So obviously you don't need empirical evidence for things that are languages made up by humans. You don't need empirical evidence of the language of English because it's not an empirically existing thing. So obviously it's perfectly fine to believe logic exists as a thing made up by humans in our human imagination without empirical evidence, because it's just an imaginary thing. It's a language. But if you claim
what is it that the language describes?
One sec. So, but if you think the logic exists independently of imagination, like there's actually some kind of Platonic logical object, then yes, I'd say you need empirical evidence to actually demonstrate that that is not something just in your imagination. You asked, what does logic describe? It describes the nature of reality, how reality operates.
Okay. So what do you think of like, so there's forms of logic that don't describe reality.
Yes.
Right? Because like not all logic
there are
is
multiple forms of logic, yes.
Okay, so what are those logics describing? Like possible worlds?
Imaginary worlds? So I'd say like it's the same as the sentence, the sky is pink. Like what world is that describing? Like you could say it's an imaginary world of some kind. Mm-hmm. If the sentence doesn't correspond to reality, then it corresponds to not reality.
So the only sense in which like one system of logic is true is just that it maps onto how our reality works or how propositions work in our reality.
Yeah, I'd say that one of the systems of logic corresponds to the nature of reality and the others probably don't. And so whichever one that is the right one, the right logic. There's actually a Stanford Encyclopedia section on this, the right logic in quotation marks, that describes this. Yeah, one of the logics could be in correspondence to the way nature operates, and that's the right one.
Mm-hmm. Are you open to the possibility that there could be like different logics, like a kind of logic that applies to like physical models and the sentences that like describe aspects of the physical models versus like biological models or historiographical models, that each of these could have like logics could be constrained to a specific domain and that different domains could have different logics? Or do you think that there's one like unitary logic?
I mean, I guess you could make up a logic and apply it to your own made-up domain. As far as I know, all of those domains use the same standard logic that most other people use. I mean, it's possible that you could make up a new logic to have a new domain. I don't know what that would really mean, but
you don't have like an a priori commitment that wouldn't make any sense.
No, I think that non-standard logics are definitely possible. It's possible that they describe reality in a more coherent way than standard logic. I just don't think it's the case.
Sure.
Hey, real quick, TJ. Yeah, we were talking earlier, which I'd like to talk again sometime about. What we were talking about.
You're cutting in and out. I can't hear you.
Right. Is it still bad?
Or maybe it's Randolph. Are you like fuzzing?
No, that's not me. No.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Now, now try.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we were talking earlier. Yeah, I'd like to maybe talk again in the future, but I just wanted to ask if you don't mind answering. When you grew up, did you grow up in a Christian household?
Yep.
No. Yes. If you could just maybe.
Yes.
I mean, if you don't want to answer that, it's fine.
I was brought up in a Christian household. I went to Catholic grade school, Catholic high school.
So you were raised like Catholic. Were you
Christian?
baptized?
I was raised Christian and went to Catholic school.
Okay. So any like specific denomination, Christian or
Non-denominational, I think.
Non-denominational. And then you went to a Catholic school.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm just wondering. Just curious.
Hey, T-Jump, can I ask a quick question?
You just did.
Okay. To your knowledge, does S5 modal logic have any real-world applications?
I don't know.
I also wanted to say something on this. If you have a system that you call logic, even if it's different, your system still has to be logical. You know, it can't have any contradictions. It still has to.
No, that's incorrect. So there are literally logics that have true contradictions. They're called paraconsistent logics. But that doesn't, like the ones that are explosive where everything in the logic becomes a logical contradictions are called dialetheism. So there are logics that do have true contradictions.
Okay, I understand there you can posit something as a true contradiction. To me, it's just, your posit of the worldview isn't going to represent the actual world.
Right. So I agree. I think that standard logic is the correct logic, but it's possible that other logics like quantum logic or paraconsistent logic or many-valued logic or fuzzy logic, they might describe the world better. We just don't know it or can't realize it. So it's possible that standard logic isn't the most fundamental description of reality. I just don't think it's the case.
Okay, that's fair, I guess. But I think the whole point Warfare was getting at is basically that there are things that are, transcendental to the material world.
Well, no. So that's when logic describes the way reality is. There's nothing that's transcendental there. It's just describing the nature of reality, how it operates. So the fact that it works to describe the nature reality operates as isn't transcendental. It's just a description of the way nature works.
I mean, you can say that, but factually speaking, it's like numbers, and physical properties. These properties, you can say they're merely descriptive, but that's where the disagreement would be. Basically, we don't see them as merely descriptions. We see them as actual properties.
No, most don't see math or logic as actual properties. They're just languages made up by humans. If you go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, classical logic, very first sentence, logic is a formal language. They're languages that describe things. They don't exist unto themselves.
Well, we would disagree on that because even if nobody was there to talk that language, to speak that language, the world would still have to operate with the same laws of logic. So you can
That's
say it's
because
just our language.
So if I make up a law of logic, A does not equal A, that law would not correspond to reality. Now, if I make up a law A does equal A, that law does correspond to reality. So I can make up different laws, and some of them will correspond and some of them won't correspond. Like if I make up a different sentence, that tree is big, or if I say that tree is a dog or whatever, some sentences do correspond to reality and some sentences don't. But the fact that the sentence is made up by humans is irrelevant to the fact that it could describe reality. So even if no humans existed, those sentences, the tree is big, would still describe the tree, even if no humans ever existed. So the logic of the system of logic is just a language to describe the way reality is. The tree is big. It's a thing in reality. The logic itself doesn't exist anywhere.
Okay, I'm going to stop here. I'm just going to say one last thing. You said, you could make a statement like A is not A. And that's true. You could make that. But, that would basically not be logical. So, that would be illogical.
Right. So I can make up a logical sentence or logical system that does not correspond to reality, like a different kind of logic. So logics don't inherently govern reality or anything. They're languages made up by humans. Some of them can describe reality, some of them don't. Just like any sentence.
Sorry. No, finish. I don't want to interrupt you. Finish.
That was it. So logic is a language, and like any language, there's lots of different versions, and some describe reality and some don't.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I would say the ones that do not describe reality are just, lies. And maybe,
sort of.
Maybe there are different systems that explain reality on different levels. But when we're referring to logic, we're usually referring to, the colloquial meaning of just logic.
Not quite sure what you mean there. So like there are many different kinds of logic that have different logical operators and different systems. Like many have things that can be both true and false at the same time. So things that can be neither true and false at the same time. And there's quantum logic, like the thing doesn't exist until it devolves from a waveform or something. There's fuzzy logic and many value logic reject one of the laws of the standard logic. So there's many different versions of logic. One of them probably describes reality and the others probably don't. But all logic is a language made up by humans to describe reality. And none of those logics, none of those systems existed prior to humans. They're things humans made up to try and describe reality.
Honestly, T-Jump, I'm not as good as Warfare on this topic, so if you really want to, just unmute him and keep going,
I discuss this with actual professors all the time on my YouTube channel. Like he doesn't know what he's talking about. I can definitively tell you that.
Well, give him a chance to, finish a statement or at least respond.
I gave him multiple chances and he wasn't able to actually answer the question. But yeah, if you want an actual conversation on this topic, I talk with actual philosophers of logic, professors from different colleges all over the planet on this topic on my YouTube channel, and you can see people who do actually know what they're talking about.
Okay, well, I'm interested in. I'll look at the videos. If you wanna, I don't know, post them in a chat or something. I'll definitely look it up.
Sure.
What would be a good one to
So
watch?
T-Jump,
Like,
just
who would it be?
Yeah. See, I'm gonna look through my list and see if I
Watch
can
them
find
all.
a good one on logic.
And I'm still not convinced logic is just, a construct. I think any logical system still has to follow the laws, like the laws of the material world. So therefore, it's it's constrained to, being logical and applying to the real world. If it's not the case, then it's a false logic.
I mean, yeah, I would agree. Just like any sentence in English, like if it does correspond, like there is a tree outside, then it's a true sentence. And if it says like there is a pink unicorn outside, then it's a false sentence. So logic, I think, is the same as any sentence.
Okay, but if your logic is false, your sentence is false, then it's not logical anymore. You see what I mean? So it lost the property of being logical.
No, I would say that's probably wrong because there are non-standard logics like quantum logic and fuzzy logic, and those are perfectly logical given the way their logic works, even if they don't necessarily correspond to reality. So they're false, but they're still logical given their system of logic.
And they're supposed to represent reality, right? On the framework of which they apply.
Yes.
But they don't apply to our framework of the cuff conversation, you know? Like they apply to the framework of quantum mechanics. Yeah, if we're talking about that, then yeah. Though, you see what I mean?
Not exactly. So they're meant to be able to describe everything in reality. They just do it in a way that is harder to understand. So they can still describe the truth value of the sentences or whatever.
I mean, how does quantum mechanics explain the truth value of a sentence?
Quantum logic. Quantum logic is a system of logic that could explain the truth value of sentences. Because it still has true sentences and false sentences. Some just can be both true and false, or neither true and false. So quantum logic is not the same as quantum mechanics.
I've never heard about quantum logic, actually. If you like, you know, like get me some resources, I'll look it up. How is it different? Yeah, I'll Google it. Okay.
I don't agree with non-standard logic, so I'm not the person to ask about what is the best way to explain non-standard logics.
A good example is fuzzy logic. It's just a logic where you have your truth values are continuous, so they lie in the interval 0, 1, rather than just being binary equal to 0 or equal to 1. So you can still define truth functionality, and you can still have truth preservation. Your functions are like truth monotonic, where your truth value doesn't decline when you do modus ponens. So you can still have like mathematical treatments of like logical deductive systems without being in like a classical system where you have like, you know, only true and false, 0 and 1 are your only truth values.
All right, I'll post a video of mine with a professor in my chat. You guys can check it out if you want. I think we discussed logic in that one. I don't really remember because I've had too many of them. But that was a good conversation in the T-Jump chat. There you go.
Cones. So with the paraconsistent logic, maybe you or Levinsky, guys just talking, could come up with an example. And I'm just wondering if it could be possible when you're trying to actually hold two separate worldviews together for some kind of an overlap of commonality.
So you're asking for an example of a paraconsistent logic?
And if that could be an example where you hold two different worldviews where they actually intersect.
Well, I mean, whatever model of proposition...
So I could be way off.
Well, so the thing that separates paraconsistent logics from consistent logics are just that you exclude certain deductive forms. So like a typical move in a paraconsistent logic, we say, okay, we have propositions, all of them are either true or false, and there's at least some pair of there's at least one proposition such that P and not P is true. But then you also add in that you can't do disjunctive syllogism. So like if you have A or B and you don't have A, it's not valid to infer that B. So like whatever, like if you're going to say, okay, our propositions are like beliefs or sets of beliefs, and some of our beliefs contradict each other. So then I'd like, if I believe A and I believe B, then I'd have to believe A and B. So then I'd believe at least like one, there'd have to be some belief B such that I believe B and not B. For that to be paraconsistent, you just need to reject disjunctive syllogism somewhere when you're like deciding how truth functional your belief operator is, because it's technically a modal logic.
Yeah, very interesting. Not sure if I...
Well, so all you have to do is fiddle with how you're allowed to...
Doesn't sound very stable.
Well, it's just a matter of how you are allowed to make deductions. That's like the only part that paraconsistent logics have to fiddle with.
How would you describe dialetheistic logics?
So I understand dialetheism to just be that there are some true contradictions. I think if you allow for an explosive system, then you get to something called trivialism, where like every proposition is true. I'd probably distinguish trivialism from dialetheism.
Well, wouldn't paraconsistent logic be a kind of dialetheism where they have some statements?
As soon as you admit a true contradiction, I think you'd be dialectic. Yeah. I think Graham Priest is like the go-to reference for dialetheism.
Yeah. Anybody else got any arguments? Philosophy, God stuff?
That idea just seems like a problem with the terms used, and again, it's not really reflective of reality, or we have no evidence to think that it is what it seems like to me. Like just it only occurs because of the terms used, really.
Yeah, metaphysical gymnastics, I guess.
I do wonder, T-Jump, what's your account of normativity? Like, do you reduce normativity to something else,
Natural
like
facts.
reasons?
No. So I would say that I'm a moral naturalist. I think that normativity and morality just are some descriptive fact, correspond to some descriptive fact in the universe. So it's just an is statement. And you get normativity from is statements.
Okay, so what is the natural fact that corresponds to, like, murder is wrong? I take that to be uncontroversial normative truth.
Right. I think that the essence of morality is some like moral law, kind of like a Platonic object, but it's just actually a law of physics of some kind. And that in some way instantiates all of the moral principles that are correct. They're just abstract descriptions of some essence of this moral law, like a physical law.
But so do you think that, so what it is for murder to be wrong is that, do you think that there's like a physical fact that makes that true? So if that physical fact failed to obtain, then then murder wouldn't be wrong? It would change the moral value?
Yep.
Okay.
Really? No other theists in the server to give an argument for God?
Defeated them all.
True facts.
I do have one. Have one, but he's on recording.
What is recording?
I don't know if you know this gentleman. Yeah.
They're not really fond of talking outside of the rooms where they don't have mods.
Oh, gotcha.
That's normal, T-Jump. That's just how they are.
Okay.
Yeah, T-Jump, I got a question.
Here's a famous one.
How do you
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, my question is, how do you defeat God? How do you defeat people like Darth Dawkins, who are like God presuppositionalists, saying?
Yeah, Presup is really interesting. Yeah. I like Presup a lot. So because Presup, I think it's really fun to go down the logic trees. But the Presup argument is that God is the only thing that can ground.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So God is the only thing that can ground the preconditions of intelligibility. And then the first thing you ask is, what are the preconditions of intelligibility? And then they are going to give, the good ones will actually give you a list of what they think the preconditions of intelligibility are. Most of them have no idea. They're just making a statement and have no idea what the content is supposed to be. But like I've debated 3 or 4 like actual professor presups that are actually qualified in the field, like Eli Elia, Tyler Vela. They're not really professors, but they're a lot better than Darth Dawkins. And those guys you can actually have a conversation with about what qualifies as a precondition of intelligibility. Is it possible without a God? And it's pretty easy to show that all the things they think God is required for can be done without a God. And so just whatever they think are preconditions of intelligibility, you just show that they can exist and be grounded in things that don't require a consciousness. And then you've defeated their argument.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what I was going to play. I got the modus ponens that Darth gives. I play it in the room sometimes for people, but there's a lot of people here. Probably not a good time. But if you wanted to pick it apart, you could.
Sure, go for it.
All right.
P, therefore Q. And P is the
Oh, my computer just restarted.
Independence of facts from God, that there's one or more facts that are independent of God. And P is the independence of facts from God, that there's one or more facts that are independent of God. Then it follows that God cannot logically coexist if facts are real and are independent of God.
So there's the meat of it.
Well, that isn't like,
The rest
I don't,
of it's,
I'm not sure if that's like his actual argument, because that's just
drama.
saying that essentially if all facts are essentially, I mean, it seems like a Platonic facts kind of existing argument, that if facts exist, one of the facts has to be in some way entailed in God, because he would be one of the facts, or they have to be they all entailed with God. And so if there is one fact that could exist independent of God, then his definition of God, which is one where it entails all facts, couldn't exist, which is like, sure, that's just definitionally true, but that isn't like an argument for why it has to be true. That's just his definitional case of it has to be true by the definition of God he provides. But normally his argument for God is that it's the only way to account for the preconditions of intelligibility.
Yeah, the argument that you just heard is what he says when atheists say that they like withhold belief. So he basically says, like, if you're committed to the idea that there is at least one fact independent of God, then you're actually committed to the non-existence of God. So you're not withholding belief.
Yeah.
But it's not his argument for God.
Yeah, so his definition of a God is that there are no facts independent of his God. And so if you believe it's even possible for there to be a fact independent of a God, he's making a modal claim there that it's necessarily not existing. So like in modal logic, if something is possibly necessary, it's necessarily the case and it's true. And so if you think it's possibly not the case, then you think it's necessarily not the case. So he's just making some silly gibberish argument with modal logic.
Okay. Well, then he just goes on and does his little rant, which is kind of funny. I'll spare it for you.
Well, yeah, I actually like his arguments when you can get him to actually explain the arguments, which is hard because he interrupts a lot. But the good precepts that actually will talk with you, Eli, Tyler Vell, those kind of guys, it's fun to explore the precept ideology because it's really interesting to interact with that set of arguments. But yeah, Darth is hard to do it with because he doesn't really interact as much. He doesn't explain things very much. But the other precepts, there's a lot of fun precepts to talk to.
I mean, you cry about over talking, but you do it all the time. That's weird.
I'm not over talking you, am I? No.
Not in the moment.
Yeah, like I interrupt a lot to ask for clarification, and if you don't give clarification and you go off on different points, then yeah, definitely I'm going to overtalk you to try to bring you back to explaining the thing that you didn't explain. I do that a lot for sure.
Oh yeah, so you're like the righteous overtalker.
I am. That is
You
true.
get that chip off your shoulder every time you come in here complaining about it instead of actual discussion. You're just whining.
Right.
You are
Right.
whining. No, you, buddy.
Right? Oh, me? What? What? Me? Oh,
Right.
That was a plot twist.
Oh.
Yeah, I know you were crying about me because you have no original thoughts. Yeah, but T-Jump, let's just get back to the eternal universe.
Hey, Semantic, you're whining about it. There's another channel.
No, don't interrupt. He's making an argument. Don't interrupt. This is what we want. We want an argument. Wow. Eternal. He said saying something about eternal.
Yeah, so go ahead and show us that the universe is eternal.
Go ahead and show us that the universe is eternal? Well, I don't think our universe is eternal. I think our universe had a beginning at the Big Bang, but all of the evidence indicates that our universe is created by more fundamental quantum fields, and there is no reason to think that those quantum fields are not eternal because they created space-time.
So, because there's a theory on the table,
with evidence,
it seems to support your worldview.
Yes, with evidence.
Therefore, your worldview is true.
Yes, if my worldview has evidence and other worldviews don't have evidence, it's more rational to conclude my worldview is true and the other ones are false. Yes.
What if they both have evidence, which they do, which you're failing to, here's what you do.
You asked a question.
We already started.
Well, you asked, what if
I
they
was in the
both,
middle of a statement,
hold up. You asked what if, hold up. I'm going to mute you. You asked what if they both have evidence. Hold up. You asked a good question. You asked a good question.
Go ahead, bro.
So you asked, what if they both have evidence? If there are two theories that both have equal evidence, both are rational.
Great, bro. So I never said anything about equal. I said they both have evidence. You said that there is no evidence for God,
right?
And you contradict yourself when you realize that you there are arguments which are evidence for the existence of God.
No, there aren't.
Not only are there arguments which are evidence for the existence of God.
What? Can you give me an example?
Personal testimony. Oh, come on.
Can you give me an example?
Come on,
give me an example of an evidence of a God. Can you give me an example?
This tactic is like, all right, cool. So there's also personal testimony.
That's not evidence.
Personal testimony is not evidence?
No.
Not good evidence.
You know? Oh, good. Look. See,
No. I say zero.
That's
zero.
how you're supposed to talk.
It's zero evidence.
Honestly, no. Yeah, it's no.
I'm saying it's zero. Zero.
Back to zero. Again.
Zero.
Do you know what evidence is?
Yes.
TJ?
Evidence is that which can indicate something is real and not imaginary.
All right, great. So you have your own proprietary definition.
Nope, it's the same definition. It's just phrased differently.
What we'll do? Why are you phrasing it differently if it's the same definition?
Because I like the different phrasing. It's like,
oh, okay, cool. You like it.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna operate on the assumption that you smuggled in some other beliefs within your change of the definition. I don't think you just like it. I think it actually helps to bolster your argument.
I have no idea how it does that.
Yeah, you don't. Okay, just claim ignorance. I can't get into your mind, so I can't prove that you're not ignorant. That's fine.
No. You have to prove that my definition somehow brings in something that gives me an unfair advantage. I don't know how it does that.
I don't have to prove that.
Well, you made the assertion that you're going to assume that. So
I can have that. I can have that supposition.
Okay, that's
fair. Not a straw man if you do that.
No. That's fine. That's fine. He can assume that.
I don't have that. I don't.
Concrete.
It doesn't have to be a straw man.
Concrete. So he can have that presupposition.
Right. Oh, you're talking.
One sec, concrete.
Right.
One sec, concrete. So he can have that presupposition. That's perfectly fine. But I want to know if he has any evidence for that, or if it's just something he's making.
It's not a presupposition. It's just a supposition.
Okay. Is there any evidence for that, or is it just your supposition?
You know the difference. You know the difference, right? Okay, cool. All right.
So do you have any evidence of that, or is it just?
There's evidence. I think I see your dishonesty as an interlocutor.
What's the evidence?
As evidence, your dishonesty as an interlocutor is evidence that the reason why you changed the definition of evidence is not merely because you like it. It's to smuggle in probably other unstated premises and to bolster your argument.
Okay, but can you actually indicate the statement does that in any way? Like, what are the other assumptions in the argument?
So here's what you're doing. You're saying there is no evidence for the existence of God, and we know that that's not true.
Well, that's completely irrelevant.
Most modern apologists, atheistic apologists, say what Morgan said, which is there's no good evidence.
Okay.
In which case, it's just going to be a subjective claim about good and bad, and no one can argue a subjective position.
Okay,
but
so
what you're saying is something more in tune with reality or against reality when you say there are no arguments for God.
I didn't say there are no arguments.
You're basically saying or evidence. Sorry,
okay,
evidence. No evidence for existence of God, which is that you are basically flying in the face of reality. We try to help you out with that. And you still just don't understand it.
Okay.
And now you have this other fucking weirdo, nipping at
concrete.
And it just shows more disingenuity from you.
Stop for a second.
Right?
So all you need to do, concrete. I'm going to mute you. Concrete. I'm going to mute you. Concrete.
Okay.
So
do you understand
concrete?
now?
I'm going to mute you. Hold on. So concrete. All you need to do to disprove my definition is give one thing which counts as evidence. That's all you need to do. So just give me one thing.
What are you talking about?
My claim is that there is. Hold up. So my claim is that there is no evidence of a God. For you to defeat my claim, all you have to do is give evidence of a God. So my claim, no evidence. All you have to do is present evidence, and then my claim is defeated. So present one thing, which is evidence.
Again, I presented several things that are evidence.
Okay, pick one. Give me one.
I've already said them. Did you not hear them?
No, I didn't hear them. Tell me one.
Now we know that you are either
tell me one.
Severely obtuse or you're a liar.
Tell me one. Well,
Which one is it?
Well, I'm deliberately trying to give you
Stop with the character attacks
incentive.
and fucking answer.
Which one is it?
Well, I don't care. You can character attack me all you want. I don't care. But I
It's
want.
not a character
I just
attack.
want.
It's
I
an
want him to give
observation
me.
based on your answers.
I'm
based on your
trying. I'm
statement.
trying to
Either
elicit.
you're a liar or you're severely obtuse.
Well, I'm trying to get you to answer the question.
It's either you have real.
Okay, I'm gonna have to serve mute you. I'm doing everything I can to try to give you the opportunity to present evidence, and I'm waiting, and you haven't done it. I just want to hear the evidence. Just tell me one thing of evidence, and so I'm just waiting patiently. What is the evidence?
Yes, I've already said it, and I'll say it again.
Say it again.
Personal testimony.
Personal testimony is not evidence. Personal testimony is an
Where do
anecdotal
you
fallacy.
get that from?
Because personal testimony
it's both. It's evidence and it's anecdotal.
Wait. So
what are you talking about?
Stop. So I'm.
What's wrong with you, bro?
Hey! I'm trying to explain it. So I'll serve mute you so I can explain this. Personal testimony is not evidence of the existence of a God. Personal testimony is evidence that some people have a psychological feeling of a God, and that thing is more likely explained by a type 1 and type 2 fallacy. Type 1 and type 2 fallacies say that if you see a rustle in bushes, that it's more likely to be, if you believe it's a lion and you run away, you're more likely to survive. And if you believe it's the wind and you don't run away, you're more likely to die. Therefore, the people who think it's a lion survive and reproduce more, which creates a proclivity for the species to think that there is an hyperactive agency detection system inside of things, and so they're likely to attribute agency to things that have no agency. Therefore, the fact that people have this disposition to think that there is a God or have personal experience of a God is not evidence there is a God. It's evidence that the type 1 and type 2 fallacies are acting accordingly.
He deafened himself.
I know. I noticed. That's why I'm not going to unmute him. So, anybody else have any questions? Hey, Scotty. Scotty's in here. He got unbanned for some magical reason. How do you make Scotty a mod for this room? Oh, yeah, he is. Good.
Yep.
You're
already
welcome.
got it hooked up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Albedo took care of me.
Nice. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet.
Anybody else got evidence, arguments, things they want to talk about? Potatoes?
I'm not really a philosopher, but I would like to say something to start something, maybe a conversation.
Go for it.
Maybe can you say what is degeneracy and what is degenerate?
Well, degeneracy I would probably describe in physical terms as some kind of decay, like rot or rust or some kind. So I don't think there's like a moral degeneracy in that sense.
So do you think it's a fallacy when someone says like this is degenerate or you are a degenerate? Like is this just like a
it's an ad hom, it's an ad hominem.
Okay.
What if I say you're a degenerate? That's not an ad hom.
Yes, it is.
What? Why is it an ad hom? That's an insult.
Insults are
an ad hom is your argument is
that's
crap
an ad
because
hom
you are
fallacy.
degenerate. That's an ad hom.
No, that's an ad hominem fallacy. An ad hominem is just an attack of the person. So any insult is an ad hom. It's just not an ad hom fallacy.
What?
What?
No one says that.
No, that's not right.
Yes, it is correct. It is literally correct. So it's the difference between a
What do
straw
you mean
man
it's
and a
correct?
straw man
Like,
fallacy.
that's what you use, or like that's what everyone.
Do you want to
uses?
get muted? Would you like to get muted?
Like all 7 people that just spoke up against what you
Yes,
said?
like all of you. So don't waste my time on this.
Oh, okay. You fucking weirdo.
Hey, T-Jump.
Bye-bye.
T-Jump, what was the evidence that Concrete gave to you?
Personal testimony?
Was that after, because... Okay. No, but I just Neil deGrasse Tyson, actually, if you look up on YouTube, I don't know if you know this channel called the Agaton Foundation on YouTube.
Agaton Foundation, yes.
Yeah, so basically there's when, like it says, Neil deGrasse Tyson best hits. Basically, it talks about...
There's actually one of me on there, I think. I think there's a T-Jump.
Yeah, there's a T-Jump too, yeah. You're on there too. But it also... It says that... that Neil deGrasse Tyson said, if you get alien abducted, you need in 21st century you need more than personal evidence and more than a photograph. You need like actual physical evidence.
Yes.
Because I'm not denying that anecdotal evidence isn't evidence, right? But it's weak evidence. It's the lowest form.
So I'm more specific when I say evidence. It has to be something that indicates that whatever you're asserting more than other things that already are known to exist. So like if I see a footprint in the snow, you could say that's evidence of a unicorn, but I'd say no, it's not, because there's no prior evidence of unicorns existing. It could be evidence of a horse, but it would not count as evidence of a unicorn. So because I'm using evidence in a more strict sense, that makes it actually coherent in debates, that you don't get to count anything as evidence just because it could logically explain the data. That doesn't count as evidence. For it to be evidence, it has to be one of the best things to explain the data.
So basically, data needs to have there have to be, basically what you're saying is multiple data points that create like a picture, like a theory, basically.
Sort of, not really, but like it has to be one of the things that best explains the data, not just a thing that could logically explain the data.
Okay.
I mean, I see the utility of the definition. It just, what I'm used to is just that, presents under a Christmas tree is technically evidence that Santa exists. It doesn't mean that we should believe it.
Right, because
but I
typically,
understand that when you're talking to someone like Concrete, it's probably better to just go with the simpler thing.
well, it's more specific. Like theists in general, they use this ambiguity of the term evidence to say, oh, well, look, there's a gold brick on the table. That's evidence of leprechauns. And by evidence, what we mean is that the hypothesis can explain the data. And literally, there's infinitely many things that can do that. And so if that's the definition of evidence you're using, evidence just means I can imagine it did that. And that's all it means. And so I don't.
So basically, the data, it's not saying that the hypothesis explains the data, but multiple data points have to create a hypothesis. That's what you're saying.
Sort of. Like I'm saying that if there's prior evidence that the thing already has like a high prior, like if there's already empirical evidence that horses exist, then if there's a footprint in the snow, that can be counted as evidence of a horse, but it could not be counted as evidence of a unicorn because there's no prior empirical evidence of unicorns. So if there's no prior data, no prior things that indicate that this hypothesis is true, then no, just the fact that it can post hoc explain some data point is not evidence of the hypothesis being true.
Okay. I have another question. It's about morality.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it. What's your question?
Oh, sorry. My question is this: is the foundation for secular morality like well-being? Can it
Typically,
be
no.
objective or subjective?
Well, well-being is one view. It's like Sam Harris's view. It's not really a common view in philosophy. Most philosophers don't like Sam Harris's model at all. They usually ground it in other things, but it's one view. There are many objective naturalists, moral realists who are not believe in a God. So it's called moral naturalism, and they believe in morality is objectively true, that the sentences are true independent of opinion, and it's purely natural phenomenon in the world.
Okay, because I would explain my morality as basically that to be a moral agent in the world. I'm an atheist, by the way, but to be a moral agent, you have to be living. So so life is the fundamental objective moral value, because without it, you cannot even be a moral agent. So everything stems from that.
I don't know if I would agree with that. So like, I think it's possible, like logically possible, that you could have a soul, and that even if you die and your soul is still there, or if you're a zombie or whatever, and so like life is defined as some kind of like metabolism based process. So even if you don't have any metabolism based process and you're literally just a zombie, but you have consciousness, I'd say you're still probably morally significant. So I would define morality as having anything that has consciousness is morally significant, not necessarily living though.
Okay. Sorry, my consciousness, I mean like a living conscious person. That living conscious, in order to have express morality, you have to be conscious. So
I would agree with consciousness for sure.
Yeah, but would you say your moral grounding is subjective or objective?
What about
just being an agent?
Agency is like a synonym with consciousness. I don't know. I don't think you can be an agent without being conscious. But I'm a moral realist, so I believe morality is objective.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Anybody else got any questions, comments?
D-Jump, you still a predeterminist?
A what?
You still believe in predeterminism?
I
Or
don't-
did you ever? Maybe
I don't
I'm
know
getting
what
this completely wrong.
is predeterminism different than determinism.
Well, you believe that things were predetermined or determined. It doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm a determinist. I wasn't sure what you meant by predeterminism there. So I'm a determinist. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
What do you mean by determinism?
That our choices are determined by prior existing states in the universe, that we don't actually have any kind of ability to do otherwise. Or maybe the physics kind of determinism. I'm more of a mix there. I'm totally happy with randomness and determinism being factors in the universe, but there's no free will.
Okay. Well, there's no, I would say, ultimate free will. Like, you can't do absolutely anything you want.
I would say that all of your decisions are either, like if you pick chocolate over ice cream or whatever, any decision, it's either going to be done for reasons, which are like biological states in your brain or whatever, or if they're done for no reason, then they're completely random. So either they're determined by prior reasons, or they're determined by no reasons, in which case they're random. So I don't see a way to get free will there. It's either you're determined or you're random, and those are really the only two options.
Cool.
So is it compatibilism where you can actually steer that through intention over time, where, obviously?
Well, compatibilism is just a kind of determinism. So they just accept, yeah, determinism is the way it is, but we're going to define certain deterministic processes as you. And so as long as those deterministic processes are within the category of you, then you can decide otherwise.
I don't see how they make the distinction of what is you or not.
Usually it's brain states, your brain acting as essentially without...
Aren't those influenced by like environment and genes that are out of your control?
Yep. So they just say, here is at some point there is the you-ness, which is even though all of you is determined by prior states, there's still the you-ness, and as long as the you-ness is making a decision, it's fine. It doesn't matter if it's priorly determined. So I think determinism, or I think compatibilism is just determinists who are in denial. That's all I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't see how that makes sense.
Well, what about steering the fact that you play a musical instrument? You're interested over time, you practice, and then eventually you see a really nice instrument and you obtain it. You probably never would have obtained it if you wouldn't have had the prior events of being interested, which it could have been something else. Like, that's what I mean. Sure, it piles up at the moment. Everything is what happened before, but somehow we steer it through intention. We must.
Well, I don't think so, because I think the intention is also determined by prior states of your brain and evolution. And so all of your intention and the fact that you came across a guitar or that you came across music and really liked it, all of those things are determined by prior states. And so you really didn't choose anything, and your intentions themselves are a result of evolution. So they're all just prior determined states of physics.
So just fractal ants. Kind of.
Yeah.
Going everywhere. I don't know. I guess I listen to Dan Dennett, but not a lot of people give him a lot of respect in these parts. So I don't know what your opinion is of him. I don't know if I've asked you before.
Yeah, Dan Dennett he's
idea.
a pretty well-respected philosopher of, I think, cognition in general. People don't agree with his view, but they do respect him as a serious philosopher.
Yeah, sure. He's respected as a person, but his conclusions, like, of limitivism and evolutionary explanation for the consciousness mechanism.
He thinks China can become conscious.
I think it could too, potentially. Like if you had like the example that idealists mostly use is like if you had a big enough set of pipes, could that become conscious? And I think it possibly could. I think that consciousness is a result of some patterns in physical states. And so if you could replicate the patterns in a brain in such a way with pipes or whatever, I don't know if it be some really complicated pipes, but I think it could potentially create a system that is conscious within pipes or China.
It's just really weird. That's all.
Yep. But I think the biggest objection to Dan Dennett is his reductive consciousness view, which is mostly misunderstood, but most people disagree with him on that.
Yeah, that's where they corner me too. Reductive consciousness. Yeah.
Well, because he's quoted as saying consciousness is an illusion, and that quote is just like, wait, what?
No, that's misquoted. It's the importance.
Yep. Exactly.
We put on it is the illusion. Yeah.
Exactly.
And doesn't he deny intentionality?
I do not know his view on intentionality.
I think if you deny consciousness, you're saying you're like only dispositional.
I don't know how that would work. Like, I don't know how
like
you
if
could...
you're not conscious, you're not an agent. Remember how you said like that's kind of like a synonym?
Oh, so you can be conscious without being an agent, I think. Like you could have like a consciousness that just exists with no desires or whatever. That's possible. And so you could have some kinds of consciousness, or like an ant or something with literally no desires, or someone in a coma where all their desires are destroyed, but they're still conscious. That's possible.
Wouldn't that be AI?
Probably the beginning of AI.
I think a desire can be a disposition.
I think desire is like food. Food is a desire, and it's something that everything has, right?
I think a desire can
I
be a
don't think so.
disposition.
Like, I don't think plants have a desire for food, but they still get food.
You don't?
No. I don't think,
why not? Why don't you think so?
Because I don't think they're conscious. I don't think they're able to have desires.
You don't think they want the sunlight that makes them grow?
No, I don't think they want anything.
Yeah, it's like saying viruses want to infect a human being or something.
COVID wants to infect you. It's coming for you.
I mean, where did consciousness start? Isn't consciousness like the knowing that you're here? So like a worm is conscious, it just wants to eat food, so it looks for food, and that's what consciousness is.
Well, no, I think consciousness is like literally your direct experience, like your qualia experience, and whatever that started as. I don't know. I think it requires brains of some kind, because it seems the only evidence we have is that consciousness comes in brains. So it probably started at some point after the original brain process.
Became big enough to actually be. Yeah, when brains became big enough and complicated enough to actually have conscience.
So T-Jump, you know what a P-zombie is?
Yep, philosophical zombie.
Mm-hmm. So do those things have desires?
Probably not, no.
Okay. And they're going to look and act very similar to like a human, like indistinguishable.
Exactly the same. So they're going to act as if they have desires, but they have literally no conscious state, kind of like an NPC in a video game.
Yeah. So how would we be able to determine like something that has only dispositions like a P-zombie versus something that has intentions like a human?
We couldn't. That's kind of the point of a P-zombie, is you couldn't tell the difference.
Same thing as solipsism. You can't 100% prove it.
You think humans have intention?
Well, no, that's not true, because under like eliminativism, P-zombies can't exist. It's like it refutes it.
Oh yeah, because it says like if literally all of the physical states in the brain are exactly the same and consciousness is in some way one of the physical states in the brain, then if they had the exact physical states in the brain, P-zombies would be impossible.
Exactly. Either we'd all be P-zombies or we'd all be conscious agents.
And so I think there's, I mean, that's, if you take it in the most literal sense, that's true. But I think if I took all the particles in my brain and all the electrical signals and like separated them, moved them apart by like 10 feet, obviously I wouldn't be conscious. But you could still have all of the parts and all the electrical signals working in the same way. But I think there's some way you could add a restraint, and so that they're disconnected. They're not like conjoined in some way, and that would eliminate consciousness. But that would definitely have to be like a physical difference in the brain of some way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me ask, like, how do you differentiate between consciousness and biological programming?
What? Biological programming is in like DNA?
Well, just like the example of he gave of the plant, but like he said wanting, sunlight and things like that for the biological process. And I agree with you with your statement in regards to that, wanting it. It's just a function of how it functions, right? So like, where do you differentiate that between consciousness, like biological programming, almost biological determinism, right? Where do you differentiate the two?
Well, not really, because I think that our consciousness is a result of biology and all of our desires is a result of biology. I just think it's a particular kind of biology. So like biology is programmed to make hearts and stuff, but that's not conscious. So consciousness is a result of biology and is determined by biological programming, just like hearts and lungs and hands and things.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Like, so what do you do with people that have been grown up and nurtured in particular environments that have biologically acclimation, not the best word, condition them to desiring destructive behaviors in their life? Like, how do you address that in regards to, well, is that good or is that bad, or or do we just let them be, or?
Well, if it's destructive, it's presumably bad. And like, if in the perfect world, we would just ask them, do you want us to turn off this desire? And if we could, we just turn off the desire or cure them of the desire. That would be the best option, is to give them an option to just turn it off. Like drug addicts, they often have the desire that they could turn off their addiction. And the moral thing to do would be like, yeah, just if we had the ability, give them a pill to turn it off. But I don't quite understand your question in that, like, the environments we're in and how they affect us, the nature versus nurture distinction, whatever we do that impacts our memory and causes our neuroplasticity to change in that we value certain things differently. I mean, that's also still biology. Like, biology gives us neuroplasticity. It gives us the things that causes us to desire and value things in society differently also. So it's still biological programming doing that.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. Thank you for answering that.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
Yo, T-Jump.
Hey, how's it going?
How is it that God doesn't exist?
All things that humans come up with in their imagination are mostly do not correspond to reality. Therefore, anything that we come up with that has not been provided evidence is most rational to conclude is just the thing in human imagination. Therefore, it's rational to conclude God is a figment of human imagination.
Fair enough. That's a good answer. Do you think, do you give weight to the response that God would be a more complex answer and that we should default to a simpler answer on unknown issues like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think an infinitely powerful, infinitely perfect, infinitely knowledgeable being is probably the opposite of the simplest possible thing. And I think it's really weird that many philosophers like Plantinga or think that it's perfectly simple. I think that's gibberish.
It's only one thing, though.
Yeah, it's made of one thing, but has infinite power and infinite knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. It's all things, but you're calling it one thing, so it's just one thing.
Yep. I think that to assess simplicity, it has to be all the different things it can do, not necessarily the properties it's made of. So like an apple is made of matter. It's made of one thing. Therefore, the apple is simply then an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving being who can create infinitely many apples.
What if it was one thing like Georg Cantor's infinity of infinities or Alf Nola's one thing?
Those are abstract
one thing that would
concepts.
necessarily. But what if that was ontologically the reality of it?
That abstract concepts exist.
Well, so think of Plato's necessary creation, right?
Platonic
that all
objects?
things that could exist do exist, huh?
Platonic objects?
Every object that could exist does exist.
I don't think that's true. Because let's say there's an object, there is a me, I am an object, and there is a me in this exact location, in this exact time, who likes blueberry ice cream. Now that's possible, but it's false, because I don't like blueberry ice cream. So it's possible that that object did exist, but since I'm the only thing that is in this exact location and in this exact time, that is false. So not everything that could possibly exist does exist.
What about the multiverse?
No, so not only the multiverse, but think more of an omniverse. So I'm the panpsychist you spoke with a few months ago. You probably don't remember when I asked you for your justification for the existence of the objective external world. Your response was novel, testable predictions.
Yep.
Since that time, I've done my own research. And I noticed in your Jay Dyer debate, you guys were specifically digging on Quine and the two dogmas of empiricism. And ironically, one thing that Quine points out, echoing Hume, Locke, and Berkeley, is that, and stated very conclusively in the two dogmas of empiricism, he said that mankind has yet to provide a sufficient justification for the existence of the objective external material world. So given that we're both begin our epistemology with the cogito, or at least I have a variation of the cogito, in that both of us agree that what absolutely does exist at least is consciousness and experience, that given two things. One, think of Occam's razor and what you guys were speaking to about the simpler answer, given that we can both agree that consciousness exists, but that neither one, that we don't both agree that the objective external world exists, given that you have to have an extra presupposition than I do.
Well, mine is not a presupposition.
And on top of that, it's a presupposition that you have yet to justify.
No.
Wouldn't panpsychism be a simpler answer?
Well, it's not a presupposition. It's based on evidence. So I agree that we start with the cogito. I think, therefore I am. And there's some difference between my imagination and my experience. I imagine a unicorn. I don't see a unicorn. So I need some method to differentiate the experiential things and the imaginary things. What can do that very well is things that can predict the future. If we have some method that can accurately predict the future, it's more reasonable to believe that that method corresponds to something in reality more than my imagination, because my imagination is very bad at predicting the future, and if this method is very good at predicting the future, it's reasonable to believe that this method describes reality more so than my imagination. So if this method is something like science, that there's an external world, and that if the external world works this way, we can expect to see this results, and it works, then that method is reasonable to believe more so than my imagination of just like solipsism. So the fact that we can make novel predictions and those predictions are based on this like assumption of the external world means it's reasonable to believe that there is an external world.
Well, two things to that point. One, yes, unfortunately, Descartes only reduced reality to mind or to thought, right? But from my perspective, thought is just as much of an experiential phenomena as any external, quote unquote, experience is.
Sure.
And so that I'm reducing everything to consciousness and what is the perceived dialectic or dichotomy.
Right, I understood what your position was, but I'm saying that we have evidence, which is we need some method to differentiate imagination from experience. Like right now, we don't know. Experience could just be all in our imagination. We don't know. But there's some difference between the kinds of things we're experiencing and the kinds of things we're imagining, even if they're both in your head, even if they're both just imaginary. There's a difference between the imaginary experiential things and the imaginary things. Like if I imagine a unicorn, that's different from me looking and seeing my TV screen. There's two different classes of things there. Now, how do we differentiate between these two things is we need a model that can accurately predict the future. That is a very good way to be able to show that what I'm seeing, if I see a unicorn, maybe that's just in my head, maybe it's a part of the experiential things. To know that, science is very, very good. Novel testable predictions can differentiate, is the thing I'm seeing just in my head as a imaginary thing, or is it one of the imaginary experiential things? And if that model, science, is based on this assumption that there is an external world and it operates in such a way, then it's reasonable to believe those experiential things that this scientific model describes correspond to an external world. So I agree, we start all the imaginary, but if the model predicts the future and it says there's an external world, it's reasonable to believe there's an external world.
Well, so on top of the problem of induction to kind of be brought up here, I would like to point out that the heart of skepticism and what Descartes ultimately drilled down to is that you can't actually differentiate the reality that you're perceiving, whether or not you could observe or perceive continuity within that experience, from, let's say, being insane and thinking that you're only imagining this continuity.
Well, again, so I addressed that. I said our imagination is very bad at predicting the future. We can't imagine the future very well. So if there's a model that can predict the future very well, that's a reason to trust the model more than our imagination. So being insane, it's still very bad at predicting the future. There's no imaginary thing that's good at predicting the future. So if we have a model that can, that's a good reason to trust the model. It's not proof. We don't need 100% proof here, but that's still a good reason to trust that this is describing something more than just our imagination, because our imagination doesn't do good at predicting the future.
I would agree that all of what you just said was evidence, but I would hearken back to Quine is not that far gone. He had the access to just as much information as you do, and also had the ability to make novel testable predictions. And he concluded with Locke and Berkeley that ultimately we feel it with the absolute philosophical certainty as a race have yet to provide sufficient justification for the existence of the external material world.
Right. I think he's
So
wrong.
once again,
I think they're all wrong, but that doesn't matter because we don't need proof. We don't need 100% proof. We have evidence, and you agreed that's evidence, and that's good enough.
Okay, wait. So we agree that consciousness absolutely exists,
Sure.
but we don't agree in the existence of the objective external world, right?
Sure.
Given that panpsychism can, and I'm saying that from my perspective, I can, using the paradigm that would be commensurate with panpsychism, I can make sense of reality. I don't have the hard problem of consciousness. I don't have the problem of induction.
Well, you'd still have the hard problem of consciousness, and you would still have the problem of induction. Those weren't solved by panpsychism.
No. Those aren't an issue for panpsychism because
Yes, they
those
are.
all exist. No, it's an all-encompassing paradigm. It reduces everything down to perceive or perceive.
Hold up. So it doesn't make a difference.
Wait.
No,
Can I say that?
One sec. We got to address this first.
Go ahead.
Panpsychism does not solve the problem of induction, and what was the other one you listed?
No. It doesn't incur. It doesn't have.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It literally has the problem. It has both of the problems. What was the other one you listed? So induction and what was the other one? Hard problem of consciousness.
Hard problem of consciousness.
Yes. So even if panpsychism is true, you say that everything is consciousness. Okay, what's consciousness? What is it?
It is that which is aware. It is what you are aware of, how you are aware of.
Right. And how does that exist in reality? What in reality produces that?
It's what's always existed.
Right. So we can just
is the only thing singular, and that within consciousness, everything exists.
Hold up. We could just say that and say, oh, consciousness is just fundamental in physicalism. It's just a law. This is one of the laws. Does that solve the hard problem of consciousness?
It doesn't incur the hard problem of consciousness. I don't have to explain how it arose if it's the one presupposition I have. Or should I say, my justification for it is the logical coherency. On a paradigmatic level, it's the logical coherency, explanatory power, and justificatory force.
If I was a physicalist, I could just say that consciousness is fundamental to, it's just one of the things in the physical world. Problem solved. Does that solve the hard problem of consciousness? Am I done?
I think it is it is a solution that has to be dealt with, and I believe has been dealt with, because the consensus going forward has still been that there exists a hard problem of consciousness.
Okay.
I mean, it's similar to what we're talking about with
No.
Quine.
The hard problem. One sec. The hard problem of consciousness. One sec. Stop. The hard problem of consciousness is the problem of explaining why and how we have qualia or phenomenal experience. Just saying it's fundamental does nothing. That does not solve any problem. Like anybody could just say it's fundamental.
But it's the only thing that we absolutely.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't solve the problem.
No, it is. It's the only thing.
Hold up.
It's the only thing that both of us.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That does not answer the question.
How does that not matter?
Because the question is how and why do we have qualia? Saying it's fundamental does not answer that question.
But we agree that it exists.
Yeah, I agree it exists.
Can't explain.
That doesn't answer the question.
Explain it. I know, even though I can't explain how it exists, we both agree that it exists.
Right.
And so that we could use that as a singular arche principle, that within this, absolutely everything exists. Think of an omniverse within this absolute infinite consciousness.
It doesn't work. So that doesn't solve the hard problem. The hard problem is explain.
But we don't have the
why...
hard problem. We both agree that it exists.
No, you still have the hard problem. If you're not explaining why and how it happens.
But no, I don't have to. I don't have
yes,
to.
You do.
No, the hard problem of consciousness is trying to determine or explain how physicalism, how inert material.
No, it's not. I'm literally looking at the definition right now. Hard problem of consciousness is the problem explaining how and why we have qualia or phenomenal experience, period. It's nothing to do with physicalism. It's explain how and why we have consciousness. That's the problem.
It must serve some biological function that gives an advantage.
It could be, but you would first have to justify the existence of the objective external material world.
So the hard problem of consciousness is just explaining how and why we have qualia. It doesn't matter if we're physical. It doesn't matter if we're idealistic. It doesn't matter if we're dualistic. It doesn't matter if we're panpsychist. You still have to explain how and why we have qualia. That's the problem.
But that comes back to what I was saying, is that using consciousness, which is the only thing we absolutely agree on,
doesn't solve the problem.
As the arche principle,
doesn't solve the problem.
Avoids the problem.
No, it doesn't.
Because it only deals with it in as much as it is a necessity.
No, it doesn't.
We both agree that it exists.
No, it doesn't.
Even if I can't explain how.
Stop.
Even if I can't.
That's the problem. You're just admitting you can't solve the problem, and that you're admitting that the hard problem still applies to your worldview. Like, I don't see what you're not getting here.
The hard problem is your hard problem.
No, it's not.
I don't have the problem.
No, it's not.
I don't have to explain why it exists to utilize it.
That's wrong. Again, it applies to your worldview. Induction applies to your worldview. These all apply to your worldview. They apply to every worldview.
Yes,
they do.
I could arrive at my worldview on a completely rational, deductive basis. I don't need induction. But I will say that induction in science in general is oftentimes very congruent with my worldview, specifically mathematics, and specifically Georg-Cantor set theory.
No, so you're just wrong. You're just objectively as wrong as you possibly can be. Induction applies to panpsychism. Yes, it does. Does the hard problem of consciousness? Yes, it does. Because you're not answering the question.
No. What question?
Does, like, for example, induction is just saying, looking at the past and inferring about the future or whatever. And is it necessarily, or are we justified in concluding that from past experiences, the future will follow the same pattern? So if we say you are experiencing, liking chocolate ice cream or whatever, will that follow in the future? Well, if you say yes, you have the problem of induction.
No. What we're dealing with right now is a deductive argument where I've established that we both agree that consciousness exists absolutely, and we also agree
that does not solve the problem of induction at all.
That is a deductive. That is a deductive.
No,
argument.
It's not.
The cogito is a deductive argument. Tell me it's not. And that's what we're talking about, that you and I both agree that consciousness exists absolutely on a deductive level, and that some of the most famous philosophers,
what you're saying is insanely stupid. I'm so stop. What you're saying is insanely stupid.
Mankind has not provided sufficient.
You're muted. I can't. No, the fact that you can form a deductive argument does not mean that you solve the problem of induction. That's so stupid. I can form a deductive argument and say, Socrates is a man, all men are mortal, Socrates is immortal. Does that solve the problem of induction? No, it does not, because induction has to do with inferences about the world we experience around us. Like, does the law of logic persist? Is this a problem that you're going to face in panpsychism? Are you you at all points in time, and will you continue to be you? Will the law of induction, or will the law of logic continue to apply in the future? Can panpsychism solve that? No, it still faces the problem of induction. Like, I don't understand what you're not getting about this. If you can't explain how or why we have qualia, you haven't solved the hard problem of consciousness. Just saying that consciousness is fundamental doesn't explain anything, because it doesn't explain why we have it. Even if consciousness was fundamental everywhere in the universe, why do we have it? How do we get consciousness? How do we have individual consciousnesses? You haven't explained any of that. You've just asserted it's fundamental. That is not a solution to either of these problems. Anybody else have anything?
About the theories of consciousness.
What?
I've got some questions still.
Go for it.
What does it mean to say X describes?
What does it mean to say X describes? Like the sentence corresponds to some fact about the world? Or attempts to correspond to some fact about the world, I guess?
Where the sentence is an utterance by an agent with reasoning faculties?
I guess so. I guess you could, maybe.
Okay.
Like you could
All
have
right.
a computer could have a sentence on it, and it could describe something, whether it was intended or not. Like there's that book, I forget what it's called, where it has just every combination of letters and numbers, and so it has every sentence in it.
Right.
And so it
But
has
that would
sentences that describe.
But that would need to be pre-programmed and loaded in by an agent with reasoning faculties, correct?
Well, the program is just generating random gibberish, would be, but that doesn't mean the sentences that are in them aren't. So the sentence could exist and describe reality as it's just a thing that attempts to describe reality.
Okay, so a sentence is a thing that attempts to describe reality. Okay. What types of entities are capable of producing sentences?
Well, agents are the things we know of.
Okay, so
Random
agents with
number generators, possibly.
So agents with reasoning faculties.
Sure.
Okay. So earlier when you said the laws of logic, and this was in the context of pre-human history.
Are descriptive,
Earlier,
yes, of reality, yes.
Earlier when you said the laws of logic describe reality.
Yep.
But how is that possible if there were no agents with reasoning faculties such for the phenomenon of description to be present?
Because logic is a language like English. English describes reality too, like the word tree or the word dinosaurs. The word T-Rex accurately described a T-Rex before humans existed, because the word corresponds to something in reality, even though the word was only invented recently.
I don't think I get what you're saying.
So logic, A equals A, is a language like the word T-Rex. They were invented by humans recently, in the past several thousand years or whatever, and they describe things that existed before humans did.
So logic is a language?
Yes, like literally, first sentence, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, classical logic. Logic is a formal language.
Right, okay, exactly. And so then you believe that languages can exist independent of reasoning, of agents with reasoning faculties?
This is just basic, just analogical thinking. The word tree, does it refer to trees before humans? Yes, because the word tree has a set criterion of describing things that are like plants that grow leaves and big stalks or whatever. So the fact that the word tree didn't exist before humans made it up does not mean that we can't use the word to describe things before humans. We can do that. The word did not exist before humans, but we can use it to describe things before humans.
That's not what I'm asking, though. I mean, I don't
that seems
find
like what you're asking.
place.
Logic was invented by humans, and logic describes things that were before humans.
Okay, if logic was invented by humans, how is it that the law of non-contradiction obtained before humans?
If the word
So
tree,
let me hold on. Let me
stop. So if the word tree, stop. So if the word tree was invented by humans, how does the word tree accurately describe trees in the prehistoric?
Are you asking me for an answer, or are you asking me rhetorically?
It's meant to be an analogy to what you're asking. So do you see the comparison? So you asked, how can the law of non-contradiction be true before humans if humans invented the law of non-contradiction? So an analogy to that would be, how can the word tree accurately describe trees before humans, like in the prehistoric?
It can't. I mean, in my system, it's very consistent. It can't, because there was no such utterance before humans.
Okay.
If I were to pretend I was an atheist.
So can we use the word tree to describe, like, we look and we see fossilized trees and we say, that's a tree. And that was a tree billions of years ago. Is that statement false?
No, and my position wouldn't entail that it need be.
So the sentence is, the words can refer to things before humans, because it's a word to represent a certain thing in the physical world, and those things in the physical world existed before humans. And so if the word represents that physical thing at any point in time, then the word refers to that thing independent of what point in time it exists.
So then you actually do believe that the laws of logic exist independently of human minds?
They are things that humans made up to describe reality. Reality exists. Reality has a way of its nature, and we describe that with logic. This is not hard. This is really, really easy.
Okay, wait. Well, wait. I'm being really patient, man. I'm trying to walk through
Logic
this with
is
you.
a language
So-
exactly like English, and it refers to things. A equals A is a description of the way reality operates, and reality operates that way before humans did. We just didn't describe it with logic.
So a coherent and functional linguistic system can arise from pure random unguided chance?
No, the linguistic system does nothing. It does not exist. It is made up by humans. The patterns in reality exist.
But you said that logic was a language.
Yes, logic
So
is a language exactly like
wait.
English. It does not exist.
I'm trying to steel man your position. I mean, if you just let me get it out. So when you say logic is a language, do you mean that, okay, let's think of how to clarify this. Do you actually mean the words that humans use to describe logic are a language? Or
No. Oh, God. So I don't understand what you don't get about this. There is a way reality operates. Reality has a pattern in the way it operates. That is not logic. There is no logic in that. That is nature. Nature has a nature to it, and it has a pattern in the way it operates. It's not logic. We describe that pattern with logic. Logic is in a language made up by humans to describe that pattern. That pattern is there way before humans invented logic. So the pattern in reality exists. It's not logic. Logic is a language made up by humans to describe that pattern.
Okay, so when you utter the string, logic is a language, all you mean is that
all of the laws, the law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle, the law of identity, all things are equations humans made up to describe the way nature is.
Okay, perfect. So with all of that fuster and bluster, we've got some clarity. All right, my next question then. So what you call reality, now, before humans existed, would you say that it would be possible, and you may have answered this, but I'm trying to clarify your answer. Would it be possible for Earth to exist and not exist at the same time?
No, nature has a nature. It has a pattern in the way it operates.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. So then this orderliness that we use words to describe is orderly before we even invented, on your view, words to describe it, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay, perfect. Great. Okay. So then, but on the other hand, nature, on your view, is the result of blind, indifferent, perhaps scare quote, random processes, right?
No, it's determined processes.
Say again?
No, it's not. nature, the laws of nature, the way nature operates is not a result of random processes. No.
What's it a result of?
Well, if you're like a string theorist, you think it's a result of the string theory, the strings.
Well, yeah, but that just pushes the question, pushes the problem back a notch, right? So,
what's the problem? You haven't presented a problem.
well, the problem is you're saying that the random. Okay, hold on. Strike the word random. You're saying that all that existed in nature before humans is not the result of random processes, and I'm saying then what is it the result of? And then you
Determined
said,
processes.
then you said if you're a string theorist, it's the result of string theory, but that doesn't answer anything. That's just a tautology.
No, it's not a tautology. So there is some fundamental essence to nature. It's like in string theory, it's the strings. In quantum mechanics, it's a quantum field. In Hilbert space, it's like a Hilbert space. So there is some fundamental nature to reality, and it has a set of properties. It's not a random set of properties. Theists think God is the fundamental thing, and God's nature isn't a result of random processes, it's a result of necessity or whatever. The exact same thing. There is some fundamental essence to the way nature is. It has a necessary nature to it, and it doesn't need to be God. It can be strings, could be a quantum field, could be a Hilbert space. It doesn't need to be God, and that solves the problem. There is some essence to the way nature is, and logic describes that.
So you believe that order and what you would describe as a language, like logic, you believe that those things can exist without telos.
No.
Right?
So those are two different things. Logic is a language that doesn't exist without minds. Order is just the way, the nature of the thing that exists without telos. That is the telos. So, like, how does God himself and not himself? Was he designed by a designer?
No, that's Richard Dawkins' infamous silly question.
No. I mean, try to answer the question. God has a telos. Sure. God has a nature, a particular nature. He isn't random.
No, I'll answer the question.
Right.
I'll answer the question.
Go for it.
But the way to do it, you might not like the way that this goes. But so here's the thing. So does God need a designer? No, because God is not a transition from potency to actuality by something already actual. That's why God doesn't need what you would call a designer.
Well, that's begging the question.
Now,
so that's not an argument.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not begging. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I can explain how it's not.
Well, so potency and act are made up properties that don't actually correspond to reality. There are things that the Thomistic ideology, or is it Aquinas, Anselm, one of those guys just made these things up. They don't correspond to anything in reality.
Okay,
if you want to hold up one sec. So if you want to say that there is some property within the nature of your God that has order, that doesn't need to be ordered, you can just say that about quantum mechanics. It has a property of order that doesn't need to be ordered. Problem solved.
No, not so fast. So hold up. Let's first address the claim that you made a second ago, which was that potency, neither potency nor actuality map to anything in the world. You said they're just made up terms and they don't map to anything. So let me ask you, are you in potency right now for the state of affairs of walking outside in 5 minutes?
You can make up the term to describe that, but it corresponds to nothing in reality.
Okay. So that
let me try to clarify. Let me try to clarify. Energy is a thing. Momentum is a thing. Spin is a thing. Act and potency are not things. Those are just abstract descriptions of actual things. So they're not actual things.
Okay. So when you move your arm, that's not actual?
That's actual. Again, actual and potency are not properties in reality. They are abstract descriptions of real properties. Real properties are energy, mass, speed, momentum. Those are real properties. Act and potency
we're getting
are
in
not.
the weeds. We're getting in the weeds, and to some extent, these terms can be used interchangeably. But the point is, you said what you challenged me to explain why God doesn't need a designer,
right.
And here's what I'm telling you.
Right. So
God is not change. Anything that needs or undergoes change requires a changer.
No, it doesn't. So that's just demonstrably false.
It does.
No.
Well, can you give me an example where that's not true?
Yeah, a rock just fell down a mountain. It wasn't designed.
I didn't say anything about the rock being designed. I said that
anything. It changed location, it changed mass, it changed energy. Stars changed, no designer. Hurricanes changed, no designer.
I'm not saying you're kind of misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'll repeat what I said.
You said change requires a designer.
Anything, and no, that's not what I said.
Change requires a changer.
There you go. Now, a changer need not be a designer per se, T-Jump. So what I'm saying is, in your example with the rock, The rock falls down the hill. Why? Gravity.
Yeah.
Or maybe some, dumb squirrel went, trolling over it, looking for a walnut or whatever, and knocked it out of its position, right? Both of those things, the squirrel or gravity, are something already actual. So change, the rock falling down the mountain, is a transition from potency to act. The rock was in potency for falling down the mountain, but what it took to make that potency actual was something already actual, i.e. the squirrel or the gravity.
Okay, so that's again false. You don't need a changer because there are things in quantum mechanics that happen with no changer. They're uncaused. They change all the time.
That's not actually the case.
Yes, it is. It's literally the consensus in physics called virtual particles.
That's not actually the case.
It's literally the consensus in physics, the Casimir effect caused by virtual particles. There are literal randomness is literally a thing in physics. You can check the foundational attitudes towards physics poll that says literally randomness is literally a force in the universe.
Yeah, I'm aware of quantum physics and how people attempt to use that as an argument against what I'm talking about here. It doesn't work.
It does. It literally does. It's literally a refutation of your position that change requires a changer.
It's not. Can you explain how it is?
Yes, because things happen uncaused all the time.
Well, wait. How can you demonstrate? Can you demonstrate empirically that things happen uncaused?
Yes, it's called the Casimir effect, where we literally demonstrate particles can pop into existence uncaused.
And so how can you empirically demonstrate the lack of a cause?
Google Casimir effect. So that's the part of how science works. It makes novel testable predictions based on hypotheses.
Well, wait. No. I understand the scientific method. What I'm asking you is
Google
how
the
can
Casimir
we
effect.
I understand it, T-Jump, but what I'm asking you
Well, if you understand it, then that's the answer to your question. So you keep asking, how do we do this scientific experiment?
What if I disagree? Go ahead.
We keep asking, how does this scientific experiment demonstrate what it demonstrates? Well, then go look at the scientific experiment of the Casimir effect.
Right. And I fail to see how the Casimir effect or the double slit or any of these things. I fail to see how any of these things could demonstrate, or even I'll go stronger than that. I fail to see how it's even philosophically plausible to demonstrate the lack of a cause, right? Because what you're ultimately doing here, this is why I brought up earlier, the very first thing.
So have you heard of the hidden variable hypothesis in physics?
Yes.
So the hidden variable hypothesis is that there is some unknown factor determining these things to happen that we just don't know about yet. That's what the hidden variable thing is.
Oh, wait, some unknown what?
Factor.
Okay. So an unknown factor that determines things, doesn't that sound awfully a lot like a changer?
Yes, it does. And that's why
Perfect.
That's exactly why this hypothesis is rejected by pretty much everyone in physics. So the hidden variable hypothesis is rejected by like 90-something% of physicists. So this is not the case.
That's an appeal to popularity, right? All kinds of things.
No, it's not appeal to.
Sure, it is.
What you're trying to say is it's appeal to authority, and appeal to authority is not fallacious if they're actual authorities. So they understand physics, they understand nature. You don't. Their model is more reasonable to believe than yours. You're just making shit up. They have actual evidence. So their position.
That's just
no. Like they have actual evidence, you don't. That means you're making shit up. So you have this hypothesis of there's this God thing that's unchanging, and you think that there's this unchanging thing is required for change, which it's not. Like literally there's no logical contradiction with brute contingency or an infinite regress of changing things. Both of those are equally as logically possible. So that completely proves your point false. Like your premise that a change requires a changer is proven false because brute contingencies are possible. And infinite regresses are possible. Therefore, your argument is proven false, philosophically and logically. Wait. Hold up. So the more important point here is that there's actually evidence in physics that there is things that happen based on pure randomness due to empirical experimentation and novel predictions. So that's a reasonable thing to accept. A changer is not. There's no evidence of some changer. There's no God evidence at all. Act and potency, no evidence at all. They're just abstract principles to describe things that exist. So neither of those are evidence of anything. They're just abstract labels. So we have actual evidence in my hypothesis. You got nothing.
Tell me when I can talk.
Go for it.
So, first of all, let's just slow down here. Are you aware of the way that Heisenberg described his discoveries, are you aware that, for example, he himself thought of them as Aristotelian potency?
I don't care.
Okay, well, all right. I didn't ask you if you care. I just asked you if you were aware of it.
Well,
Because
this
to me,
isn't
it's
relevant to
interesting.
the argument, so this isn't interesting at all. It's just like, oh, this guy thought of one thing one way. Okay.
Tell me when I can talk. Tell me when I can talk.
Okay, talk, but give like an actual argument or something. I don't care what one guy
well,
thought.
I'm bringing up a fact that's pertinent to this argument.
Well, that's
right?
not.
So you
That's
are
not
saying,
a pertinent fact. What
Tell
Heisenberg
me when I
thought
can
is not
talk.
a pertinent fact. You have to bring up a pertinent fact. What is some actual
Tell
evidence
me
here?
when I can talk.
Yeah, you can talk after you actually bring up an actual piece of evidence, and then I'm going to interrupt you and tell you to stop and give me some actual evidence.
Okay, so my point here is that you are saying that potentia is like a nothing, right? That it doesn't refer to anything real. But
Right. There's no evidence of it being an actual property anywhere.
Okay, are you aware that Heisenberg himself disagreed with you?
No,
Like,
he
I
did
don't
not
care if
disagree
you-
with me. He did not.
He did.
No, he did not.
Okay, so you're denying that Heisenberg thought that quantum mechanics basically had uncovered the Aristotelian concept of potency or potentia? You
no,
disagree
I'm
with
saying
that?
he never presented any evidence of potency or potentia actually being a real property. So he can think that if he wants. Like Newton thought the organization of the planets was evidence of a god, but until he actually provides evidence and like can actually convince the field to accept that, it's just his opinion. It's not evidence.
I think we're getting mixed up here because you seem to be under this,
Which
assumption.
equation in quantum mechanics indicates potentia?
T-jump.
That's what it means to be evidence in physics. You have to actually have something in physics that it corresponds to. Which equation represents potentia in physics?
So
Nada.
what I'm
That's
trying
right.
to
Nothing. It's a made up property to describe abstractly to refer to other things like change.
Well,
the word
in
change.
Heisenberg's mind,
I don't care about Heisenberg's mind. I want the equation. Which thing in physics does it correspond to?
Okay. You don't care about what Heisenberg thought. Okay,
Correct.
so fair enough. Let's get back to the central issue here. The central issue here is that it is not even logically possible
Yes, it
to
is.
demonstrate the lack of a cause.
Well, so it's logically possible that things exist uncaused, brute contingencies, and it's logically possible there's an infinite regressive change. Therefore, you don't need a changer. The evidence, you can't prove there's no cause, but you can indicate it given how quantum mechanics works and the, delayed
So you
quantum eraser
can infer
thingy.
it. What you're saying is that
Yeah,
you
that's
can
how
infer it.
evidence works. Evidence are inferences. That's how evidence is. So if you're just rejecting
Okay,
all
but
evidence,
by your own admission, there is no proof, right? So at least we're getting
you
somewhere
don't,
there.
You don't prove anything in science. So if that was your point, you're an idiot.
Well, so that's just a leap into the ad hom pool, but
Well, yeah, because
my
if your
point-
entire point was literally to make a trivial fact about science that it never proves anything,
it's not
yeah.
to make a trivial fact about science. We got down this side kind of derailment here because you brought up the designer thing.
Yes, and there is no
Okay.
evidence of your
Right.
designer. There is evidence of quantum fields.
Yeah, well, that's your opinion.
No, that's a fact. That's an objective fact.
No, it's not an objective fact. It's your opinion because I could just as well take your tack and say, hey, look, we have these potentia that emerge from what scientists call nothing. But then I could just turn around and say,
Where is
that's not
the
nothing.
empirical evidence of the potentia? Because I have empirical evidence of quantum fields.
Yeah, we're not debating the empirical evidence for what you call quantum fields. That's not the point.
Well, that was my point, is that my quantum fields have evidence. The Casimir effect is virtual particles coming from quantum fields. We have evidence of that. You don't have evidence of your God or potentia or act or any of those kind of things. Like, where is your evidence?
We have evidence for
What is it?
quantum fields. We do not have evidence for your claim that they just are brute facts or come from nowhere. That's an inference.
No, we do have evidence in those. That's kind of the point of quantum mechanics and the delayed quantum eraser hypothesis. You have no evidence.
Okay. T-jump.
If you have evidence of a God, present your evidence.
It doesn't work like that, right?
What?
Because
That's
no matter
literally
what
how
I
evidence
say-
works.
No. T-jump. Look, here's
Stop
what
making
you're asking.
excuses and just present evidence.
You.
Me.
I don't have show evidence of your God.
No.
Me?
That's not what I meant, T-Jump. You are evidence for God.
Okay,
You
how,
yourself. You yourself.
How am I evidence of God?
You're a rational creature.
Yes, and that's possible in a naturalistic universe with no God. So how is that evidence of God?
Says you.
Yes, says all of the evidence. So how is that evidence of God?
Exactly.
Saying says me isn't evidence of God. So you made a claim that I'm evidence of a God because I'm a rational being. So you need some kind of an argument that indicates that this indicates a God, or it's not evidence. You have not explained how this is evidence.
God is a rational agent. God created human beings in his image and likeness.
Begging the question.
Human beings are rational agents.
Yeah, so we're looking for evidence. We're looking for evidence. Like, how do you get to the conclusion, I am me and I am a rational agent, therefore God? Just saying God created the universe as one of your premises is begging the question. We want something to indicate that. That's what evidence is. Not, you can't put your conclusion in the premise.
I didn't put the conclusion in the premise.
God created humans. That's if God created the humans, God must exist, right? So you're begging the question. We want to know, does God exist?
You said what's evidence for God? Let me ask you.
Yes, what is evidence of God? And you can't say God created in the premise.
T-Jump. What does it mean? What do you mean when you say something like there is evidence for X? What can you break down precisely what you mean by a sentence like that?
Sure,
there is evidence for X.
There is reason to believe it corresponds to reality and not just our imagination.
Perfect. I think the same thing.
Cool. So what is the reason to believe God exists in reality independent of our imagination?
Everything that you see that you think is a reason for naturalistic, metaphysical naturalism, I look at that same thing. This is why I asked you if you knew anything about Jules Plucker earlier and what your opinion was on whether or not...
Finish the sentence.
May I finish, please?
Stop giving it like a history lesson, because I know more about philosophy than you. Just tell me the argument. Your argument says...
And now you're bragging.
Stop. So your argument was that all of the facts I believe for naturalism are actually evidence of God. How?
Tell me when I can speak.
Again, you can speak when you answer the question, but I'm going to interrupt you when you keep going off on tangents. So how is all of the facts, like how is the fact that the Big Bang is predicted from a model that is given in quantum fields in any way evidence of God?
Because it's orderly and logical.
That's perfectly fine. You can have that without a God. So not evidence
in
of
your
God.
opinion.
Well, no, you have to justify the claim that it can't because you're making the argument.
Well, you would equally have to justify the claim that
no,
metaphysical...
it's your argument. You hold the burden of proof. You have
Tell me
to
when I
demonstrate.
can talk.
You hold the burden of proof, so you need to demonstrate your claim. I don't have to demonstrate anything. So if I just present the logical possibility, it defeats your argument because you haven't presented evidence that your argument holds. So you have to demonstrate.
So T-Jump, when I say, for example, X is okay. If I say when I use the string, X is evidence for Y. What that means, in my view, is that X is some data point or a set of data points that we would expect on the assumption that Y was true.
Okay, that's post hoc.
No,
that's post hoc ergo propter hoc. That's literally a fallacy.
No. Okay, it's not.
Yes, it is. You said, let me try to rephrase it and see if I got it right. So you said, would we expect to see some data point X if we assume the hypothesis Y was true?
No. What I said is this. I'll say it again for you. If I say like X is evidence for Y, what that means, like, okay, so let's make a real world example here.
I see a gold brick on my table. If the hypothesis there is a magic leprechaun that lives in my basement and likes to create gold bricks, this would be evidence if we would expect to see the gold brick, and we do.
No, I want a better example. So use this example for. Okay, here you go.
That was perfect.
No, it's not perfect.
Yeah,
Here's one that's better. So Bob entered into Joe's store and murdered Joe. Okay. So if that is Y, right? Bob went into Joe's store and murdered Joe. Now, if that were the case, if that were true, what types of things would I expect to see? There's a whole range of things I might expect to see. One thing I might expect to see is a witness of this crime. Another thing I might expect to see is some degree of forensic evidence left over, right? You would agree to that, yes?
So let me give you another example. So
would you agree to that?
No, again, this is just post hoc ergo propter hoc. You're literally giving and affirming the consequent fallacy. So if it rained, I would expect to see the grass is wet. The grass is wet, therefore it rained. That's your argument?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're
How is that
strawmanning me.
not literally what you just said?
T-Jump, this is what I'm asking you. Because you don't let me finish my sentences. So this is going to be
He hasn't
longer.
let you finish it. He just gave you the exact kind of an argument.
And now you're doing the same thing, whoever that is.
No.
So
Yeah, we're allowed to interrupt you. Stop complaining about it. I'm just going to mute you. So,
dude's
so I don't care. I don't care. So tell me how this is not the same structure of your argument. You say that something is evidence if the data point X is something we would expect to see if the hypothesis Y were assumed to be true or something like that. Is that close?
I have not even made an argument yet. Can we start there?
No, because we're talking about what you just defined as evidence. So what you just defined as evidence is called a post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy.
T-Jump, let me ask you this and just give me an honest answer.
Sure.
If there was forensic data in Joe's shop, for example, Bob's hair, would that data be, now I'm not asking if it's proof, would that data, would the presence of Bob's hair in Joe's shop be consistent with what we would expect if Bob entered Joe's shop and murdered him?
Can you say that again?
No?
Can you say it again slowly? I'm going to write it down.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah. I'm gonna copy your statement word for word and replace the examples to try and show you it's an affirmative consequence. Could you repeat that again?
The prosecutor alleges that Bob entered Joe's shop and murdered him. Okay.
Yeah, give me the part where there's we found something in Bob's shop or whatever.
But we got the first part, right?
Yes, that's just the assumption.
Okay.
So go.
Okay, great. So if we were to find, for example, Bob's hair in Joe's shop. Now, hold on. Don't interrupt me yet, please. I'm not.
Go. Keep going. Don't stop. Keep going.
I'm not asking if that proves that Bob murdered
I didn't
Joe.
say that. Keep going. like you keep going off on tangents. Finish the sentence. If we find Bob's hair in Joe's shop.
Is that something that would be consistent?
Slow down. Is that something that would be consistent?
Hurry up. Slow down.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Is that something that would be consistent with the claim that Bob entered Joe's shop and murdered him? Yes or no?
Okay, so if we find that the grass is red, is that consistent with the claim a magic leprechaun peed on the grass?
T-Jump.
No, this is serious. If we find...
Okay, I'll answer that when you answer me, or I guess you can kick me.
Yes, it's obviously consistent. So, is it consistent?
Okay, perfect.
If I find a gold brick on my table, is that consistent with the hypothesis there is a magical leprechaun in my basement who creates gold bricks?
Sure.
Post hoc ergo propter hoc.
Do you know what my counter to that would be?
No. Go ahead. What would it be?
The earth is flat?
It would be, do we have reason to prefer that explanation over another, right? So
yes, that's a good follow-up. Yes.
So going back, may I please finish, please? So going back to the example of Bob and Joe, the presence of Bob's hair in Joe's shop, it is consistent with the hypothesis that Bob entered Joe's shop and murdered him. But guess what? It's also consistent with the hypothesis that some other third party took Bob's hair out of his trash can and planted it at Joe's shop to make it look like there was a murder, right?
Yes,
you would agree?
It's also consistent with a magical leprechaun taking Bob's hair out of a trash can, right? Is it consistent with a magical leprechaun taking Bob's hair out of a trash can and planting it? Is it consistent with that?
Yeah, but what I'm asking
is it consistent with a magical unicorn who farts diamonds taking Bob's hair? So it's consistent with literally infinitely many things. The fact that it's consistent isn't evidence. The consistency
I didn't say that it was.
Isn't evidence. Yes, you literally did. You said your definition of evidence is when I say something is evidence, I say here's a data point X that we would expect to see if hypothesis Y was true. That's the leprechauns and the fairies and the unicorns. That's evidence by your definition.
Okay, if that's what you mean, then that is what I said. But what I'm asking you is this. And you agree with me, right? But your dilemma here, or your
I think you're using a post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy, and it's garbage, and that's why you think it's evidence of a god.
So anyway, what you disagree with?
Just to clarify. So, The example of the leprechaun placing the hair in the thing is exactly the same as your God doing anything. It's a post hoc ergo propter hoc. No, to objectively to any epistemological basis of evidence. You're simply saying it's consistent with the fact, or if my God existed, I would expect to see the world exactly as we see it. Well, if string theory existed, we would exactly expect to see the universe as we see it. So all of the things you're saying are equally as much evidence of string theory and quantum fields and everything you could magical pixie leprechauns who created the universe would all be equally supported by we expect to see what we currently see, because you can make up infinitely many hypotheses to explain post hoc the things we already see. So no, the fact that you can post hoc make up an explanation of the data is not evidence of your made up explanation.
So T-Jump, this idea that you can make up infinite explanations for the thing, okay, would you say that entails that all of these explanations have equal force?
No, it would only be that way if your argument would indicate. Whoa. That would only be the case if your argument would indicate all of those infinitely many things equally, which is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes, it is. It's post hoc ergo propter hoc. You're saying if it is consistent with my hypothesis that there are evil leprechauns that like to take people's hair and accuse them of murder, then the fact that we find Bob's hair in the murder scene is evidence of the evil leprechauns. So this method of what you defined as evidence of if I expect to see data point X, this is if we assumed hypothesis Y was true, that methodology is not evidence because it works for all of the infinitely many hypotheses that can logically explain the data equally.
Okay, more simply, T-Jump, is evidence necessarily a data point of some sort?
I guess so. I don't know.
Right, okay, great. So here we have agreement. Okay, you and I agree that evidence is some data point.
Sure.
Okay. Is the absence of a data point evidence?
It can be.
Interesting.
Like absence of evidence can be evidence of absence. Like if I ask, is there any water in my cup? And I look at it's empty. The absence of evidence of water is evidence that there is no water.
I think that's a little tautological, but who cares?
It's literally a principle in science. It's not like a hard thing. If you have a hypothesis that would expect to see some result and you don't see the result, that's evidence against your hypothesis. Absence of evidence can be evidence of absence.
When you can look at something like a glass of water or a proposed, alleged glass of water, sure. But the context that we're talking about is when we can't use our eyes to look at the thing that we're judging and trying to ascertain.
I have no idea what you're saying. So any hypothesis that has any entailment, if that entailment is not case, the hypothesis is false. It doesn't matter if it's water or things you can see.
There's a glass on your desk right now, and there's no water in it, and you and I both look at it. Okay, there's no water. So you and I could both agree that in that case, absence of evidence would be evidence of absence. Fair enough. Now, what if the glass in question is in a room a mile away that neither of us can see? Is evidence of absence right?
Well,
does that still apply?
Evidence of absence would mean we literally have to see it and see there's nothing inside of it. That's what evidence of absence means.
That's my point. Right.
In the case of the cup. Great. So I don't see, can you get back to your argument and how this somehow relates to what gibberish argument you have for God?
I'm not even making a gibberish argument for God.
Definitely are, but I'm not following.
What's that?
You definitely are making a gibberish argument for God, but you need to get there because
no, I'm not. I don't present arguments to God for God to atheists. I don't do that. I mean, you might have something mistaken.
Okay, well
here.
Then stop wasting my time and go away.
The reason is that whatever I present, it doesn't matter. You're not going to accept it. Like we already know how.
Yeah, that's because all of your arguments are garbage. If I can prove your arguments are garbage, I'm not going to accept them. If you could actually provide evidence, I would accept it. Like I've said, Hindus provide evidence. They say.
Okay, so then what's evidence? What's evidence?
I've already answered
evidence
that like 10
is a data
times.
Point. Okay, so wait. Evidence is a data point. Okay.
No. Your definition was wrong. Your definition was a post hoc ergo propter hoc. My definition is anything that can differentiate imagination from reality. So novel testable predictions are
where evidence. Thing means what? You said anything. Where thing means what?
Anything, as in
data point.
Sure.
Some data point.
Sure. Fine.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Now.
So
Is a
give
person's
me evidence.
so is a person's opinion of a data point subjective?
Their opinion is, the data point is not. So their opinion doesn't matter here.
Well, it matters to them, right? Because you and
That's
I
irrelevant. So
look at
give me evidence. Stop talking about people's opinions. I don't care. Give me evidence.
I did, T-Jump. You.
I don't. Okay, how am
You
I
are
evidence of a God? So I've already proven that argument false.
You haven't proven it false.
Yes, I did. So I am a rational. You said I am evidence of God because I'm a rational being. Okay, that can be perfectly consistent with the model of string theory. Therefore, it's not evidence of God. Problem solved. Not evidence. Debunked.
No.
That's literally what it means.
Something
if you say
natural, proof of the supernatural.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah,
Well,
nothing in string theory, like even suggests that rational agents should exist.
Yes, it does. It literally explains everything we see around us.
How so? What equation in string theory leads us to the conclusion that rational beings should exist?
Rational beings are a result of the physical mechanics of our brains. The physical mechanics of our brains are a result of
I asked what equation.
I'm
what
literally
equation?
answering
Which
that.
equation?
I'm not a physicist, so I can't give you the equations. But the equations in string theory entail that the physical processes in our brain are a result of those equations. So yes, those equations do entail that we will be rational beings. So it's perfectly explained on string theory.
But equations are just linguistic systems we use to describe reality. So
Yes,
all you're
they
saying
describe
is that
the actually existing strings, the actually existing dimensions, which operate in a pattern, which is what we call an equation, will result in a universe where we have rational agents.
So reality produces reality. Like when you distill everything you just said, it ends up as reality produces reality.
What you're saying is idiotic gibberish. Obviously, reality is reality. So if something in reality has other effects in reality, then yes, the one thing in reality at this point will produce the other thing in reality at this point. That's how cause and effect work.
So that's your actual position, that reality produces reality.
Okay, you're muted. Next. Anybody else got any interesting arguments, positions, whatever?
Repent or perish.
Repent or perish, ladies and gentlemen.
Repent? I never pented in the first place. How am I supposed to repent?
I have a question.
Go for it.
I want a cracker.
Muted.
Okay, what was your question? Okay.
It was related to what you said with in the beginning with the other guy. And sorry in advance, I don't really know any technical terms. But you were saying how the logical systems in which the world just operates independently of our understanding of it. Do you think that that consciousness then could be a function to understand, like understand its own systems? Yeah.
What do you mean? So like, how? I don't understand what you're saying. So you mentioned the laws of logic and consciousness, and I don't understand.
Yeah. And you said how no matter how whether or not we understand it or have a system to explain it, it exists. Then what will be the purpose of humans having the ability to measure
Survivability. So like, obviously, since our brains are in reality, whatever our brains are doing also has to correspond to reality. So like, we can't imagine a round square or exist and not exist at the same time. So anything that our brains do will be an expression of the way reality operates.
Okay. I'm probably not asking the question right, but thank you. Now.
Sure. Anybody else? Questions, comments, whatever?
Yeah, I got a question for you.
Sure, go for it.
I was half listening. I'm working on a project, just listening. Did you say that string theorists are proclaiming that particles pop into existence for no reason?
Yes, that is the consensus in physics about virtual particles.
So, just trying to understand it, okay? So these events happen for no reason.
Yep, because one of the hypotheses is a hidden variable hypothesis. The hidden variable hypothesis is that these phenomenon are caused by some unknown thing that's causing them to come out at this location or whatever, and that hypothesis is rejected by the majority. They think it's true randomness, so true uncaused randomness. And there is a paper that shows a poll of physicists, the foundational attitudes of physics, quantum mechanics or whatever, and it shows the vast majority of physicists think that randomness itself is in essence an uncaused thing in physics.
Wow. I have to read that. Do you have that article?
Yes,
someplace
I do.
where I can check it out?
I will post it, or I can just, I'll post it in the chat so everybody can see it. Physics, snapshot of fundamental attitudes towards quantum mechanics. Control C.
Wait, I'll look it up. Oh, you type it out. I mean, you say to get out. Fundamental attitude, what was that?
A snapshot of foundational attitudes towards quantum mechanics by Maximilian Scholesauer. SCHLOS.
Foundational attitudes. I'll just look at the title. Attitudes, I'm sorry, not that fast a typist. Snapshot of foundational attitudes of
toward
what?
Quantum mechanics.
For?
Toward, T-O-W-A-R-D.
Oh, towards quantum.
Toward, there's no
mechanics.
S, so it's just toward quantum mechanics.
Towards, yeah, okay, my bad. Yeah, because it's interesting, because I'm just curious, if things happen for no reason, how can you have regularity?
Well, the fact that some things happen for no reason doesn't mean that all things happen for no reason. So some random things wouldn't necessarily mean that all things are random. And the number, it is question number 1, I think. Yeah, it's question number 1. What is the opinion of randomness of individual quantum events, such as the decay of a radioactive atom? The randomness is only apparent. There is a hidden determination, 0%. Randomness is irreducible, 48%. Randomness is a fundamental concept in nature, 64%.
Wow, really?
Yep.
Randomness. Did they define what random means?
I assume it's just the typical definition. I don't know, if I haven't read the whole article, but I imagine it's literally just uncaused.
Uncaused.
Because hidden determined variable means
Use
there's...
the example of the radioactive decay.
Yeah.
Uncaused, no reason, just happens.
Yep.
And to be clear, the first paragraph of this doc says that the poll was very unscientific, as several people voted twice and several people didn't vote at all.
That doesn't
Just to
matter.
keep that in mind.
Okay, I just think it's interesting that people are promoting, I don't know how to write the idea of scientists for no reason, randomness. I'm just having a problem with that.
The quantum decay of a particle, like a uranium